Chapter 1. At the training ground of Konoha, a girl wearing a sleeveless tang suit and a bun is doing her daily ninja training. Sweat soaked her orange clothes, and her cute cheeks were even more rosy. Suddenly, a diary with a gold border fell in front of her. What is this? The girl bent down. Although her figure was not very outstanding, her skin was quite fair and tender. She picked up the diary that fell on the ground. Senjukyunyu's diary, Tien Tien. Senjukyunyu? A handsome boy with black hair and black eyes instantly appeared in Tianatian's mind. This guy is a descendant of the Senju clan who returned to the village not long ago. He is a little older than her, and seems to be about 17 or 18 years old. This age is certainly quite young for a ninja, especially for the Senju clan with amazing vitality. But more importantly, Tien Tien heard that Kyunyu inherited all the properties of the Senju clan and is a standard tycoon in the ninja world. The Senju clan is a well-known existence in the ninja world. Whether it is Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninja as the first generation of Hokage, or Senju Tobirama, the developer of Tabu Ninjutsu, they are all men who can stand at the top of the ninja world. Therefore, it goes without saying how powerful the Senju clan was in its heyday. They even chose to have a strong marriage with the Uzumaki clan. It is said that at that time, there was no one in the entire ninja world who could compete with the Senju clan. Even the once powerful Uchiha clan, under the departure of the clan leader Uchiha Madara and the exclusion and suppression of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, has completely fallen into a second-rate family in the Land of Fire. But such an extremely large family almost disappeared completely from the entire ninja world inexplicably. The only one who is still related to the Senju clan is Princess Tsunade, who is known as one of the three ninjas. Now that Senjukyunyu has returned to Konoha, he not only represents himself but also represents the return of the Senju clan. After all, he owns countless real estate and ninja tool shops in the 5 major countries. These industries that once belonged to the Senju clan have been transformed into legal industries under Senjukyunyu due to system reasons. Even the ninja tool shop opened by Tianatian's family is produced by Kyunyu's factory. So Tien Tien naturally still has some impression of this Kyunyu. After all, even the third-generation Hokage, who is known as the strongest ninja today, is polite to this young man. Now, many girls and even female ninjas in Konoha village are very interested in this Chayu, including the elite Jonin Ui Kurane. However, it seems that Sarutobi Asuma also has some thoughts about this teacher Ui Kurane. Will this affect the relationship between the Sarutobi clan and the Senju clan? Tien Tien is naturally not very clear about this. After all, she is just a genin who just graduated from the ninja school. That guy actually writes a diary. Tianatian's face flushed. To be honest, it would be untrue that she didn't have a crush on this handsome and famous man in the village, Senjukyunyu. But if she rashly reads someone else's diary, wouldn't it be impolite? What if Lord Kyunyu blamed her? What if he didn't sell me the ninja tools in the future, I would be finished. Although the thought of rejection kept flashing in her mind, her hands were completely out of control. Sir Kyunyu, you may not believe it, but it was the diary that started it all. With the movement of Tianatian's hands, the diary was opened. As soon as it was opened, a lot of information appeared in his mind. This is a magical diary. By reading the content, you can effectively understand the information about the ninja world, which may be of some help to your future life. Once the diary is opened, it is bound to the owner for life, and no one else can peek into the contents of the diary. Tip: the existence of the diary cannot be revealed to outsiders, otherwise it will be completely wiped out. The continuous messages instantly made Tianatian's scalp numb. What's going on? Why does it feel like my brain is about to explode? Tien Tien shook his head, sorted out his emotions, and quickly turned to the first page of the diary. I, Kyunyu, have traveled through time and space, and it's still the world of Naruto. Hinata is a loving wife, Sakura is a concubine, Tien Tien is cute, and Ino is fierce. Just the 2 short lines that Tian Tian saw just now made Tian Tian feel confused. This is still the Lord Chiu who looks very cold on the surface? Hinata? Could it be that the daughter of the Hyuga clan? If I remember correctly, hasn't she graduated from the ninja school yet? But it will be soon, and it will be the turn of their generation of ninjas to take the genin exam. As for Sakura? Who is Sakura? Tian Tian was a little confused, she didn't remember such a person. As for Ino, she has heard of her. It seems that she is from the Yamanaka clan. It should be Yamanaka Ino. As one of the iron triangles of the future classic combination of pig, deer, and butterfly, she has a very good relationship with Shikamaru of the Nara clan and Koji of the Akimichi clan. But for Tian Tian, who was born in a civilian family, there is no special intersection. Finally, Tianation's eyes were fixed on Tian Tian is so cute. Her cheeks instantly turned red. Tian. Lord Kyunyu actually thinks I'm cute? Tian Tian couldn't help but touch her bun-like head. It seems, indeed, it seems, quite cute. No, how could Lord Kyunyu know me? There are so many girls in Konoha pursuing her, even teacher Yui Kurane is no exception. He definitely wouldn't notice me. By the way, what does this time travel mean? The world of Naruto? Tian Tian frowned and thought for a moment. Does the so-called world of Naruto refer to the ninja world I'm in now? Is our ninja world called the Naruto world? Impossible. Tian Tian knew very well that this ninja world was controlled by 5 major countries. The 5 major countries of fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water, under the checks and balances of each other, each country is equally powerful. With doubts in mind, Tian Tian continued to turn the pages. I didn't expect that my system requires me to write a diary every day, so I have to fill up this little notebook of yours. But speaking of it, am I a descendant of the Senju clan? It seems pretty good. Fortunately, my face doesn't seem to have changed much, and it's still as handsome as before I traveled through time. Did you bring the 18 cm ruler with you? It seems that the system is somewhat humane, and the tools used to commit the crime were well prepared for me. He. My second brother is invincible. Chapter 2. Although Tian Tian didn't quite understand what Senju Kyunyu was writing, she always felt that it was very pornographic and violent. Could it be that Master Kyunyu would target Konoha? But why did he only focus on the female ninjas of Konoha? Tian Tian was very confused, and even her face was getting hot unconsciously. She didn't know if it was because the training just now was too intense. Lord Kyunyu is so handsome, how could he attack Konoha? What's more, Konoha was founded by the Senju clan. Tian Tian said to himself, and then his eyes revealed an incomparable determination. That's right, Lord Kyunyu must have just written it casually. After sorting out my memories, I discovered that I had traveled to the world of Naruto, and my body had traveled with me, but the cells flowing in my genes were those of the Senju clan. I am really curious, as the most powerful clan in the Naruto world, how much help can the cells of the Senju clan provide me? But what I didn't expect was that the Senju clan actually left me a huge amount of wealth. Starting with billions of assets, it shouldn't be too much for me to directly support a Nan sister, right? Even if Sister Nan used all her money to buy detonating talismans, I should be able to afford it, right? After a period of self-training, I quickly mastered the use of chakra and some special ninjutsu of the Senju clan. I set off to my final destination, Konoha. I didn't expect to run into Tian Tian right after I entered Konoha. Tian Tian tilted her head and thought about it. She met Master Kyunyu when she was on her first mission. It was her first time to leave the village to do a mission, and the difficulty was a B-level mission. Such a mission difficulty meant that she might meet and fight with ninjas from other villages. Tian Tian naturally seemed a little nervous, but Xiao Li beside her was full of passion and had no fear at all. Okay, I must be the first to complete the task, and then reward myself by running around Konoha 100 times. Tian Tian was a little helpless. Xiao Li was simply a weirdo. He had no talent for ninjutsu and it was difficult for him to graduate from the ninja school. She looked at Niji on the other side. This man, who was also from the Hyuga clan like Hinata, was born with a powerful bloodline limit ability like the Byakugan. They could easily see through the chakra meridians in the human body, and the soft fist could accurately strike all the acupuncture points on the opponent's body. The opponent whose movements were blocked would not be able to use an extract chakra, which was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered for the ninja. It was just that Tian Tian was a little strange sometimes. Since you have already hit the opponent's acupuncture points all over the body with the soft fist, why don't you just use a kunao to attack? Finally, there is Tianation's team leader, Might Guy, who is almost like Xiao Li's biological father and son. He wears a green tights and makes speeches that seem very passionate but are so embarrassing that they make him want to break his toes. Li, Tian Tian, Ningkai, let's set off towards youth in the sunset. Faced with Might Guy's pre-mission speech, Tian Tian could only respond weakly. Hi, got it. Tian Tian sighed deeply. It was obvious that she was the only normal person in this ninja team. Just when she was worrying about whether she needed to find a way to change teams, she accidentally bumped into a tall figure. Tian Tian couldn't stand firmly and fell to the ground. Her butt hurt badly. She wanted to lose her temper, but a very white and beautiful hand appeared in front of her. Tian Tian looked up and saw a black-haired boy standing in front of her. His smile was very warm and beautiful. Tian Tian was stunned for a moment. Hello, Tian Tian. You know me. Tian Tian was very confused by the other party's enthusiastic greeting. He had never seen this person before. The black-haired boy grabbed Tianation's hand and pulled her up, then nodded and said, Of course I know you. However, this is a secret for now. After saying this, before Tian Tian could react, he had already walked towards the Konoha Hokage building. Hey, Tian Tian! Outside Konoha village, Xiao Li was waving and shouting at Tian Tian. No. Tian Tian didn't think about it anymore, but followed the team to the mission location outside the village. Tianation is much prettier than I thought, but I pushed her down on my first try, which is not very nice. Although it was only a momentary contact, it was still cute. But, cute? Does Tianya really think I'm cute? Tian Tian looked at the comments about herself that were repeatedly mentioned in the diary by Qian Xiao Qunyu, and her face turned red. As for being knocked down by Qunyu, Tian Tian had forgotten it a long time ago, and she didn't feel angry at all. Humph, I don't need you to praise me for being cute, I want to be a powerful female ninja like Tsunade-sama. Tian Tian puffed her cheeks and patted her cheeks to calm her beating heart. It's too exciting to peek at other people's diaries. But Tsunade-sama seems to be from the Senju clan, I wonder if I can ask Qunyu-sama to recommend one for me? I just don't know what gift to give to Qunyu-sama. After all, no matter how cute he thinks I am, he can't help me for no reason, right? The current Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was quite considerate of me. After knowing that I was the only descendant of the Senju clan, he not only arranged a place for me to live, but also gave me a chance to stay in Konoha, provided a lot of help in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But that guy named Shimura Danzo is still as sinister as ever, and seems to be very interested in my Senju cells. I am sorry, that old guy picked the wrong person. After I killed 4 or 5 root ninjas in a row, he really became much more honest. It seems that no matter which world you are in, a strong fist is the only thing that matters. Only if you are strong enough, you can not only deal with men, but also women. Under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, I visited their ninja school. Not bad, not bad. Of course, I'm referring to my wife Hinata. Whether it's her figure, her looks, or her delicate appearance, they all perfectly fit my ideal. Even her scary-looking white eyes almost perfectly hit my XP. Chapter 4. Damn, it's really annoying, Teacher Senju. The yellow-haired kid who was being closely watched by Irika in the classroom had something like a beard on his face. This person was naturally Uzumaki Naruto. He had a strong sense of crisis about the arrival of Senju, not because of Hinata, but because of Sakura. Naruto could clearly feel that Sakura liked this new teacher much better than Sasuke. Damn it, I'm obviously much more handsome than Sensei, why can't Sakura-chan see that? Uzumaki Naruto seemed very distressed. He had never been popular in the ninja school, even Sensei Irika only paid special attention to him because he was afraid that he would go out and play pranks. Oh, I really envy that guy, a descendant of the Senju clan. Why can't I be the descendant of some powerful person? Uzumaki Naruto put his hands behind his head and began to enter a state of emptiness. In his mind, he began to imagine if his identity was swapped with Senju Chiyu. Then Sakura would definitely fall in love with him, and there was no one else to disturb him at home. Thinking about it, Naruto's saliva was about to flow out. Naruto, you didn't pay attention in class again. Irika's slightly angry voice beside him brought Uzumaki Naruto back to reality. He was really troubled by this problem. More importantly, Irika hated Naruto from the bottom of his heart. After all, Naruto is the nine-tailed demon fox. Irika has never forgotten that his father died on the night of the nine-tailed rebellion. He just couldn't like Uzumaki Naruto. If it weren't for the third Hokage who insisted on taking special care of this guy, Irika would have been too lazy to pay attention to Naruto. Senju Kyunyu carried Hyuga Hinata to the medical room. After the medical staff checked and confirmed that she was fine, Kyunyu simply started writing today's diary while Hinata was still asleep. I was bored and went to the ninja school classroom for a stroll. I happened to see Hinata's wife fainted. Don't say that my wife is young, she already has a very good foundation. It turns out that there is no harm without comparison. I just took a special look at brother Sakura, and he is indeed as average as the one in the comics. I guess there is no chance no matter how much I train him. Speaking of which, Ino is quite good. She is very cool looking and has learned how to dress herself up at such a young age. She even wears belly-bearing clothes, which is a bit too embarrassing. Tenten is still as cute as ever. If she can catch two buns, it seems that she will be pretty good. In the classroom, Yamanaka Ino was the first to discover the update of the diary. She was immediately confused. Navel-revealing clothes, so shy? So this is what I am like in Kyunyu's mind. However, she looked down at her slightly bulging chest, and then looked at Sakura's flat chest, and a smile appeared on her face instantly. Sure enough, Lord Kyunyu is very discerning. Sakura, there is really no hope. Hee. At this moment, Sakura also noticed Ino's unfriendly gaze, and she naturally saw the new content in the diary. I didn't expect that Lord Kyunyu actually liked that. Damn it, Sakura made up her mind to find a way to make it bigger. Tianation's face turned red, grabbing the two small balls on his head. What does he want to do? Such words are too explicit. I didn't expect that under Lord Kyunyu's pure appearance, there is still such an unknown side hidden. But Tian can't hate Kyunyu no matter what. He was even a little glad in his heart that he insisted on getting this ball head hairstyle. Then again, the system says I can get rewards if I write a diary every day, otherwise I wouldn't bother to write. Who would write a diary? Can writing down your true feelings still be called your true feelings? If it wasn't for the need to prepare for the Otsutsuki's future outer space attacks, I wouldn't bother doing such a thing. After all, I now possess the top talent of the Senju clan, and can barely be considered a cage-level strength. When the time comes, I will capture Kaguya and make her serve me obediently. This man actually knows about my existence. In the inner space of the moon, Kaguya Otsutsuki, who has been looking for a chance to resurrect, seemed a little surprised. You know, this Senju Kyunyu is just a branch of her children, and it is impossible for her to know the existence of such an invincible ancestor. But it is obvious that this Senju Kyunyu who writes a diary not only knows Kagaya very well, but also seems to know a lot about the Otsutsuki clan. This can't help but make Kagaya feel a little confused and puzzled. It seems that when she breaks the seal, she can meet this man named Kyunyu. As for his arrogant words, Kagaya Otsutsuki smiled coldly. I am the invincible existence in this ninja world. But if this diary hadn't appeared suddenly, I should still be in a deep sleep at this moment. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki's consciousness has not been fully restored, she has slowly realized that through the records of the owner of this diary, she may be able to understand the situation in the current ninja world. When Kagaya Otsutsuki calmed down and continued to look through the diary, new content appeared again. Wait, it suddenly occurred to me, Kagaya is the originator of chakra, so are we all her children. In this case, is it considered to be somewhat unethical? The education I received since childhood does not allow me to do such a rebellious thing. But I don't seem to be a native of the ninja world. I should only be considered half a member at most, right? Besides, I'm a little curious about what Kagaya-sama looks like under her clothes, since she always dresses so conservatively every time she appears. Kagaya Otsutsuki's mood, which had just calmed down, was almost broken by Kyunyu in an instant. This mortal bastard actually wanted to see my jade. It was too shameless. In the sealed space of the first ball, Kagaya, who originally had fair skin and a calm face, now had a flash of anger and blush on her face. After all, although she will come to the ninja world as the final big boss, she is still a naive person in the final analysis. Otherwise, with such a combination of magical skills, no matter who changes the operator, it is impossible to lose to Naruto and Sasuke. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 5. I don't know when Princess Tsunade will return to the village. Hinata and others are still too young. Only Tsunade's broad mind can warm my lonely heart now that I am alone in the ninja world. Okay, I think my wife Hinata is about to wake up, and the number of words for today is almost enough. I am really looking forward to what the reward the system will give this time. Senchou Kyunyu put away the diary at hand. Although it was only a few hundred words, his heart was extremely tortured. The systems that other people traveled through were directly signed in and sent away. I have to write a diary. Not only do I have to write it, but I have to write it every day. What's more, there is a minimum word count requirement. What level of system is yours? You actually want me to write a diary? Senchou Kyunyu seemed to have returned to the painful days of school, just like writing an essay for an exam. It is too difficult to hold back 800 words. Many times there is no way but to say a sentence in reverse and then say it again. It's not shabby to make up the word count. Next, we just need to wait until midnight. Qianyu said to himself. The rewards of this diary will be settled at midnight every day. He had obtained the strongest physique of the Senju clan by writing a diary before. With extremely huge chakra, he can learn low and medium level ninjutsu almost at a glance, and he also has a body self-healing function comparable to that of Hashirama Senju. Such a Qianyu, relying solely on the strength of the Senju clan's body, is equivalent to a walking human-shaped tailed beast. If his only shortcoming is that he lacks a little bit of powerful ninjutsu. For example, the wood dragon that Hashirama can summon with a clap of his hands, and all kinds of powerful sealing ninjutsu. But now Qianyu has no way to get these powerful ninjutsu, and this is actually part of the reason why he returned to Konoha village. Qianyu, if you remembered correctly, Uzumaki Naruto failed the rehearsal test for his first genin exam. Mizuki would tempt Naruto to steal the forbidden scroll hidden by the third Hokage at this time. This was Kyunyu's purpose for approaching the ninja school. He had already established a good relationship with Mizuki and was closely following all his actions. Until he discovered that Mizuki seemed to meet with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen from time to time, he even had a terrible guess in his mind. Could it be that Mizuki instigated Naruto to steal the scroll, and everything was secretly planned by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? No wonder he hadn't found where the forbidden scroll was hidden for several times. It seems that we can only wait until Uzumaki Naruto fails the test and Mizuki comes to start this event. Where am I? Just as Tianya was thinking about his plan, the fainted Hinata finally woke up. Hinata, it seems that you are fine, that's great. Kyunyu sat on the bench beside him. Hinata was still dazed at the moment, because the doctor of Konoha had just listened to her heartbeat, so her clothes were not pulled up. Kyunyu could see everything clearly from his angle. She was worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Her nutrition was much better than that of ordinary people. Hinata was a little shy when Kyunyu stared at her, and her face turned red again. Fortunately, because she had just fainted, the skill of fainting was still on CD, so she could barely say a few words to Kyunyu. Teacher Kyunyu. Did you bring me here? Hinata looked around and recalled what happened in the classroom before she fainted. She quickly figured it all out. Of course, I happened to pass by the classroom and saw you suddenly fainted. Hinata, it seems that your family's training on you is a bit strict. Faced with Kyunyu's words, Hinata lowered her head and nodded. It's no secret that as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata has the responsibility to inherit the head of the Hyuga family. However, she is a little bit talented, and no matter how hard she tries, it is still difficult to satisfy her father Hyuga Hayashi. Even her sister Hanabi quickly reached her level. Thinking of this, Hinata's face showed a little sadness. Kyunyu saw the change in Hinata's expression. He reached out and touched Hinata's head, and said gently, "That's not your problem, Hinata. Everyone has his own destiny. Maybe you can become an excellent ninja in the future." Really, really? Hearing Kyunyu's encouragement, Hinata immediately looked over with an expectant look. Hinata's almost foul expression almost made Kyunyu blush. This kind of weak and eager look is really a crime. Kyunyu shook her head quickly, absolutely not. She is only 12 years old, she can't stand it. Ahem, of course it's true. After hearing Kyunyu's affirmative answer, Hyuga Hinata nodded solemnly. If it was someone else who said it, she might still doubt herself, but the person in front of her was Lord Kyunyu. Hinata saw it with her own eyes, even her father was polite when facing Lord Kyunyu. So what he said must not be wrong, maybe she can really become an outstanding ninja. Hyuga Hinata turned over from the bed and got off the ground. After she packed up, she waved to Senju Kyunyu, and then showed a sweet smile. "Thank you so much, Master Kyunyu." Chapter 6. Seeing Hinata running back to the classroom in one breath, Irika didn't care too much, as long as Hinata was okay. Hinata returned to her seat and couldn't wait to open the diary. Just now, she secretly saw that Master Kyunyu was writing something. I guess there is something new in the diary. Just a glance, Hinata's face did not stop reddening. She closed the diary, and her mind was full of what Kyunyu wrote in the diary. Why would he be interested in things like feet? Does Master Kyunyu like the bigger ones? Could I really become a more powerful female ninja in the future? Lord Kyunyu seems a little perverted. In a tavern on Tanshao Street, a black-haired woman was holding a piglet in her arms. She looked very excited. "Lady Tsunade, this guy named Kyunyu seems to know you." Tisk, being remembered by such a brat is not something to be happy about. The yellow-haired woman in the green coat took a sip of wine. Senju Kyunyu? In this ninja world, there are only two of them left from the once powerful Senju clan. Although Tsunade's words were ruthless on the surface, she was still a little excited in her heart. Kyunyu, this brat, is quite knowledgeable. After all, how could someone of my stature be on the same level as a brat? Just when Tsunade and Shizun approached, a new prompt message popped up in the diary. A diary copy has been detected nearby. Do you want to add the other party as a friend? Tsunade and Shizuan were both slightly stunned at the same time. They also found the diary by accident, and because they were not allowed to tell others about the diary, they did not expect that the other party had also picked it up. After the two agreed, a friend option appeared on their respective diaries. Without much hesitation, the two clicked to confirm. Congratulations on adding a friend successfully. Unlock the diary friend communication function, which can ignore the distance limit. This. Lady Tsunade. Shizuan obviously had never expected that this small diary actually had such a function. Especially the communication regardless of distance, this is too abnormal. Lady Tsunade often gets drunk and stays out all night, and every time Shizuan has to look for her everywhere. If this diary has the communication function, it will be much more convenient next time. Because Shizuan was too excited, she forgot about the little guinea pig in her arms for a moment, and it was almost suffocated by that move just now. Tsunade's eyes lit up, not because the little guinea pig suffocated to death and could be used as a snack. She just didn't expect that this diary would have other uses besides reading the boring information on it. Then when she runs away from debt in the future, she can run away separately from Shizuan without worrying about getting separated. The two of them simply used the friend function on the diary, which is a bit similar to the Yamanaka clan's ability to communicate with each other mentally, but this one is more convenient. Just add each other as friends in the diary. Tsunade and Shizuan both smiled at the same time. This diary is so useful to them. In Konoha village, Senju Chiyu returned to his single-family villa. This villa is almost the largest residence in Konoha now. Of course, it was once the property of the Senju clan, but now it has all become Chiyu's private property. He returned to the house and set the alarm clock directly and chose to rest. It was not until 12 o'clock in the evening that Chiyu woke up to the sound of the alarm clock. Oh, is it 12 o'clock? As Kunyu finished speaking, the diary in his mind emitted an invisible force, which directly penetrated into his body. Kunyu could clearly feel that this diary brought a huge improvement to his spirit and body. Congratulations to the host for completing the second diary. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 attribute chakras of wind, water, thunder, earth, and fire. In addition, you will get an extra card of chakra for each day's diary you complete. Congratulations to the host for getting an extra reward, 1 card of chakra. Kunyu felt that his chakra had increased a little bit, like about 1%. As expected, it was a card of chakra, and there didn't seem to be much difference between having it or not. After all, Kunyu now possessed the cells of the terrifying Senju clan, and his chakra could almost be described as massive, and the humanoid-tailed beast was so terrifying. 5 types of chakra. Senju Kunyu said lightly. This reward is just average. It is still far from the top cells of the Senju clan for the first time, but it is barely good. In the world of ninja, the attribute restraint of chakra is still quite obvious. Excluding the more special yin and yang attributes, the remaining wind, water, thunder, earth, and fire can all play a role in mutual balance and restraint. In other words, just like playing Pokemon battles, as long as you learn to use attribute restraint, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Of course, some reverse attribute masters are not within the scope of discussion. As for 1 card of chakra, the system also said it very clearly. You can get it as long as you write a diary every day. It can be regarded as a full attendance reward, which is better than nothing. As long as you insist on writing for 100 days, the total amount of chakra can be doubled, right? Future wife, future wife. At this moment, Senju Kunyu is full of hope for the future. After all, let alone the invasion of the Otsutsuki, even the dispatch of the Akatsuki organization will be a long time in the future. Today, Naruto and Sasuke have not even formed Team 7. Speaking of which, Can I take these two people as my younger brothers in advance? Kyunju thought that as the children of destiny, it was almost inevitable that they would grow up in the future. Chapter 7. There is no breakfast shop in this world? No wonder Naruto seems to often go out with half a piece of bread in his mouth and drink expired milk. Senju Kyunyu walked on the streets of Konoha early in the morning, full of silent complaints. Although the world of Naruto is still very good, it always feels a little weird. For example, they obviously have radios for communication, but they have never tried to make telephones. If they are ninjas, they can rely on extraordinary physical strength to move over a large range, but ordinary people in this world are still at the level of walking on 2 feet. Even, there are no bicycles. Rich daimyo only travel in sedan chairs, and if they are in a hurry, they need ninjas to carry them on their backs. Kyunyu is a little puzzled. This world does not look so ancient. Why is technology not developed at all? It's even all wrong. Let alone other things, just talk about the screen used for random battle lists in the Chunin exam. This thing requires a certain level of technical content, right? But they have even thought of this technology and even made it, but they have never considered continuing to develop it. Or maybe make a little contribution to the better survival and life of the ninja world. I seem to understand Orochimaru a little. In this ninja world, science is totally unacceptable to these people. Perhaps only Kyunyu, who has experienced the convenience brought by modern civilization, understands the importance of science. Damn, Otsutsuki Ichiraku's ramen shop is not open yet. I guess I'm going to be hungry this morning. Kyunyu walked to the door of the ramen shop, but found that Uncle Ichiraku had not yet opened for business. He used a diary in his mind to record what happened today. In order to make up the word count, he basically wrote whatever came to his mind. Fortunately, a diary does not have to be written by hand. Writing down what you want to say in your mind can also be considered as completion. Master Kyunyu, didn't you eat? Hinata Hyuga looked at the delicious food in front of her. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, her living conditions were naturally good. Not only did she have a special person responsible for cooking for her in the morning, noon, and evening, but she also paid great attention to nutritional matching. This was one of the important reasons why she had grown so well at such a young age. Otsutsuki Ichiraku? I have never heard of this name. As a noble Otsutsuki, how could he possibly sell ramen noodles? Kaguya in the ancestral space saw the update of the diary, and the expression on her face turned into disdain. I didn't expect the Otsutsuki clan to be so self-degrading that they actually ran to sell ramen noodles. This is really too embarrassing. Is this so-called Otsutsuki Ichiraku the descendant of Hamura or Hago Romo? When I break the seal, I must tear down his noodle shop. Having said that, I didn't expect Hinata's wife to faint so easily yesterday. Is she anemic? Or is it because she discovered her special skill with her rolling eyes that she is so shy? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is so convenient, I wish I had one too. I don't know if this Byakugan has the same function as the Uchiha clan, plug and play. With the physique of my Senju clan, it shouldn't be a big problem. In the playground of the ninja school, Senju Kyunyu taught the students some basic ninjutsu and brought them here. Because the graduation exam was 2 days later, Kyunyu also specially conducted an advance rehearsal. Those whose names are called come forward, and the fighting between the two sides will end when the time is right. Do you understand? Chienyu said calmly to the ninja kid in front of him. Since there are no problems, then first of all, Uchiha Sasuke. It's Sasuke. As a black-haired cool-looking boy came forward, many female ninjas exclaimed. Even Yamanaka Ino and Sakura set their sights on this boy. He is Uchiha Sasuke, known as the absolute genius of this year's ninja. If nothing unexpected happens, it is almost certain that he will graduate with the first place in the ninja school. Seeing that it was Uchiha Sasuke who appeared, the other ninjas became a little nervous. Although it was just a battle act, no one wanted to be Sasuke's opponent. Kunio glanced back and forth in front of the ninjas in front of him, and everyone avoided his gaze. Only one person looked at him with an extremely expectant look at this moment. In that case, Uzumaki Naruto, you will be Sasuke's opponent. Big drop, great! Uzumaki Naruto walked out of the crowd excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Damn Sasuke, I can't stand his pretentious look, but Sakura is very interested in this guy. Look at me, I'm going to give you a good beating, Sasuke. Humph, a mere last place player dares to speak so arrogantly, he is indeed a super idiot. Faced with Uzumaki Naruto's provocation, Sasuke's face did not change at all, but was extremely cold. In his opinion, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't even make him take it seriously. Others on the field had the same idea as Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto was too weak now, and even Shikamaru could easily win in close combat. Obviously, this was another one-sided beating without any suspense. I don't know why Naruto looked so excited. Could it be that when he was beaten by Sasuke, some of his attributes were activated? Then, the battle begins. With Kunio's announcement, Uchiha Sasuke took the initiative to attack Naruto. He looked very serious, ready to quickly end this stupid battle. However, at the moment when Sasuke rushed up, Uzumaki Naruto in front of him disappeared. How? How is this possible? Sasuke's eyes revealed disbelief. The next second, before he could react, Uzumaki Naruto appeared behind him. Ha! Naruto swung his fist and hit Sasuke's face hard. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was silent. Just now, was that still Naruto? He actually defeated Sasuke? Am I still dreaming? That guy Naruto, how come his speed suddenly became so fast just now? Chapter 8. Uchiha Sasuke fell to the ground, looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. His eyes flashed with disbelief, and he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. How could I lose to the last one? I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, unable to accept the reality, ran out of the school without even making a reconciliation seal with Naruto. Sasuke. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's embarrassed escape, Haruno Sakura didn't know what to say for a moment. She still couldn't believe that Sasuke would be defeated by Naruto. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was full of pride, and he even came up to Sakura and kept showing off. How about it, Sakura, have I become stronger? Was I very handsome just now? Stay away from me, Naruto, or I won't be polite. Seeing Sakura raise her fist in anger, Naruto instantly became dejected. He really didn't understand why Sakura still treated him like this after he defeated Sasuke. Qianyu saw everything that happened. Although his face was expressionless, he secretly thought in his heart. Everything is going according to plan. The reason why Uzumaki Naruto was able to defeat Uchiha Sasuke suddenly was because he taught Naruto the technique of attaching chakra to his feet. Although Naruto had only practiced for less than 2.5 days and had not fully mastered it. But it was more than enough to deal with Sasuke, who had not even left the ninja school. The reason why Senju Uchiha did this was naturally for his own plan. The destruction of the Uchiha clan seemed to be a big blow to Sasuke, the only survivor, but now he is still living in anger. What I need to do is to transform his anger into a desire for power and his unwillingness to be weak. Sasuke is a man who is willing to sacrifice his own body to avenge the Uchiha clan. Of course, I have no interest in this kid's body. What I care about is his future growth. As one of the inheritors of the 6 paths, he is naturally very useful. As for the truth about the Uchiha clan, well, now is not the time to tell Sasuke. It's such a pity to talk about the Uchiha, because Uchiha Mikoto is pretty, and she has the added bonus of being a top-notch wife. Itaka's childhood sweetheart was also pretty good, but it's a pity that he is gone too. Oh, forget it, I'm a little hungry, let's go have a bowl of deluxe ramen. The truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan? Could it be that this guy really knows? In the dark of the ninja school, an Anbu who was always keeping an eye on Uzumaki Naruto's movements was surprised. She was wearing the iconic mask of the Anbu on her face and had beautiful long purple hair. There was also a diary in Uzuki Yugeo's mind. Senju Sinayu's diary, Uzuki Yugeo. She was not surprised that Uzumaki Naruto defeated Uchiha Sasuke. Because she had been secretly observing Senju Sinayu's teaching of Naruto, and even reported it to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage was very calm about this matter and just nodded. Don't bother with him. What really surprised Mao Uxian now was that according to what was written in Senju Chiyu's diary, could it be that he really knew the truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan? But, when the Uchiha clan was genocide, didn't this guy not come to Konoha village yet? How did he know? And, this bastard, he only wrote half of his diary. It's really infuriating. Mao Uxian was extremely angry. As an Anbu trusted by the third Hokage, she naturally knew more about the things behind Konoha. However, she only knew a little about the genocide of the Uchiha clan. It was said that it was related to the former Uchiha genius Itachi. And it seemed that there was a certain connection with the root behind this. Mao Uxian naturally did not dare to delve into such things. Her identity was Anbu, and she was the one who carried out tasks for the Hokage in secret. However, if there is a chance in the future, she still wants to find an opportunity to ask this Senju Chiyu. In the land of rain, somewhere in a high tower, wrapped in a black robe, but still showing a perfect figure, the female angel, Konan. She seemed a little worried at the moment. They hadn't started any plan yet, so why did that guy named Senju Chiyu not only know about their organization, but also knew about the Uchiha clan extermination? Except for the blushing words like Uchiha Mikoto is good and the bonus of married woman buff. Konan could still tell from the diary that Senju Chiyu must really know the truth about the Uchiha clan extermination. What he said was too decisive, and most importantly, he didn't need to lie in the diary. Zionin, you don't look well. From behind Zionin, Nagato slowly walked out. No. Nothing. Zionin shook her head, and then she thought of something. She was still worried about Senju Chiyu. She had been planning for the peace plan for the ninja world for so long, and she must not let this guy who appeared out of nowhere ruin it. Zionin made up her mind, and she turned her back to Nagato and said, Nagato, I may have to go to Konoha in a while. Go to Konoha? Nagato was also a little confused. Now was not the time to capture the Nine Tails. There was no need to go to Konoha at this time. I have some things I need to understand clearly. Hearing Konan's serious words, Nagato did not object. If there is anyone in this world who is worthy of his trust, it is only Konan beside him. This is why, when the Akatsuki organization was established, the very important financial power was handed over to Konan. Damn it, the people of the Senju clan are really not serious, and they are not good people. In the Pure Land world, because of Kyunyu's diary, the people who had fallen into a permanent sleep also slowly woke up. But she couldn't leave here yet, and could only look at the diary in front of her with a red face. I don't know what will happen to Sasuke and Itachi in the future. The beautiful black-haired young woman looked worried. The only thing she was worried about was these two children. It was a pity that she couldn't leave the Pure Land at all. Chapter 9. Let's have a deluxe version of Ichiraku Ramen. After entering the ramen restaurant, Senju Kyunyu found a seat and sat down. Kyunyu was very curious about this ramen restaurant where Naruto often came to eat in the comics. Is this thing really so delicious? So much so that Naruto still couldn't forget it after becoming the 7th Hokage. However, Kyunyu and Naruto are still a little different. He came here to eat ramen, in addition to wanting to try out what's so special about Ichiraku Ramen. At the same time, he also wanted to meet Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, Miss Ayam. Although Miss Ayam doesn't have many roles in the Naruto comics, she is quite stunning every time she appears. It can be said that she is not inferior to Sakura in the later period. What a pity, I finally came to eat ramen, but Miss Ayam was not here. Senju Chiyu recorded in his diary with a depressed look on his face, and it can be seen that he was very resentful. In front of him, Uncle Ichiraku was still full of energy and enthusiasm. Unfortunately, Chiyu really didn't have much interest in men. In the Konoha hot springs, Ayam, who was taking a bath, suddenly blushed. She saw the content of the diary that Senju Chiyu had just written. Someone went to eat ramen just to see me? Ayam didn't know what to do for a while. She didn't expect that there would be someone in the world of ninja who could pay attention to a small transparent existence like her. After all, the status of the ninja world can be roughly divided into daimyo nobles, wealthy businessmen, ninjas, civilians. As the lowest existence in the ninja world, it is already very happy to be able to live in Konoha. Although it is impossible to afford a house in the center of Konoha by selling ramen, the money earned is not even enough to support her to come to Konoha hot springs every day to take a bath. But this kind of life is always better than other places. In addition to the 5 major countries, there are countless unknown small countries in the ninja world. The lives and deaths of civilians living in these countries are completely at the mercy of fate. In comparison, Konoha is barely good except for its strict hierarchy and high taxes. Senju Sinayu Diary, Ayam. Looking at the golden-edged diary that appeared in his mind, Ayam naturally understood the meaning of the word Senju. That was the surname of the first Hokage who founded the Konohagakure. The current Yamanaka, Nara, Mito, Inyazuka, Abarame, and even the Hyuga clan are far from being comparable to the Senju clan. That is, since the 3rd generation of Hokage came to power, the Sarutobi clan has gradually become active in the site of the Land of Fire. According to Ayam, there are currently 3,000 clansmen in the Sarutobi clan alone in the Konohagakure. It can be said that it is the real and actual largest family. If you can get some connections with such a famous family, you may be able to do ramen business in the commercial center of Konoha. It's just a pity that all the descendants of those famous families are ninjas. For example, Sarutobi Asuma became an elite jonin at a young age, and he is very likely to become the heir to the next Hokage. Because of such an identity, Sarutobi Asuma's object will naturally not be too bad. Not only is Kurane Ui talented in illusion, she also belongs to the famous Ui clan. Her father, Yukihara Aki, is even said to be able to compete with the Manjiki Sharingan in illusion. He can cast illusions to cover an entire area, and only the former Konoha White Fang has successfully cracked his illusions. Although with the death of Yukihara Aki, the Ui clan has gradually gone downhill. But as long as Kurane Ui can be with Asuma Sarutobi, it will be of great benefit to both the Ui clan and the Sarutobi clan. After all, the Uchiha clan, which is the best at illusion in Konoha, has been exterminated overnight. Thinking of these complicated things, Ayam hurriedly shook her head. These are not things that a civilian like her can participate in. However, Senju Chiyu is not only very handsome, but also very powerful as a ninja, and he is also a descendant of the Senju clan. Ayam stood up, revealing her snowy skin, with a curvy figure, quite standard and well proportioned. I finally get a day off, but now it seems I have to rush back to the store to help out. Uncle Ichira's ramen is really good, but it would be even more delicious if it was topped with iris. Senju Kyunyu slurped the ramen in the bowl with big mouthfuls, worthy of being known as the strongest man in the ninja world. The cooking skills of this guy are superb, and the ramen he made is extremely refreshing and delicious. Even Senju Kyunyu couldn't help but start eating a second bowl. Just when Senju Kyunyu was enjoying his meal, a petite figure walked in from outside the door. "Welcome, what would you like to eat?" Uncle Yul showed a standard smile to the girl who came in from outside. "This service is very important." The girl who came in had a pair of pure white eyes. She just nodded shyly at Uncle Yul, and then shyly looked at Kyunyu, who was standing beside her. "Hey, isn't this Hinata? Why, you come to eat ramen too?" Senju Kyunyu turned around and found that the girl who just walked in was none other than the young lady of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hinata. Hinata's face was red at this moment, and she wanted to say something but stopped herself several times. Kyunyu was not in a hurry either. He knew Hinata's personality, and seeing her shy appearance like this, he sometimes found it very interesting. That. Hinata tried several times, and finally mustered up the courage. She put her hands behind her back in front of Kyunyu. Her two white jade-like hands were holding a box wrapped in a pink tablecloth. "Teacher Kyunyu, this is the lunch box I made. I don't know if it suits your taste." Hinata finally said it out in one breath. It turned out that she was looking through Kyunyu's diary in the morning and found that Kyunyu wanted to have breakfast, but couldn't find a place. So Hinata thought about trying to make a lunch box for Kyunyu, but there were too many people in the ninja school just now. She didn't have the courage to take it out. After school, she learned from the content of the diary that teacher Kyunyu was eating ramen at Uncle Ichiraku's place. That's why she rushed over in a hurry. "So, thank you, Hinata." Senju Kyunyu took the lunch box from Hinata, and specially drew the logo of the Senju clan on it. It was a pattern with a tree as the root and two thriving branches at both ends. Although the painting skills were ordinary, Kyunyu could see that Hinata was very attentive. "This is really great." Kyunyu pointed at the pattern above and said with a warm smile. Hearing Kyunyu's praise, Hinata's face turned even redder. Thinking of the last time she fainted, Kyunyu carried her to the infirmary. She became even more shy for a moment. "Hinata, it's already noon, how about I treat you to ramen? Don't be polite, eat as much as you want, it's my treat." Chapter 10. Half an hour later, looking at the 10 bowls of ramen already stacked high in front of Hinata, even Senju Chayu, who had been mentally prepared, was a little surprised. "I didn't expect Hinata could eat so much." He looked at Hinata's expression as if she was still unsatisfied, and her still growing chest, and said lightly, "It's okay, just eat it. The teacher said it's a treat for you." Hinata smiled. She didn't plan to eat so much at first. After all, it was too embarrassing. Hinata said she was full after finishing a bowl of ramen, but she couldn't stand the teacher Kyunyu's persuasion. Hinata had no choice but to eat another bowl symbolically. Kyunyu, who had finished eating long ago, was not in a hurry. He just watched from the side and even took the time to write a diary. "I didn't expect Hinata's wife to look so good while eating noodles. I never get tired of watching her. I don't know how good Hinata's wife's cooking skills are. Of course, I mean her cooking skills. Speaking of which, Hinata seems to be completely different from Ino and Sakura, especially Ino. She was so outstanding, but unfortunately she learned from Sakura and became a face chaser. Although I am no worse than Suzuki in terms of appearance, I still feel a little unhappy. In comparison, Hinata's wife is better. Damn it, I'm not obsessed with looks." Ino, who was helping in the flower shop, was so angry that she almost smashed the flower pot in her hand. Looking at the contents of the diary, she learned that Kyunyu was actually eating noodles with Hinata. "It's okay that they were dating behind my back. They also said bad things about me. Besides, I am also the most beautiful girl among the younger generation of ninjas of the Yamanaka clan. Although I may be a little worse than Hinata, can you please stop comparing me with that ugly Sakura with a wide forehead? Damn it." The customers who came to buy flowers were also confused when they saw Ino's crazy look. They were afraid that they would anger the other party, so they quickly chose to run away. "Humph, isn't it just a bento? Who can't make it? I'll make it for you next time." Ino made up her mind that she would never give in easily. Even if her opponent was Hinata, she would not show any mercy. Senju Chayu, who was in the ramen restaurant, suddenly felt a chill behind him, as if he was being stared at by something terrible. However, with the chakra he released, he could sense that the only person staring at him was Uzuki Yujao. This woman, why is she not staring at Naruto today, coming to spy on me? Senju Chiyu smiled coldly, but didn't care too much. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Could it be that old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen is using his telescope technique to spy on me again? This old pervert likes to look at me, a grown man, every day. I'm already old, can't I look at something better? Fortunately, this guy's attention is still on Uzumaki Naruto. Speaking of which, this kid is pretty miserable. Naruto-kun. Hinata, who was eating noodles, saw the information about Naruto in the diary. She wanted to know what Mr. Chiyu thought of Naruto. In order to delay time, she gestured to Uncle Ichiraku to continue, I can still eat. He is the descendant of a hero, but he is treated as a demon fox by the whole village. I wonder what the fourth Hokage and Kushina would think if they were alive. As Naruto's biological parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina, are obviously not competent, especially Minato Namikaze. I still don't understand why he wanted to die with Kushina. He could have survived and raised Naruto. His childhood would have been completely different under the prestige of Minato Namikaze. But I guess Minato didn't think that much about it. He probably wouldn't have expected that the third Hokage would take care of his child in this way. The lie that Naruto is a demon fox has lasted for 12 years. It's hard to imagine how he managed to endure it. If it were me, I would have turned evil long ago. What? That bastard Naruto is not a demon fox, but the child of the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Haruno Sakura had just changed her clothes and was about to go out. Her destination was naturally the ramen restaurant. When she saw the new content in Kyunyu's diary, she was stunned. What the hell is she looking at? How could Naruto be the descendant of a hero? Obviously, everyone in the village dislikes him so much. At this moment, Haruno Sakura's heart collapsed. In the past, Uzumaki Naruto followed her like a dog, and she could ignore Naruto. She didn't like Naruto in the first place. He was far inferior to the handsome Sasuke who came from a famous family. But now Sakura knows that Naruto is actually the descendant of the Hokage, the so-called hero of Konoha. Man, his face is even carved on the Hokage rock. Compared with Uzumaki Naruto's life experience, she looks like a clown. Ordinary background, ordinary looks, even the figure, is ordinary. The sense of superiority she once had over Uzumaki Naruto is now like a boomerang, hitting her again and again. She suddenly realized that the people around her, whether it was Ino, Hinata, or Koji, Shikamaru, or even Tenten whose family ran a ninja tool shop, and now there was a hero's son, Naruto. They were all rich or noble, and no one had a worse background than her. Her sensitive and fragile heart exploded in an instant. No, I absolutely cannot let that guy Naruto look down on me. Fortunately, that old monkey should be killed by Orochimaru in the Chunin exam soon, right? Tisk tisk, the hero is old, and he never thought that he would die at the hands of his own disciple in the end. Is that guy Orochimaru going to attack Konoha? Tsunade, who had just woken up from the drunkenness and slept until noon, discovered the update of today's diary. It can only be said that the amount of information is very explosive. Especially that Orochimaru will kill Sarutobi Hiruzen with his own hands. Although Tsunade doesn't like the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen, but compared with Orochimaru, at least Sarutobi Hiruzen is her teacher. It is hard to imagine that the three famous ninja teachers in the ninja world are all the same person, that is, Konoha's third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shizuan, we have to prepare to go back to the village. What? Did I hear you right, Tsunade-sama? Shizuan, who was feeding the piglet in her arms with milk, was very confused. Are you still sleepy? You drank too much yesterday. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not drunk. You will understand the contents of that diary after reading it. After hearing Tsunade's words, Shizune also began to check the contents of Senju Chiyo's latest diary. Not only did he reveal Uzumaki Naruto's identity as the son of a hero, he also said that the third Hokage would not survive the Chunin exam. Today's Konoha is naturally not as good as before. With the passing of generations of geniuses, only 1 in 10 has survived. Konoha White Fang, Yellow Flash, Instant Body Shisui, Red Sunset, these famous figures are all dead. If even the only third Hokage who can be on the stage now dies, it is hard to imagine how other villages will launch an invasion and revenge against Konoha. Chapter 11. On the riverside outside the Konohagakure, Uchiha Sasuke was sitting alone at the end of the bridge. There was almost no one coming and going here. Sasuke sat there blankly, staring at the river in front of him. Loneliness, and other emotions. If it weren't for the iconic Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes behind him, anyone would immediately think that this guy might be Naruto, right? Hello, Sasuke. A very cheerful voice came from behind. Uchiha Sasuke was slightly stunned. This voice. He turned around, and the person walking from the shore was none other than Senju Kyunyu, the teacher who occasionally substituted for the class. Uchiha Sasuke looked at him and said nothing. Although the Kyunju and Uchiha clans were both the founders of Konoha, they did not have a good relationship. When they were in the ninja school, Kyunyu was more interested in Uzumaki Naruto besides Hinata. But Sasuke didn't care about it. After all, he always thought that he was the real genius. Naruto was just a tail end. But it wasn't until today's battle exercise that he realized that he would actually lose to Naruto. As the only hope of the Uchiha clan, he could never accept himself like this. But he made up his mind from the bottom of his heart that he must kill that man with his own hands. At this moment, Sasuke felt a little helpless and confused. What went wrong? He couldn't figure it out. It seems that you are still upset about losing to Naruto, Senju Chiyu said as he sat beside Sasuke without caring about his image. He tossed a stone in his hand and threw it towards the river. Dozens of stones were skipped in a row, and the stone kept flying and bouncing, and finally reached the other side. I have also heard about the Uchiha clan, and I can only express my regret for those things. Senju Chiyu saw that Uchiha Sasuke still had no intention of speaking, so he continued. It seems that you are quite wary of the Senju clan, but Sasuke, the current strength of the Senju clan cannot shake the decision of the Konoha high-level officials. As Senju Chiyu spoke, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes finally moved, and it was incredible shock. He turned his head and stared at the man in front of him. However, Senju Chiyu suddenly laughed. Don't take it too seriously, Sasuke. You are still too weak now. Uchiha Sasuke was a little angry. He clenched his fists, and then loosened them. Although he didn't like Mr. Kyunyu very much, he was right. He was too weak now. In front of that man, he couldn't even fight back. The other party didn't even bother to kill him. Whenever night fell, Sasuke couldn't help having nightmares, and his mind kept recalling what happened that night. He went home after school as usual, but when he walked to the Uchiha station, he found that there was a scarlet in front of him. Everyone was dead. To be precise, all the members of the Uchiha clan were dead. Uchiha Sasuke ran towards home in despair, but a figure in front of him stopped him. The man in black clothes and scarlet eyes was the most gentle brother on weekdays. But Ataka not only did not comfort Sasuke as usual, but showed an extremely cold expression. He told Uchiha Sasuke that he was tired of playing this trick of showing deep brotherly love. All the members of the Uchiha clan were killed by him alone. Why is this happening? Why are you doing this? Faced with Uchiha Sasuke's hysteria, Uchiha Itachi responded with just a shuriken. The black shuriken, with a gust of wind, tore through Uchiha Sasuke's clothes and nailed him to the wall behind him. Stupid brother! Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened his eyes, and his Sharingan changed instantly. A powerful illusion was released, directly pulling the young Uchiha Sasuke into the illusion space. In this space, Uchiha Sasuke was forced to experience the cruelty of the night of genocide again and again. In the end, he fainted completely because he could not withstand the mental attack of the illusion. Seeing the anger gradually rising on Sasuke's face, Senju Kunyu knew that he was thinking about that bad thing again. Uchiha Itachi is such a jerk. He doesn't even bother to be gentle when he's his own brother. The elder brother and the younger brother are all of the same character, pure and tsundere. Qian Shao Qianyu coughed slightly. If Sasuke is too affected by hatred, he will be blinded. After hearing what Senju Chiyu said, Uchiha Sasuke finally couldn't help but ask. What do you mean? Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke was finally interested in his topic, Senju Chiyu did not hide anything and said directly. In fact, if you calm down and think about it, on the night of the genocide, was there anything different about your eyes? Are there any differences? Uchiha Sasuke frowned and began to think. Because of the influence of Uchiha Itachi's illusion on him, he remembered that night very clearly. The pictures in his mind kept flashing, like a PPT. My eyes, my eyes. Uchiha Sasuke muttered to himself and repeated what Senju Chiyu said, and then his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something. The scene in his mind also stayed at the scene when he roared at Uchiha Itachi because of anger. But at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was looking at himself from a third-person perspective when he was only 7 years old. That is. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly discovered that his originally black pupils at the age of 7 had turned red. Those were the same eyes as his brother Uchiha Itachi, the Sharingan unique to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned, and he finally understood what Teacher Chiyu meant. It turned out that he had already opened the Sharingan at the age of 7, but he didn't know it all the time. As Teacher Chiyu said, it was hatred that blinded his eyes. Chapter 12. What should I do? Kunyu. Teacher. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but stand up excitedly. It turned out that he also had the Sharingan. No wonder Uchiha Itachi said to himself. You keep running away just to stay alive, and then one day when you have eyes like mine, come to me. Although he and Uchiha Itachi both have Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke knows very well that he only has a single Megatama now, and cannot compare to his brother Itachi. But Uchiha Sasuke looks at Senju Chiyu in front of him, and his eyes reveal firmness and respect. Why does Teacher Chiyu know such a thing? Uchiha Sasuke has no interest in this question. But he just believes that Teacher Chiyu is very special, and he may be very powerful. If he can help himself, maybe he can become as powerful as Itachi. At that time, he will kill that man with his own hands. Oh? It seems that you want me to teach you how to use the Sharingan. Senju Chiyu laughed the moment he saw Uchiha Sasuke's face. Sasuke is really very simple-minded. As long as it can help him become stronger, he doesn't seem to care about anything. As long as you can teach me how to become stronger, I am willing to pay any price. Uchiha Sasuke looked extremely determined. He had had enough of being weak and powerless. As the pride of the Uchiha clan, his brother Uchiha Itachi had followed his father to the battlefield when he was 4 years old. He graduated from the ninja school in just 1 year at the age of 7. At the age of 8, Uchiha Itachi could skillfully control the Sharingan. He became a Chunin at the age of 10. He was admitted to the Anbu as an exception at the age of 11. He became the captain of the Anbu at the age of 13. Uchiha Sasuke naturally knew all these things about his brother Uchiha Itachi. After all, his brother Uchiha Itachi was his pride. Now, after being reminded by Senju Sinayu, Sasuke was surprised to find that he had opened the Sharingan a year earlier than his genius brother. He had always thought that the gap in strength between the two sides was too large, but now he has regained his confidence. although he is now 12 years old and has not graduated from the ninja school yet. The price of everything. Although Senju Kyunyu's face remained expressionless, a smile appeared in his heart. He was waiting for Shizuke to say this. In the future, he wanted to train Uchiha Shizuke to be the existence of the dark side of the ninja world. Where there is sunshine, there are shadows. Although Senju Kyunyu hated the old guy Shimura Danzo, he still quite recognized some of his ideas. Where there is light, there is darkness. It is impossible for all corners to be warm and sunny. If Senju Kyunyu will become the light on the surface of the ninja world in the future, then Uchiha Shizuke will be the most perfect darkness in the shadows. However, Senju Kyunyu is not in a hurry for such a plan. After all, Shizuke is still too young and too weak. He is very capable in training lowly, but for Shota. Are you willing to trust the Senju clan? Senju Chihu also slowly stood up and looked at Uchiha Shizuke in front of him. Shizuke remembered some words he had heard when his father and brother quarreled. We, the Uchiha clan, founded Konoha together with the Senju clan, and how dare they do this to us? Father, things are different now, just like the Senju clan is gradually being forgotten in the land of fire. Itaki, you are a member of the Uchiha clan, you must know your place. Yes, father. Uchiha Shizuke wanted to continue eavesdropping, but was discovered by his mother Uchiha Mikoto, who carried Shizuke out. The Senju clan used to be as powerful as the Uchiha clan, but now Mr. Kyunyu is the same as me, isn't he? Uchiha Shizuke was silent for a moment and then slowly spoke. Hearing Sasuke's answer, Senju Kyunyu smiled. Sure enough, Uchiha Shizuke, this self-righteous kid, is so easy to fool. I only need to guide him a little bit, and he will start to be self-righteous, thinking that he knows everything, but in fact, he is just a little devil. In the distance, Uzuki Yujao, who was staring at Senju Chihu, was stunned. Because Uzumaki Naruto has not done anything particularly bad recently, and there are other Enbu watching. So Uzuki Yujao's focus has also shifted to this Senju Chihu. Although she didn't know what Senju Chihu was talking about with Shizuke, she instantly understood the content of the diary, and it must not be a good thing. Strange, why did he say that he was lying to Shizuke? Uzuki Yujao's face was full of confusion. If the people in front of her were not Senju Shinayu and Shizuke, but Senju Shinayu and Hyuga Hinata, then she would understand. After all, Senju Shinayu is simply a big pervert. Is it because the Senju clan has a stronger vitality that some of their needs are different from those of ordinary ninjas? Thinking of this, Uzuki Yujao's face turned red, and she patted her cheeks. What am I thinking about? Ahem. Mizuki Yujao continued to look at Senju Chihu and Uchiha Shizuke in front of her. Hey, is that guy teaching Uchiha Shizuke? In front of Uzuki Yujao, Senju Chihu was standing on the river surface. Because of the condensation of chakra, water molecules were constantly condensed on his feet to form a continuous surface. It was like a water spider with a suction cup-like horn. Through the exquisite control of chakra, he could walk on the water calmly and even fight. Did you see that? Shizuke, this is the first thing you need to learn. Senju Chihu walked back from the river and came to Shizuke. Only when you learn how to accurately control the chakra in your body can you master the ability to open and use the Sharingan. After hearing what Senju Chihu said, Uchiha Shizuke nodded, indicating that he understood. He began to try it impatiently. However, as soon as his feet landed on the river surface, because the gathered chakra was too strong, it directly caused a whirlpool to form on the water surface, and the whole person fell into the river because he could not stand steadily. Seeing Uchiha Shizuke, who was like a drowned chicken, Senju Chihu just smiled and said, "It seems that you still have a long way to go in your practice, Shizuke, you need to keep working hard." Uchiha Shizuke said nothing, but looked very serious. He climbed to the shore, and began to gather chakra on his feet again and tried it. Uzuki Yujao watched the two of them from a distance, and did not find anything unusual. Instead, Senju Chiyu kept telling Sasuke some skills. In her eyes, Senju Chiyu seemed to be not only Sasuke's teacher at this moment, but more like a strict father. This guy doesn't seem to be as bad as he said in his diary. Chapter 13. Konoha Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Sakura hurried over. Chien, Kyunyu, old. Sakura lifted the door cloth and looked inside, but she didn't see teacher Kyunyu at all. What's wrong, Sakura? Are you also? Hinata, who was eating ramen, turned around and saw the love lunch box in Sakura's hand. She immediately understood that Sakura also wanted to make breakfast for teacher Kyunyu. Sakura's face was a little embarrassed, and she put the love lunch box behind her. Hey, Hinata, you're here too. Sakura pretended to know nothing. But when she looked at the table, she was a little stunned. In front of Hinata's seat, there were more than 20 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. And it looked like a deluxe version. All of this, was eaten by Hinata alone. Sakura looked incredulous. How could Hinata eat so much? The key point is that she is different from Koji, she is not fat at all. Hinata also reacted. Just now, because she was afraid of interrupting Chiyu's diary about Naruto, she ate as much as she could. As a result, she accidentally ate more than 20 bowls. It was barely half full. Sakura was confused, but she looked at Hinata's chest, which had grown to a certain size. Then she looked down at herself, and her toes were clearly visible. No wonder Kyunyu-sensei always looked at her differently. This was the problem. Could it be that Hinata's good development is due to the deluxe ramen? Sakura's face lit up, as if she had discovered the secret to making herself sexy and attractive. Hinata was confused. Why did Sakura suddenly smile strangely? What was going on? Xiao Ying, are you okay? Xiao Ying ignored Hinata's concern and showed a vicious look. She stared at the Ichiraku ramen uncle fiercely and said loudly. I want to eat the deluxe version of ramen, too. Well, 5 servings first. Uncle Ichiraku's eyes, which were always narrowed, couldn't help but widen a little. What happened today? First, he met Senju Chiyu. Although he came to eat noodles, he kept muttering Ayam's name. He even wanted to eat Ayam's noodles. Ahem, the ramen made by Ayam herself. Then it was the big eater Hinata. Although she was young, her appetite was terrifying. Originally, Uncle Ichiraku thought that she would be enough after eating 10 bowls, but this little girl actually ate 20 bowls and still looked unsatisfied. Fortunately, Uncle Ichiraku knew that this white-eyed girl was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family and was short of money. Besides, Senju Chiyu had already given a large sum of money to the noodle shop, and he handed it to his daughter Ayam personally at that time. Now, here they come again. A pink-haired girl came up and asked for 5 bowls of deluxe ramen. Uncle Ichiraku felt a little disrespected and even insulted. I am an old man, but the god of ramen. How dare you 2 little girls look down on me? Then let me show you how powerful I, the god of ramen, am. Uncle Ichiraku was full of energy, and even his ramen-making skills seemed to be rejuvenated. Ayam, who had just returned from a bath, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Is this still her father who only knew how to make ramen all day? Why did she suddenly feel a very powerful aura from him? Could it be that her father is really from the Otsutsuki clan that Kyunyu said? Ayam looked at the situation in the store, with obvious regret on her face. Has Lord Kyunyu left? It seems I will have to feed him next time. Because there was no school in the afternoon, Senju Chiyu was also very relaxed. He spent the whole afternoon teaching Uchiha Sasuke. To be precise, it was about half an hour. As for the rest of the time, he lay aside and rested very comfortably. When he woke up, he didn't expect Sasuke was still working hard. Gather the chakra at the soles of your feet, no more, no less. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. His whole body was already soaked, and his clothes were constantly drying and wetting. But no matter how talented Uchiha Sasuke was, his foundation was still too poor. Ever since Uchiha Itachi killed the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had not received any decent training except in the ninja school. Plop! Once again, Uchiha Sasuke barely stood on the water for less than 2 seconds before falling into the water. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke looked very unwilling, and just when he was about to try again, Senju Uchiha's lazy voice came over. Sasuke, can you treat me to barbecue? In the luxurious commercial center of the village, it seems that the Chudeo family has opened a new barbecue restaurant. I haven't been there yet. After Qianyu finished speaking, he yawned loudly, and it was obvious that he had just woken up. Oh, a day's teaching is over. It's so tiring. Being a good teacher is hard work, so it's not too much to let your students reward you with a barbecue, right? At this moment, Uzuki Yujao, who had been hiding in the dark, twitched her lips. She really didn't understand. How shameless does one have to be to write such shameless words? What on earth did you teach Uchiha Sasuke? I've been watching here. Except for the demonstration at the beginning, and then standing by and teaching some techniques in a serious manner. Then he slept the whole time. Now you want a child to treat you to barbecue? Are you human? The most important thing is that it is Konoha's commercial center. The rent of that place is terrifyingly expensive. Needless to say, the price of food is naturally high. Even an Anbu ninja like her can only go there 3 or 4 times a month at most. Uchiha Sasuke climbed out of the water. He shook off the water stains on his body, and then glanced at Senju Uchiha. Okay. To Mao Uxi Yan's surprise, Uchiha Sasuke agreed quite readily. Now it was Uzuki Yujao's turn to be confused. This kid could actually afford it. Impossible. The Akimichi family's barbecue is the best barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Even if she wants to eat there on weekdays, she has to consider her wallet. How come this Uchiha kid invited without hesitation? Senju Uchiha was not at all surprised by Uchiha Sasuke's straightforward answer. After all, he knew very well that since the Uchiha clan was destroyed, almost half of the settlements that originally belonged to the Uchiha clan were confiscated and became the property of Konoha village. The other half was also rented out by Konoha's high-level officials. As the only heir of the Uchiha clan today, although the money Uchiha Sasuke got was exploited at various levels, the Uchiha clan was once a wealthy family. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Sasuke could be considered a small landlord. It was enough for him to spend in his lifetime. Speaking of which, I paid a huge price to buy the Uchiha residence when it was auctioned. Whenever he thought of this, Senju Uchiha felt very painful. The old third Hokage was really ruthless when it came to killing people. But it was precisely because Senju Uchiha paid enough money that he could walk around Konoha village as a member of the Senju clan. Chapter 14. Not bad, not bad. In a single-family villa in Konoha, Senju Uchiha patted his stomach with great satisfaction. Sure enough, the best food is always bought by others. Just now, he slaughtered Uchiha Sasuke fiercely, and all the best meat came. However, Uchiha Sasuke didn't seem to be very interested in eating, but just kept frowning and thinking about how to better control the time of chakra. Sasuke, if you don't eat well, how can you become stronger? With just one simple sentence, the stupid Uchiha Sasuke was caught. Sure enough, there is only the wrong name but no wrong nickname. Uchiha Chiji lives up to his reputation. What on earth did this guy named Senju Uchiha do to my lovely Sasuke? If I am resurrected, I will never forgive him. Uchiha Mikoto paid close attention to the news about Uchiha Sasuke in the diary in the Pure Land world. From a few words, it can be seen that Senju Uchiha seems to be planning to use Sasuke, which makes her very worried. After hearing what Senju Uchiha said, Uchiha Sasuke, who figured it out, directly started a crazy eating mode. He didn't care about the image of Uchiha handsome men at all, and was very exaggerated in the barbecue restaurant. Even the usually shameless Senju Uchiha couldn't hold it back. That Sasuke, there's a lot of barbecue. In the villa, Senju Kyunyu looked out the window at the Konohagakure. It was bustling and bustling, worthy of being one of the 5 great nations. He turned and looked at the alarm clock on the bedside, which had just reached 12 o'clock in the morning. I wonder what the reward is today. As Qian Shaokyunyu finished speaking, the system's voice rang out from Qian Shaokyunyu's mind on time. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily diary and receiving the creation reward. The reward is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the White Fang of Konoha's body flash technique and swordsmanship, and for the extra gift of the secret technique of Konoha, 1000 years of killing. Instantly, Senju Kyunyu's mind was filled with a section about the White Fang of Konoha's body flash technique and swordsmanship. It was as if he had already mastered these skills, and his proficiency was directly pulled to the top. It's barely passable. Senju Uchiha reviewed the rewards in his mind and roughly knew the strength of the instant body technique. Although it is not as fast as the yellow flash of Flying Thunder God and the instant body Shisui, it is still much stronger than the general instant body technique. To put it simply, it is the plus version of the ordinary ninja instant body technique. It is a bit like the difference between shadow clones and multiple shadow clones. Not only can it be used multiple times in battle, but the consumption of chakra is also quite small. Of course, this statement is only relative to Senju Uchiha, who has a sea of chakra. If it is Hitaki Kakashi, hehe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 card of chakra. The full attendance award for keeping a diary every day was also issued. Mosquito legs always make people feel a little tasteless, but it's a pity to throw them away. Senju Kyunyu quickly went through the swordsmanship of Konoha White Fang in his mind again. What is this? A vague shadow appeared in Senju Kyunyu's mind. His white hair was very conspicuous, and he looked very similar to Konoha's Hitaki Kakashi. He jumped high and swung the knife in his hand down suddenly, like moonlight falling. 5 figures appeared in the sky in an instant, and these figures swung their knives from 5 directions at the same time. Swish! A flash of white light, the 5 figures disappeared, and they came together again. The place where the 5 knives fell was also completely overlapped in one place. Isn't it a shadow clone, but an afterimage caused by the extremely fast speed in a moment? Senju Kyunyu has a high level of comprehension, and with the help of the system, he can quickly understand the secret of Konoha White Fang's swordsmanship. It seems to be very similar to Konoha-style swordsmanship 3 Moon Dance. But the principle is completely different. To put it simply, 3 Moon Dance is to split into 2 shadow clones, and swing out sword shadows with unique trajectories together. But Konoha White Fang's swordsmanship is completely different. It is really extremely fast in a moment. It is definitely impossible to be a shadow clone. It is the instant body technique. Senju Kyunyu thought of the answer instantly. It is something that can only be done by the instant body technique developed by Konoha White Fang himself. The instant body technique combined with the almost perfect swordsmanship without a single flaw can form such a beautiful and impeccable blow. Konoha White Fang. It really lives up to its reputation. It's a pity that this guy's son is a man with kidney deficiency who likes to read pornographic books. As a jonin, even chakra has become a unit of measurement in the ninja world. Tian, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. She found that the diary on the table was emitting a faint golden light. Sure enough, Master Kyunyu has updated his diary again. As the first person to pick up the diary, she has discovered that Qian Shaokyunyu usually does not go to bed at 12 o'clock at night. Although she doesn't know what he is doing specifically, he always gets some inspiration from time to time and writes something in his diary. Tian yawned with strong curiosity and walked out of the warm quilt. At this moment, she was wearing a thin lining, and her skin looked surprisingly good in the night. It was just that Tian Tian opened the diary with full expectation, and after reading the content above, her face turned red. Bah! Lord Kunyu is really becoming more and more indecent. What pornographic book? What kidney deficiency? It's so embarrassing in the middle of the night. Tian Tian slammed the diary shut and got back into bed. She was sleeping well, but suddenly she couldn't sleep because of the words in Qian Shao Kunyu's diary. Which Jonin in Konoha likes to read pornographic books? Damn it, why doesn't Lord Kunyu always write clearly? How can I sleep like this? Tian Tian was so angry that she tossed and turned in bed. She secretly swore that she would never read Master Kunyu's diary in the middle of the night next time. Chapter 15. Konoha White Fang's version of the 1,000 Years of Death. Senju Chihu studied the secrets of this attached physical technique and understood it very easily. This so-called 1,000 Years of Death is not just what it looks like, a simple butt-stabbing ninjutsu. In fact, it is very sophisticated. The first necessary condition for launching the 1,000 Years of Death on the enemy is speed. Only when the speed is fast enough can you appear behind the enemy when he is unprepared. And this move emphasizes the point, so it is necessary to cause local penetrating damage to the enemy while having fine control. Of course, the coordination of the body is also very important. Kakashi actually knows this move, and he did it for the first time. When snatching the bell, he was very cruel to the young Naruto. However, this move of Konoha White Fang is more powerful. The reason is very simple, he usually uses Kunao to poke. Senju Chihu also showed an embarrassed look. The dignified Konoha White Fang actually used this move? If you use Kunao to poke, why don't you just tie a detonating tag on it? Wouldn't it be better this way? Senju Chihu shook his head. This move was still too damaging to his image. It can't be used easily unless it is necessary. Of course, it is impossible to use it on Hinata. If it's Tenten, then it's not. Senju Chihu hurriedly shook his head and said in self-denial. Damn, this is such an evil ninjutsu. I never expected that someone as excellent and pure as me would have such thoughts. I feel like my psychology has been corroded. I must seal this extremely evil ninjutsu. Well, I swear. At this time, there are still some female ninjas who are not asleep and are checking Senju Chihu's diary. Staying up all night and reading the diary seems to have become a part of their life. Extremely evil ninjutsu? How evil can it be? The female ninjas who were staying up late to read the new contents of the diary all frowned. It was especially the first time that they saw Senju Chihu so serious, and even gave 3 exclamation marks at the end of this paragraph. It seems that it is really a terrifying and evil ninjutsu. The Land of Lightning, the Hidden Cloud Village. A blonde and blue-eyed female ninja with a figure comparable to Tsunade is reading the contents of Senju Chihu's diary. Her name is Samui, and she is now the senior ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village and one of the right-hand men of the Reikage. Samui is not interested in Senju Chihu. After all, Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village are in a hostile relationship. The Senju clan is one of the founders of Konoha. Naturally, he would not join the Hidden Cloud Village for other reasons. What Samui is worried about is that this descendant of the Senju clan who suddenly appeared always mentions Hyuga Hinata in his diary from time to time. You know, the Reikage coveted the Byakugan, and ordered people to sneak into Konoha and kidnap Hyuga Hinata. Even now, the Reikage still wants to get more people from the main family of the Hyuga clan. If it was before, it would be nothing. After all, Konoha is now on the decline with the death of the 4th Hokage Yellow Flash. But for this Senju Chihu who has a mysterious diary, Samui is very worried. Senju Chihu, who knows all this, may become a big threat to the Hidden Cloud Village. Maybe I should find a way to get rid of this guy in advance. Samui had some ideas and calculations in his mind. For the sake of the Hidden Cloud Village, it is normal to sacrifice oneself. Just as Samui was thinking this, the original diary changed again. All the women who were not sleeping and were reading the diary had the voice of the system in their minds. Diary copy bonus feature unlocked. 1. The woman who is mentioned most times in her diary every day will have her chakra increased by 1%. 1%. All the girls who hadn't slept yet were surprised. This diary has this function. 1% may not seem like much, but the problem is that it is a percentage. It means that the more chakra you have, the more rewards you will get. Even if you are still very weak now, in less than 3 months, the chakra in your body will double. You should know that chakra is basically innate, because of bloodline limits, physique, and other factors. The chakra in every ninja's body is almost predetermined. In the later stage, it is just to refine all the chakra in the body and make it available to you. For example, chakra is like water. Some people have a bowl of water, some have a tank of water, and some are vast oceans. The sea. The container that holds water is destined from the moment of birth. No matter how hard you work in the later period, there will not be much improvement. If you put all the water in a bowl, it will naturally overflow. By the same token, the vast ocean cannot be put into a tank. This is why birth is very important in the ninja world. Because it often determines your upper limit. However, at this moment, because of the appearance of the diary copy, this argument was completely broken. As long as Senju Kyunyu repeatedly mentions it in the diary, your chakra can increase by 1%. It's not just adding water, but also increasing the container for holding water. The female ninjas with a little strength in the ninja world reacted quickly. This is probably the fastest way to improve yourself. Shizuan, it seems you need to communicate more with this bastard named Senju Kyunyu. It would be best to attract his attention and let him write more for you. After reading the diary, Tsunade immediately spoke to Shizuan beside her. Shizuan has been with her for so many years, and Tsunade really wants to give her the yin seal. But the yin seal not only requires talent, but also requires a huge amount of chakra. This is equivalent to having a pool in the body to store chakra, but the yin seal can turn the pool into 2. Within 3 years, each time you use it, you can only use the chakra in one of the pools, and the other pool cannot be used. It is used to maintain the foundation of achieving the yin seal. It sounds simple, but this is also the most difficult step, which often requires a lot of chakra. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade naturally has no problem. But Shizuan is very difficult. Due to her natural physical limitations, her chakra is not enough to perform the yin seal. But Lady Tsunade, what can I do if you don't come back to the village? Shizuan seemed helpless. Tsunade was planning to go back to Konoha yesterday. But as soon as she walked into a village, she became addicted to gambling. She spent the whole day, and only just now did she run away with Shizuan in a panic after losing everything. Luckily I ran fast, these guys actually wanted to bet on my clothes. Tsunade was very depressed when she thought about what happened just now. In the last round, she had a strong premonition that she could make a comeback. But since there was no more bets, she suggested to owe them first, but the other party refused. Even though Tsunade pointed at Shizuan and said that she could be used as a bet. Chapter 16. 2. There is a chance that one of the women mentioned in the daily diary will be randomly selected to receive a random reward, including but not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra, blood limit, resurrection of the designated dead, etc. When the second message of the diary copy system appeared, all the women in the ninja world who had the diary of Senju Shinai were not calm. They even began to feel a little unbalanced. At first, everyone just treated it as a fun thing, purely to kill time. Now with the reward, it is completely different. It's not fair. I'm so far away from Konoha, how could I be mentioned by the other party? The women in Konoha are born with advantages. No matter how good my figure is, I can't make full use of my special strengths. Terumi Mei, a young woman with reddish-brown hair covering half of her eyes, complained. She is in the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village has not yet recovered from the policy of the Blood Mist Village implemented by the 4th Mizukage Yagura. Therefore, in order to save the Hidden Mist Village as soon as possible, Terumi May has some ideas about the diary reward. Even if she is not randomly selected by the system, the reward of improving her own chakra is already very tempting. Terumi May is a woman with 2 bloodline limits and 3 chakra attributes. Her own chakra is also quite amazing. Although it can't be called a monster, it is far beyond the average ninja. Senju Sinayu sounds like a good man. May Terumi stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips. Her eyes seemed to turn into the shape of a heart. She has 2 ideals in her heart. One is to save the current Kirigakure and liberate the Blood Mist Village. The second is to find a boyfriend. May Terumi didn't understand. She was so beautiful and had a very outstanding figure. But why didn't any man like her? Were they all afraid of being dissolved by the dissolution escape she mentioned? Men are really fragile, especially in certain specific positions. In an unknown small hotel. What? Resurrection? Tsunade, who had just escaped from the debt collector and finally found a small hotel to stay in, sat up suddenly. Her eyes were fixed on the reward of the second item. Can it actually resurrect designated dead people? In this case. Rope tree. Kato Dan. The voices and smiles of these 2 people have already appeared in Tsunade's mind. My dream is to become a Hokage. Tsunade once poured all her efforts into her younger brother. Unfortunately, the battlefield not only took away Kato Dan, but also took away the life of Nawaze. Since then, Tsunade has gradually become disappointed with Konoha. She couldn't understand why when Nawaze died, she had proposed Konoha's medical reform to the village, but was rejected by the top leaders. It was precisely because of this that her beloved Kato Dan also died on the battlefield. Tsunade blamed Konoha for all this. After learning about the darkness in Konoha village, Tsunade began to be disappointed with the will of fire she had always believed in. She was even unwilling to return to Konoha ninja village. This is why the last time she learned that Orochimaru was going to attack Konoha, she wanted to leave immediately. She rushed back to Konoha immediately, but hesitated on the way because of her gambling addiction. Only Tsunade herself knew that no matter what happened, she was always the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Konoha village was founded by this grandfather, and as a member of the Senju clan, it is impossible for her to really watch the demise of Konoha with her own eyes and remain indifferent. What's more, the current situation is completely different. Tsunade didn't even doubt whether what was said in the diary was true. Can it resurrect people? Tsunade didn't want to think about it. For her now, as long as there is a chance, she will choose to try it. Tsunade didn't even sleep. She got up, dressed and got out of bed. Shizuan on the side was in a daze. Lady Tsunade, what's going on? Are you addicted to gambling again? But we really have no money. Tisk, who said we were going to the casino? I want to go back to Konoha. Tsunade said as she began to put on her pair of black hollow high heels. The white instep matched with the attractive high heels, plus Tsunade's almost perfect figure, was simply the ultimate temptation. Shizuan still hadn't reacted. What on earth was Tsunade-sama doing? One moment she said she wanted to go back, the next she made an excuse to go gambling. Now she's just fallen asleep and she's going crazy again and wants to go back. Tsunade-sama, you're too fickle. Pure Land. Rebirth? Do I have a chance to be reborn? The woman with long red hair seemed very excited at this moment. From her eager eyes, it was not difficult to see that she really wanted to be reborn. The bastard third-generation old man didn't even take good care of my little Naruto. Don't give me a chance to revive, or I will pull out all your beards. She made a fiery statement, showing no mercy even to the third Hokage. This woman was undoubtedly Uzumaki Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, she also discovered through the contents of the diary that there was a reward for resurrection. She gave birth to Naruto with great difficulty, but died before she had time to see him twice. She was really unwilling to accept this. If she could be resurrected, she would pay a certain price. But how should I let that Senju Chiyu mention me in his diary? Uzumaki Kushina frowned, looking quite distressed. Sure enough, this diary and that Senju Kyunyu are not ordinary people. Xiao Nan also saw the updated content of the diary. She was very interested in this matter and planned to go to Konoha. Now she was more determined. Konan found Nagato, who was now skinny and curled up in a wheelchair. Nagato, I have to go out tomorrow. Going to Konoha? Konan nodded and didn't deny it. Originally, he wanted to finish the things at hand before going, but now it seems that it is best to go to Konoha early to understand the situation. There shouldn't be anything that needs me here for the time being. Nagato nodded and didn't object. Akatsuki has just entered the stage of recruiting talents. For those newcomers, Nagato can handle it by himself. There is nothing that can't be solved by a set of Wangxiang Tianyan and Shinra Tensei. If there is, come a few more times. Nagato agreed to Konan's request to go to Konoha. Although Konan didn't tell him the specific reason, Nagato believed that Konan would never betray him. When I come back, I may bring better news. Chapter 17. The next day, Senju Chiyu went out for a stroll in Konohagakure as usual. Suddenly, she felt several strands of chakra peeking at her in the dark. What's going on? Did the third Hokage discover my secret? Impossible, my acting is so good. Senju Kyunyu looked puzzled. With the special physique of the Senju clan, he can easily sense the chakra fluctuations of other people within a certain range around him. This chakra is... Senju Kyunyu felt a very attractive chakra among these chakras. The owner of the chakra was at the corner of the street. Senju Kyunyu pretended to know nothing and walked straight ahead. Sure enough, when he was about to turn the corner, a female ninja came out. She looked at Senju Kyunyu, and then said in a very exaggerated acting, "Hey, isn't this Kyunyu? What a coincidence." Qian Shao Qianyu smiled and replied politely, "Hello, Zihihong." The person standing in front of Qian Shao Qianyu was the one who had just ascended the Jonin Kurane Ui. As a member of the Ui clan, her own chakra is very special, so Senju Chiyu found her easily. But more importantly, Ui Kurane is one of Senju Chiyu's important objects, so naturally he paid close attention to her when he first entered Konoha. Everyone is very aware of her beauty. She can be said to be a unique one in the Jonin circle of Konoha. So white and smooth. And Ui Kurane likes the temptation of mummy-style uniforms. Which man can resist it? When I think of the anticipation of untying the white strips of cloth one by one when unboxing, I will be inexplicably excited. But, isn't she in a relationship with Asuma, who is also a Jonin and a member of the Sarutobi clan? Why did she suddenly come here today to meet him by chance? Senju Chiyu couldn't help but feel a little confused. He didn't quite know what the reason was. The sun rose from the west today. Why would the usually aloof Zaire Rihong come to find me on her own initiative? Could it be that he wanted to covet my beauty? No wonder. This mummy-style cost temptation is even more attractive than in the comics. Ui Kurane never expected it. Senju Chiyu did start writing about her in his diary, but it turned out to be written like this. Who coveted your beauty? I coveted the reward of the diary copy. As the only hope of the Ui family now, her situation is actually a bit similar to that of Uchiha Sasuke, which is very embarrassing. If she can't revive the glory of the Ui family, perhaps this family will disappear completely from Konoha from now on. Although she has successfully become a Jonin now, Ui Kurane knows very well that in addition to her own strength, she is specially recommended by the third generation of Hokage. As for the reason for the recommendation, it is naturally very simple. Of course it is Sarutobi Asuma. That guy has been pursuing her, but in fact, Yui Kurane is very disgusted with Sarutobi Asuma's early gangster activities. After all, he is just the young master of the Sarutobi family. The most important thing is that when she marries into the Sarutobi family, according to the strength of the Sarutobi family, she doesn't even have the right to keep her surname. At that time, there will be no Yui Kurane, only Sarutobi Kurane. This is what she is unwilling to accept. Therefore, after learning about the diary copy reward yesterday, Kurane Yui weighed the pros and cons again and again and decided to go all out. Although Senju Chayu is a little bit unserious, he looks much more pleasing to the eye than Sarutobi Asuma. Especially, at most she would be teased by him in the diary, and it wouldn't cost her a thing. So Kurane Yui had been waiting early on the road that Senju Chayu must pass by every day, and had a classic chance encounter. But she didn't expect that this guy, Senju Chayu, would come up and comment on her clothes, and even talk about mummy-like temptation. How could this guy be so perverted? But Kurane Yui is a jonin after all. As a mature woman, how could she be broken by Senju Chayu's simple 2 words? She suppressed the anger in her heart, forced a smile and said, "Kyunyu, what do you have to do today? Why don't I take you around Konoha village? You've just returned to Konoha, so you may not be familiar with many places, right?" Hearing what Zahi Kurane said, Senju Chayu nodded. "Thank you, Xiri Hong." "Oh no, Yui Kurane is not really interested in me, is she? I just came back to Konoha and I am not familiar with this place, but she can come up with such an old-fashioned way of chatting me up. Would she invite me to her house after I get tired of shopping? Would she say that I feel empty, lonely and cold while sitting there? What if I have to hug you? I am a very pure and self-loving person. Men, especially male ninjas, must learn to protect themselves outside. But, if the target is Yui Kurane, it's not impossible to consider it. But Kurane Yui hasn't married Asuma Sarutobi yet, and now there's one less layer of buff bonus, it feels like something's missing. Oh, what a headache. Yui Kurane almost couldn't help herself. What on earth was this bastard talking about? Who did he take me for? And what does my asking you out for shopping have to do with Asuma Sarutobi? What do you mean by one less buff bonus? What on earth do you want to do? Yui Kurane felt like she was about to collapse, but when she thought about all the comments from Senju Chayu that appeared in her diary today, even though they were all embarrassing, she still wrote quite a lot, didn't she? For the sake of the reward, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Are you feeling sick in the stomach? Qian Xiao Qianyu saw that Xiri Hong's expression was not right, and asked with concern. No. Nothing, come on, I'll take you to visit the unique places in Konoha. Yet. Although Qian Xiao Qianyu agreed verbally, he actually didn't want to go at all. I've been in Konoha for so long, where haven't I been? Do I need you to take me there? The only thing I can't get into is the Konoha women's bathhouse. You can't take me there, can you? Oh, forget it, since you are Xiri Hong, I will take the trouble to accompany you for a walk. Xiri Hong kept comforting herself in her heart, and endured for a while to keep calm. All of this was for the rise of the Xiri clan. Chapter 18. For half a day, Senju Chayu was dating Yui Kurane. Although he said he was reluctant, his body was very honest. Senju Chayu had more fun than anyone else, and even found opportunities to secretly touch Yui Kurane's little hand from time to time. Yui Kurane was not so disgusted by this. After all, compared with those inexplicable words in the diary, this was nothing. Hong, do you want to try the 3-color meatballs? The two walked to a shop selling 3-color meatballs, and it happened that Kyunju was also a little hungry. After half a day of getting along, Kyunyu's name for Xiri Hong became more and more intimate. Yet, Yui Kurane didn't mind, the three-color meatballs were indeed delicious. The two walked into the store and sat down. Senju Chiho once again showed off his wealth, and even without looking at the menu, he asked the boss to bring all kinds of meatballs. Yui Kurane blinked. After all, they were the Senju clan. Even if they were gone now, their foundation was not comparable to the Yui clan. In the darkness in the distance, Mao Uxi Yan, who was staring at Senju Chiho, looked at the two of them talking and laughing while eating meatballs. She seemed a little angry. Isn't it just eating a meatball? What's the big deal? Mao Uxi Yan said as she took out the military ration pills she carried with her. Goo. The small soldier pills tasted very dry and had no special taste. But this thing, like compressed biscuits, could provide sufficient energy. Of course, there were also some specially made soldier pills that could even restore chakra. That thing was usually used in battle, so it was quite expensive. After eating a soldier pill, Mao Uxi Yan's hunger was relieved a lot. But it was really torture to follow Senju Kunyu these days. This bastard, he either eats ramen or barbecue, and now he's eating meatballs. In short, he's either eating or on the way to eat. Mao Uxi Yan swallowed his saliva, and his resentment towards Senju Kunyu increased a bit. Senju Kunyu's attention was not on Mao Uxi Yan at the moment. He looked at Xiri Hong, who was eating the three-color meatballs in front of him, and felt that she was extremely tempting. I didn't expect that Yui Kurane would be so cute when eating meatballs. Wow! But you can't eat too much of this thing, it's too sweet and can make you fat. By the way, are the three-color balls Itaki Uchiha's favorite? I remember that guy also liked to eat them. After the Chunin exam, he should find a chance to return to Konohagakure. The first thing he would do is bring his partner Kisame here to eat tricolor meatballs. Oh, by the way, he also fought with my little wife Yui Kurane. Yui Kurane, who was eating meatballs, sensed the update of Senju Chihu's diary in her mind. She opened the diary to check the latest content, and sure enough, this Senju Chihu was either teasing her or on the way to teasing her. But does Uchiha Itaki also like to eat three-color meatballs? This is the first time I know this. I didn't expect that the man who looked very cold and unapproachable by outsiders would like to eat this kind of thing. But it is indeed delicious. Wait, Senju Chihu said that he would fight Uchiha Itaki after the Chunin exam? It's really exciting. Yui Kurane licked the meatball scraps on her lips. As a member of the illusion family of Konoha village, she and Uchiha are always compared by others. Whose illusion is more powerful? Yui Kurane is quite confident in herself. No matter how powerful the Uchiha family's Sharingan is, it is impossible to kill me in seconds, right? Although Uchiha Itaka showed mercy in that battle, facing the illusion of red, Itaka killed him instantly by just relying on the illusion rebound of the Sharingan. As expected, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is still powerful. It's worth my efforts to cultivate Uchiha Sasuke. I have to make good use of him to do things for me in the future. Of course, if he gets sick with his Chiyunibiu again, I don't mind digging his eyes out. Kurane-yu looked at Senju Chihu, who looked calm in front of him. He didn't look like he was lying. Could everything in the diary be true? As the strongest genius ninja of Konoha, he was killed instantly by Uchiha Itaki? This is too embarrassing. Kurane-yu could not accept this result anyway. Sharingan, is it really that powerful? Of course, Kurane-yu had heard about the strongest illusion. That was the eye of another genius of Uchiha. The man named Uchiha Shisui. His Sharingan can perform a ninjutsu called Koda Amatsu Kami. I heard that this ninjutsu is known as the strongest illusion. Kurane-yu still has some self-knowledge about herself, and she didn't think she could compete with Koda Amatsu Kami. But she couldn't be killed instantly by Uchiha Itaka's eyes, right? How could she survive in Konoha in the future? They both like to eat three-color meatballs, why is there such a big gap? Kurane-yu calmed down and analyzed it carefully. It must be because of her love affair with Sarutobi Asuma that she was delayed. That's right, it must be like this. According to Senju Chiyo, I should be with Sarutobi Asuma in the future. Although the Sarutobi clan is very powerful, they are only good at fire-attributed ninjutsu. They are not good at illusions at all. But now it's different. As long as I have more contact with Senju Chiyo, maybe I can not only increase my own chakra limit, but I may even inherit my father's talent for illusions. After all, last night, after the diary copy system announced the new rules, it directly rewarded Hyuga Hinata. Not only did her chakra increase by 1%, but she was also lucky enough to be randomly selected and obtained the exclusive ninjutsu skill of the Hyuga clan, protecting the 8 diagram 64 palms. This is a terrifying ninjutsu with a defense level that is even higher than Kaiten. Kaiten needs to use rotation to make up for the blind spots of her own Byakugan and achieve the so-called absolute defense. But as a member of the main family, Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan has no blind spots. In other words, she only needs to release chakra from the acupuncture points in the palm of her hand, and then defend or attack one by one through the opponent's attack. There is absolutely no chance of misjudging the opponent's chakra due to the rotation. Yui Kurene's goal is very simple, if she can learn a few special and powerful illusion-type ninjutsu. Of course, her requirements are not high. She just hopes that if Uchiha Itachi really comes to Konoha after the Chunin exam, she can at least fight him back and forth. Chapter 19. The 3-color meatballs here are really good, right, Hong? Senju Kyunyu's words interrupted Zihi Hong's thoughts. Ah, yes, yes. Ziri Hong nodded and stuffed the meatball in her hand into her mouth. Senju Kyunyu saw that Ziri Hong's mouth was full of the meatball residue she had just eaten, and was about to reach out to help her wipe it clean. Yui Kurene. Senju Chiyo had just raised his hand halfway when a very manly voice sounded from a distance. His voice was obviously full of anger. Senju Chiyo looked from afar and saw the man wearing a Konoha's jonin vest, with a beard on his ordinary face and a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the emblem of the Fire Country on his waist, he would look like a middle-aged greasy uncle. This person was Asuma Sarutobi, who had been pursuing Yui Kurene. Senju Chiyo seemed to understand why Yui Kurene had never agreed to be with Asuma Sarutobi. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be too happy about it either. Asuma Sarutobi? Can he take some time to clean up his image? As the son of the third Hokage, this is too lame. No wonder he died early in the later period. It's bad luck for Hong to marry you. Not only did she become a widow, but she was also laughed at by everyone. The child she gave birth to should not be named Sarutobi Mirai but Uchiha Mirai. How embarrassing! Senju Chiyo had no good impression of Asuma Sarutobi from the moment he saw him, so he complained about him mercilessly in his diary. After all, regardless of the reason of the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi was at least half of his rival in love. Kurene Yui actually took the initiative to ask him out on a date, so of course he would not let Asuma get away with it. With the arrival of Asuma Sarutobi, the other people in the meatball shop also turned their eyes to the 3 people. Some of them have already recognized the identities of the 3 people in front of them. Shit, is this a love triangle? The Hokage's son was poached? How exciting! Nonsense, Kurene Yui hasn't agreed to be with Asuma Sarutobi yet. That's right, Master Chien Shaokyunyu is quite nice. Not only is he handsome, but he's also very generous. If I were a few decades younger, I would also choose to marry her. The old lady from the 3-colored meatball shop said something shocking, and the people around turned their attention to her. But the old lady said in a low voice to Chien Shaokyunyu without blushing or panting. Mr. Kyunyu, is this appropriate for me to say? Do you think the next rent is? Spectators. Damn, this old lady is talking to Senju Chiyo because her shop is rented from the Senju clan. No wonder she is talking to Senju Chiyo like that. Everyone stopped paying attention to the old lady in the three-colored meatball shop and turned their attention back to the three people. Also watching the show was Mao Uxi Yan, who had been hiding in the dark. She had seen Senju Chiyu flirting with girls every day and having a good time these days. She had long been disgusted with him from the bottom of her heart. Damn Senju Chiyu, he makes me angry no matter how I look at him. Uzuki Ujo spat softly. In fact, even she herself did not realize that the days since she started to monitor Senju Chiyu were the time when she had the most emotional fluctuations since she became an Anbu. She did not have this feeling even when she was monitoring Naruto before, and she did not even have this feeling when she was dating Gekko Hayate. Hong, I really didn't expect that you would be with him. Asuma Sarutobi walked in front of Kurane Ui and stretched out his hand to grab her red and white arm without saying anything. However, Kurane dodged. Asuma Sarutobi's grab was empty. He looked at Kurane in disbelief. Is this still the woman who grew up with him? Hong, do you know how long I have been pursuing you? You said you still need to think about it. I can give you time, but you are not. Asuma Sarutobi wanted to finish his words several times, but he hesitated. He looked at Senju Chiyu, who looked indifferent, and remembered his father Hiruzen Sarutobi's instructions. If there is no very necessary reason, don't conflict with Senju Chiyu. After all, he is a member of the Senju clan. Asuma Sarutobi was very angry. What's wrong with the Senju clan? They are all remnants of the old times. The Senju clan in the past has long become history. Now the most powerful in Konoha is the Sarutobi clan. Asuma Sarutobi glanced at Senju Chiyu coldly. When he came over just now, he saw Senju Chiyu and Ui Kurane talking and laughing, and now his heart was broken. How come Ui Kurane never behaved like this in front of him? She has always been cold and ignored his courtesy. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't figure it out. How was he worse than this pretty boy Senju Chiyu? Am I not the most manly person in Konoha? Ui Kurane, when did your vision become so bad? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked distressed. Seeing the expression on Asuma Sarutobi's face, Kurane Ui instantly guessed what he was thinking. She didn't want to explain anything, because she had never confirmed her relationship with Asuma Sarutobi, and she was only close to Senju Chiyu to become stronger. Asuma Sarutobi told me every day to consider the Sarutobi clan, so now I can't consider the Ui clan? This is too hypocritical. Asuma, I rejected you tactfully a long time ago. I don't think the two of us are really suitable. Ui Kurane said slowly. She did reject Sarutobi Asuma clearly. No matter what Asuma looks like now, every time she thinks of Asuma who used to mess around outside as a gangster, and when he got tired of playing, he returned to Konoha village and became an elite jonin with my father, the village chief. For Ui Kurane, whose family fell because of their contribution to Konoha, this is something she can't accept from the bottom of her heart. In Ui Kurane's heart, the Senju clan had the same experience. The Ninja World Wars happened one after another, and the Senju clan of Konoha was always the first to rush. Go to the front line. It is because of the sacrifices they made for the village that Konoha village can still occupy the most fertile land in the ninja world. But it is also because of this that the Senju clan also suffered the death of a large number of clan members because of the war. Now in the ninja world, there are only Tsunade Senju and Senju Chiyu left. So in Ui Kurane's eyes, she and Senju Chiyu are the same kind of people. Chapter 20. Kyunyu, I want to have a ninja duel with you. Seeing that Ui Kurane had rejected him again in public, the humiliated Sarutobi Asuma directly challenged Senju Kyunyu to a duel. Senju Kyunyu smiled faintly and said expressionlessly. You mean, you want to fight me? Sarutobi Asuma took out two iconic chakra swords, and soon the blades were filled with two streams of blue chakra. He proved his determination with his actions. Senju Chiyu was not angry at all, but laughed instead. Interesting. You don't think that I will let you go just because you have a father who is a village elder, right? Senju Chiho was not polite at all and directly verbally humiliated Sarutobi Asuma. Senju Chiho spoke so loudly that Uzuki Yujao in the dark could hear it clearly. What to do? Senju Chiho and Sarutobi Asuma are about to fight. Who should I help? Uzuki Yujao's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Logically speaking, she was the third Hokage's person, so she should help Sarutobi Asuma, but, for some reason, she also wanted to see Sarutobi Asuma being severely beaten. After all, although Uzuki Yujao didn't say a lot of things, she knew it very well in her heart. Why can Sarutobi Asuma be an elite jonin? Whether it is Hitaki Kakashi or Might Guy, they all have extremely powerful strength. And the promotion of any ninja must be done step by step, and a certain ability must be achieved. As an elite jonin, Hitaki Kakashi came out of the bloody battlefield. He is even famous in several other countries. Konoha's #1 technician, who has copied thousands of ninjutsu, the genius ninja Hitaki Kakashi. But Sarutobi Asuma, what about Asuma? It's not that he's not powerful, but in Uzuki Yujao's opinion, he can't even reach the same level of position as Kakashi. What's more, because of her lack of strength, Uzuki Yujao has always been committed to the Anbu, doing the dirtiest, most tiring and most dangerous work. The same is true for her boyfriend Gekao Hayate. Because he doesn't have a good family inheritance, he can only make enough contributions to Konoha by constantly completing difficult tasks in exchange for some powerful ninjutsu. These ordinary ninjas all started from the bottom and completed every task at the cost of their lives, just to gain recognition from the top. But Sarutobi Asuma is different. He turned over a new leaf and directly became an elite jonin of Konoha. Even Uzuki Yujao, who was brainwashed by the will of fire, couldn't accept it. Outside the Sanseki meatball shop, facing Senju Chiho's humiliation, Sarutobi Asuma spoke angrily. I just want to test the strength of the Senju clan, Kyunyu, please don't say anything else. Oh? So, since you want to make a fool of yourself, there is nothing I can do. Senju Shinyu spread his hands and made a helpless expression. Seeing him like this, Sarutobi Asuma was even more angry. This Senju Shinyu is just a special jonin. The so-called special jonin generally refers to those who have not met the conditions of jonin, but because of some special reasons, they are promoted to jonin by exception, so they are called special jonin. For example, Mitarashi Anko, a former disciple of Orochimaru, is like this. Humph, a mere special jonin, dare you look down on me? Sarutobi Asuma snorted in his heart. He had originally planned to give this Senju Chiho some face for the sake of his father Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now it seems that there is no need at all. Ha! Sarutobi Asuma took the initiative to attack Senju Chiho. He swung the chakra knife in his hand and slashed directly at Senju Chiho's chest. Senju Chiho stood there without moving, as if he was frightened. Kyunyu. Seeing Senju Kyunyu standing there, Zihai showed a very worried look on her face. Although she looked down on Sarutobi Asuma, she still had some understanding of his strength. Asuma was a wind attribute ninja, which could greatly increase the sharpness of the chakra blade in his hand. If you take this blow head-on, no matter how strong the body is, it will be split in half in an instant. There were even many women in the crowd who closed their eyes in fear. They really couldn't bear to see the bloody appearance of Master Kyunyu. Humph, let me teach you a lesson. At this moment, Asuma Sarutobi was very proud, and the chakra knife in his hand selectively avoided the vital part of Senju Chiho's heart. He just wanted the other party to pay a certain price, so that this guy would not dare to approach Ui Kurane again. Zi. Asuma Sarutobi's chakra penetrated into Senju Chiho's abdomen. He thought he had succeeded, and the smile on his face became even wider. There is a gap between the jonin. Do you understand? However, before he finished speaking, he felt that the chakra knife in his hand was not right. What's worse, he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. The expression on Sarutobi Asuma's face changed, and he looked at Senju Chiyu in front of him. He saw that the flesh and blood Senju Chiyu had turned into a wooden man. Oh no! Oh no! Is it a wood clone? Asuma Sarutobi reacted instantly. Wood clone is a very high-level clone technique. This ninjutsu can form a wood clone that is extremely similar to the original body and almost indistinguishable. Obviously, he was careless for a moment and forgot that Kyunyu possessed the special wood escape blood limit of the Senju clan. However, everything was over. The place where Asuma Sarutobi stabbed him actually grew branches and vines. These branches continued to grow along the chakra knife, and soon Asuma Sarutobi's entire arm was firmly controlled. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Damn it! Asuma Sarutobi realized something was wrong, and he spit out a ball of hot ash at the wooden man in front of him. Fire style, ash burning. The ash fell on the wooden figure, forming a high-temperature flame, and then a flame explosion. As the billowing smoke gradually dissipated, beyond everyone's expectations, Sarutobi Asuma was still firmly controlled by the wooden figure in front of him. The explosion just now did not have any effect except making him bleed. Tisk tisk, Asuma, you really underestimate my wood release. A mere flame can't have any effect on my ninjutsu. Senju Chiyu's cold voice came from behind him. But you're right about one thing. Even though we are both jonin, there is still a gap between us. The moment Senju Kyunyu finished speaking, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Yui Kurene's face changed drastically. This is, the tiger seal. Is Chiyu going to kill Sarutobi Asuma? Just as Yui Kurene was about to speak out to stop him, Senju Chiyu had already completed the seal. Chapter 21. Yui Kurene, who originally wanted to speak out to stop him, was stunned on the spot. What kind of dirty ninjutsu is this? I saw Senju Sinayu's physical technique accurately hit the buttocks of Sarutobi Asuma, who was completely unable to move at the moment. It hit the bullseye exactly. The moment Sarutobi Asuma felt the pain, the whole person flew out. Everyone present was silent. The son of the third Hokage, a strong contender for the future Hokage, was defeated by Senju Sinayu, especially when he was beaten in public. This was too outrageous. Mao Uxi Yan's face also turned red. This move was really too evil. Wait, evil? Mao Uxi Yan thought of what was mentioned in Qian Shao Qianyu's diary last night. This is a very evil task, I must seal myself up. Uzuki Yujao seemed to understand what this sentence meant. And it is really, an extremely evil ninjutsu. Even she couldn't help but feel a little pain in her buttocks. After all, no matter how much a ninja trains, that place has no defense at all. It can be said to be very delicate. Senju Kyunyu, how could he do such a thing in public? The third Hokage will never forgive him. That's it, Hokage-sama. Senju Sinayu attacked Sarutobi Asuma in public. Uzuki Yujao half knelt in the Hokage's office. The wrinkled old man in front of him was holding a pipe. He took a deep puff and was silent for a while before speaking. Is Asuma injured anywhere? When Uzuki Yujao heard the question from the third Hokage, she thought of the place where Sarutobi Asuma was injured and felt a little embarrassed, but as an Anbu beside the Hokage, she had to answer this question. Asuma must be injured, but I have arranged for someone to take him to the hospital as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I understand. You can go down. At this moment, Mao Uxi Yan was a little confused. Is this the end? Will the third Hokage not take any measures against Senju Chiyu? This doesn't seem to be consistent with her impression of the third Hokage's character. Don't look at him as a good guy in front of everyone, but he secretly monitors other major families in Konoha, and he does no less than the root organization. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who was still a child, grew up under his nose. Sarutobi Hiruzen has all the potential threats to Konoha firmly under his control. This scheming makes Mao Uxi Yan feel terrible. If Shimura Danzo is insidious written on his face, then Sarutobi Hiruzen is ruthless behind the smile. But Mao Uxi Yan is not incomprehensible to all this. As the Hokage of a village, he has too many things to consider. Just like you who has already threatened the existence of the village, just like the Uchiha clan, even if the third Hokage did not participate, he could only choose to turn a blind eye. The demise of the Uchiha clan may be the best ending for Konoha. Just like what Senju Chiyu wrote in his diary, the entire Uchiha clan can't even muster a normal brain. Who knows what they will do? This caused the most fundamental conflict with the third Hokage's idea of controlling everything and eliminating all potential dangers in Konoha. So for the Konoha high-level officials, the demise of the Uchiha clan was just an inevitable thing. Although they didn't know what happened in the end, but this is not important. Mao Uxi Yan slowly stood up. Since the third Hokage did not issue a new order, she was going to go back to continue monitoring Senju Chiyu. But just as she was about to turn around and leave, the third Hokage suddenly spoke. Shiu Yan, do you still remember Konoha's will of fire? Uzuki Xi Yan didn't know why Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked this, but she still answered seriously. Where the leaves flutter, the fire will also continue. Hearing the answer from Uzuki Ujeo, the third Hokage smiled for the first time. But only Uzuki Ujeo understood that the meaning of that smile was not simple at all. These days, I have arranged for you to secretly protect Jian Shaoqunyu. What do you think? Mao Uxi Yan was somewhat speechless. Protect in secret? Are you asking me to protect in secret? Besides, judging from the result of Senju Kyunyu's killing of Sarutobi Asuma today, he didn't need any protection from me at all. I was obviously just monitoring him. Mao Uxi Yan naturally didn't dare to speak out her thoughts, but just spoke slowly. Senju Chiyu is a very special person, and he seems to attract the attention of Konoha's female ninjas. The third Hokage smiled and nodded, agreeing with what Mao Uxi Yan said. He occasionally used the telescope technique on the crystal ball on the table to see these things clearly. With this ability, he didn't even need to leave the Hokage's office to know everything that was happening in Konoha. At this moment, he deliberately asked Mao Uxi Yan just to confirm one thing. So Xian, what do you think of Senju Kyunyu? Lord Hokage, what do you mean? Mao Uxi Yan was slightly shocked. Although she was wearing a mask on her face, she could still feel the shock in her eyes. Mao Uxi Yan had a very bad premonition. Did the third Hokage mean that? Xi Yan, as ninjas, we must be ready to sacrifice for the village at any time. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire never stops, because there are countless ninjas willing to be the leaves burned by the fire. Do you understand? The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and exhaled. Gekkou Hayate is a good ninja, I have always wanted to promote him, but I just didn't have the chance. Listening to the words of the third Hokage in front of her, Uzuki Ujeo understood even if she was stupid. The third Hokage didn't want to have a head-on conflict with Senju Shinayu, so in order to make the marriage between Yui Kurane and his son Sarutobi Asuma a success, the best way is to find another person, a woman who is not inferior to Yui Kurane. Obviously, the third Hokage chose Uzuki Ujeo. This will be her last mission as a member of the Anbu. For the will of fire of Konoha, she must learn to burn herself. The decision of the third Hokage reminded Uzuki Ujeo of one thing. Once, the Kingdom of Lightning coveted the Byakugan and ordered people to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, Hinata Hyuga. At that time, the lord of the clan, Hyuga Hayashi, the conspiracy of the Hidden Cloud Village was discovered, and they were successfully eliminated. However, the despicable Land of Lightning used this as an excuse, believing that Konoha had killed their allied envoy, and threatened to go to war between the two countries. In the end, in order to protect his brother, Hyuga Hisashi, as a branch family, voluntarily chose to commit suicide and handed over his body to the Land of Lightning. Although the third Hokage did not give an order on the surface, he acquiesced throughout the process. Uzuki Yujao felt a chill on her back. What happened then was so similar to what is happening now. In order to safeguard the interests of Asuma Sarutobi, and at the same time unwilling to have a head-on conflict with Senju Shinryu, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to sacrifice the chess piece of Uzuki Yujao. Yes, Hokage-sama. Mao Uxian didn't say anything else. Chapter 22. Mao Uxian walked out of the Hokage building. She slowly took off the mask on her face, revealing her exquisite face. But at this moment, her face was full of sorrow. As a ninja, she had to be ready to sacrifice for the village at any time. This is the fate of a ninja. Mao Uxian looked up at the sky. The blue sky and white clouds were very pleasing to the eye. No matter when you look at the sky of Konoha, it is always beautiful. After saying this, Uzuki Yujao put on the mask again. Well, it's time for me to find a way to start carrying out Lord Hokage's mission. In the flower shop of Yamanaka Ino, Hinata Hyuga walked in with a timid expression. There was also a girl with pink hair inside, it was Harano Sakura. But she seemed to have been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry. I'm late. Hinata Hyuga apologized cautiously. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she was also very curious why Ino suddenly asked her to come to her house. Because of her personality and identity, she has almost no friends. According to Hinata Hyuga, Yamanaka Ino usually gets along well with Harano Sakura. Of course, they quarrel and bicker with each other whenever they meet, and in her eyes, they have an extremely good relationship. So facing Yamanaka Ino's sudden invitation, Hinata is still in a state of confusion. Seeing Hinata Hyuga's dull and confused look, Yamanaka Ino chuckled and took out a copy of the diary directly from her pocket. She shook it in front of Hinata and said proudly, "Tell me the truth, Hinata, do you have this thing too?" You have one too?" Hinata Hyuga was very surprised, her mouth slightly opened. She never thought that Yamanaka Ino also had this diary, and Sakura was right next to her. Hinata Hyuga remembered that the rule of the diary copy was that the existence of the diary could not be revealed to others, otherwise it would be directly erased. But Yamanaka Ino was fine, if it was because she also had a diary that she was not affected. Then, Sakura too? Harano Sakura also took out her own diary from her pocket. Sure enough. Hinata Hyuga's face flashed a touch of loss. It turned out that she was not the only one who had it. I knew you two both had diaries. Yamanaka Ino's face was filled with pride. As a dazzling figure among the younger generation of the Yamanaka clan, she was quite confident in her analytical ability. Although she might not be as smart as Shikamaru, the Yamanaka clan was good at analyzing intelligence. Just as Yamanaka Ino was about to continue speaking, words appeared in the diaries of the three people at the same time. If someone holding a diary is detected within close range, do you want to add the person as a friend? The three of them were stunned. They had never thought that there was such an operation. But they quickly reacted and chose to add the person as a friend. Add friend successfully, unlock friend contact function. More features, please stay tuned. After the three heard the prompt sound of passing the diary copy, each other's name appeared on their diary copies. Just click to communicate through thoughts. After Yamanaka Ino's test, it will not be affected even if it is placed on the same street. Could this be the ability to ignore the distance limit and communicate in time? Yamanaka Ino quickly analyzed it and was horrified. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, she is famous for her unique spiritual secrets. On weekdays, she can use mind-controlling ninjutsu to control interference and the like in the ninja team. If a large-scale war breaks out, the Yamanaka clan will immediately become the focus. Their special ninjutsu can convey war news on the battlefield and pass the obtained intelligence to the frontline teams one by one. There is no need to emphasize how important intelligence is in war. This can often even determine the final victory of a war. Namikaze Minato, who once frightened the ninja world, relied on the flexible flying thunder god ninjutsu. Not only could he rely on his own powerful strength to provide cross-distance support, but he could also quickly deliver the precious intelligence analyzed in the rear. This is why in the Third Ninja World War, Konoha was obviously the disadvantaged party in the war, but relying on a Namikaze Minato, he could turn the entire battle situation around by himself. Intelligence, no matter where it is of vital importance. This is also why the Yamanaka clan, one of the reasons why she is still in an important position in Konoha today. So when she learned that this diary actually had such a bug-like ability, her surprise can be imagined. The key is that this thing does not consume any energy. Chakra, mental strength, physical strength. None of them are needed. Yamanaka Ino even felt a palpitation. If this thing was discovered during the war, wouldn't it completely replace the role of the Yamanaka clan? In other words, if other villages also have the same diary copy, the advantage of the Konoha Yamanaka clan on the battlefield will completely disappear. Yamanaka Ino shook her head, even a little relieved. Fortunately, it is a peaceful era now, and the war should not break out in a short time. Moreover, since it is a copy of Senju Kyunyu's diary, as one of the big families that founded Konoha, he should not do anything that is detrimental to the interests of Konoha. Yamanaka Ino threw these things into her mind. These problems are not something that she, a ninja of about 12 years old, can decide. Compared with these, what is more important at the moment is to establish a united front with Sakura and Hyuga Hinata. Since everyone has a diary, I will just say it clearly. Yamanaka Ino looked at Harano Sakura and Hyuga Hinata's expressions, and then continued. You all should like Teacher Kyunyu very much, right? Ah! Hinata Hyuga obviously didn't expect that Yamanaka Ino would talk about such a hot topic as soon as she opened her mouth, and her cheeks began to heat up instantly. She just felt too shy and embarrassed, and her eyes went dark, and she fainted. Hey, Hinata, Hinata! Yamanaka Ino found something wrong and supported Hinata Hyuga. But Hinata had fainted due to the overload. Don't faint at this time. No matter how Yamanaka Ino yelled, Hinata didn't wake up. Sakura couldn't stand it anymore and said dissatisfiedly. Pighead Ino, you know Hinata is very shy, but you still speak so directly. Hearing Sakura's insults, Yamanaka Ino also briefly forgot her plan of cooperation and united front, and quickly responded. Even if I'm a pighead, Teacher Kyunyu will not like you, a flat-chested brother Sakura. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Ino's words directly broke Harano Sakura's defense. In particular, the name of brother Sakura was a great humiliation to her. Chapter 23. At night, in a villa in Konoha. Senju Kyunyu looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table as usual. It was 12 o'clock in the morning. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily diary and receiving the creation reward. The reward is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 chakra. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sage Mode. Sage Mode. Senju Chiyu's face lit up, finally a pretty good reward came. When I read the comics back then, 6 Paths of Pain slaughtered the Konoha ninja village. With overwhelming power, he chopped from the beginning to the end of the village, and even Konoha's top technician Kakashi died. The current 5th generation Hokage Tsunade fell into a coma due to exhaustion of chakra. When everyone was in despair, it was Sakura who completely awakened and used the strongest summoning technique in the ninja world. Which one is this? Bang! Accompanied by a white smoke rising up. Uzumaki Naruto in the state of immortal arts arrived in time with the 3 gangsters of Miyaboku Mountain. The immortal arts mode at that time was simply awesome. Senju Kyunyu has always remembered it in his mind. Now, he can also use immortal arts? As Senju Kyunyu digested the so-called immortal mode in his mind, his eyes gradually changed. Senju Kyunyu looked at himself in the mirror. Black stripes appeared around the corners of his eyes, and there was a black bullseye on his forehead. The outer part of the pupil was yellow, and the inside was still black. This is... Senju Chiyu seemed a little surprised. It was a little different from Uzumaki Naruto's Myabokuzen Senjutsu. This was Senju Hashirama's Sage Mode. Because he remembered very clearly that Uzumaki Naruto's Senjutsu was of the same lineage as Jiraiya. The most notable feature was the red striped eyeliner at the corners of his eyes, not black. Looking at the pattern on his face that looked like a mask, Senju Chiyu could clearly perceive that his body's recovery ability had been greatly increased. Even the cells belonging to the Senju clan in his entire body seemed to be burning. In order to test it, Senju Chiyu directly took out a kunao. He was about to hit his face with it, but chose to give up. It would be bad if this handsome face was ruined. Senju Kyunyu held the kunao in his backhand and stabbed it directly into his chest. He didn't even choose to avoid the heart. Senju Kyunyu had a feeling that he was almost invincible in this immortal state as long as his chakra was not exhausted. Sure enough, with the stabbing of the kunao, the wound began to heal before the blood even flowed out. The kunao that was originally inserted into the chest was also firmly embedded in the strong flesh. Even Senju Kyunyu took a lot of effort to pull it out. What a strong recovery ability! If you didn't understand the power of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama just by reading the comics before, then at this moment, Senju Kyunyu completely understood why the cells of the Senju clan were so precious. To be precise, it was Hashirama's special cells. Because of the diary system, Senju Kyunyu possessed the top cells of the Senju clan. The power and self-healing ability of his cells were even better than Hashirama's. This feeling of being full of energy is really great. Senju Kyunyu even felt that he had not slept for 10 days and 10 nights without any effect. If it was a combat form, he could deal with Tsunade, Kurane-yu, Hinata Hyuga, Yamanaka Ino at the same time. I guess he could last for 3 days and 3 nights. Senju Kyunyu showed a very satisfied smile on his face. After all, it is so important to have a strong body. This can undoubtedly greatly improve your tolerance rate in the ninja world. For ninjas with low blood and low defense, they are usually more like assassins. Hiding in the dark, looking for a chance to kill with one blow. But if you have a strong body, you become a ninja warrior. Even if you are attacked by surprise, it will not have much impact on you. After all, there is an old saying that goes well. Only when you are alive can you produce results. Qian Shaokyunyu opened his diary with excitement and began to record excitedly. Tian, who had been sleeping, was suddenly woken up by her alarm clock. She opened her eyes dazedly and saw 00 o'clock on the alarm clock. Then she remembered. We had agreed yesterday that we would not read Kyunyu's diary at night. But I actually forgot to turn off the alarm clock. Damn it! When Tian raised her hand to turn off the alarm clock, she saw a faint light flashing on the diary on the bedside, as if reminding her that Kyunyu's diary was updated again. Did he stay up late to write in his diary again tonight? Tian kept telling herself not to read it. She didn't sleep well yesterday because of reading the diary, and was even teased by Xiao Li for it. She covered herself with the quilt and tried to fall asleep, but her strong curiosity still made her secretly take the diary under the quilt. Tian opened the diary and flipped it open to read. Really awesome, now I'm invincible. This is the sentence updated in the diary copy. Nerve. Tian couldn't help but curse. Lord Kyunyu was really too much. Every time he wrote a diary in the middle of the night, he had no beginning or end. What on earth did he want to do? Did he still want people to sleep? Tian Tian kept forcing himself to forget the contents of the diary just now and began to bury himself in the embrace of the quilt again. Konoha was once the residence of the Yui clan. The senior ninja Yui Kurane was soaking herself in the bathtub. She had an appointment with Senju Chiyu today, and she was teased by the contents of his diary all day. Who would have thought that Senju Chiyu, who looked serious on the surface, wanted to eat her alive in private? But he dared to attack Asuma without mercy today, which really showed his courage. Yui Kurane stood up from the bathtub. Her smooth body and natural figure would make any man feel itchy when seeing her. No wonder Senju Chiyu always wrote nonsense in his diary. As soon as she thought of the diary that Yui Kurane had originally existed in her mind emitted a golden light. Since Yui Kurane was mentioned many times in yesterday's diary, she received a reward, chakra increased by 1%. What? It's actually true. Yui Kurane, who hadn't even put on her clothes yet, suddenly found that her chakra had increased a lot. Although she didn't have a lot of chakra like the Senju or Uzumaki clan, she was good at using illusions and her chakra was much more than that of ordinary ninjas. So even if it was only a 1% increase, it was very obvious. This feeling is really great. Xiri Hong only felt that as she was improving, it was as if a warm current was flowing through all the chakra points in her body. Chapter 24. Xi. Zahi Kurane received a chakra increase reward. Uzuki Yujeo, dressed in an Anbyo costume, did not choose to continue monitoring Senju Chiyu today, but came to the gate of Konoha. She just received the system prompt at the first time. Uzuki Yujeo did not have any special reaction to the sentence in Senju Chiyu's diary. Really NB, I am invincible now. After these days of secret surveillance, she was no longer surprised by Senju Chiyu's fuss. However, it seems that the new prompt in the diary copy is true. The first person to receive the reward was Hyaga Hinata, but she was lucky. Not only did she get a 1% increase in chakra, but she was also drawn to the daily random reward. She gave away an A-level ninjutsu guardian bag with 64 palms for free. Don't underestimate an A-level ninjutsu. You must know that Uchiha Sasuke, who is now known as the genius of the Uchiha clan, has only mastered a C-level Great Fireball technique. A-level ninjutsu is a very powerful and rare ninjutsu even in a powerful ninja village like the Land of Fire. Generally speaking, it is a ninjutsu inherited from a large family, and ordinary people will never be able to get in touch with it in their lifetime. Uzuki Yujeo's mind recalled the words of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless because there are countless ninjas willing to be the leaves burned by the fire. The night wind blew up Uzuki Yujeo's beautiful purple hair. She raised her head and looked in the distance, where the Senju Sinayu villa was located. Ahem, Xian, you are still waiting for me so late. Just as Mao Yuxian's mind was full of thoughts, a ninja wearing the same ANBU uniform walked over from the direction of the Konoha gate. He had serious dark circles under his eyes, his face was pale and he kept coughing as he walked. He also had a long sword on his back. He was Mao Yuxian's boyfriend, Moonlight Gale. Xi Yan, do you know that I just received an order from the third Hokage, and he asked me to be the captain of the Anbu team. It seems that my talent has finally been discovered by the third Hokage. Mao Yuxi Yan listened to Yu Guangjifeng's words and forced a smile on her face. So, congratulations! Moonlight Gale was still immersed in joy, becoming the captain of the Anbu has always been his dream. By the way, Xian, I am free now that I come back. When I find the chance, I will teach you the crescent moon dance. No, that's not necessary, Hey-8. Mao Yuxi Yan slowly shook her head. There were some things she didn't know how to say to Moonlight Hey-8. She even knew very well that in the eyes of the third Hokage, it was best not to let Moonlight Hey-8 know about these things. Let's break up. Mao Yuxi Yan said lightly, and she turned around and left with her long purple hair flying up and down. What happened? Moonlight Gale didn't understand what happened at all. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why did Xi Yan break up with him? Was it because he was too popular with other female ninjas in the Anbu, and Xi Yan was jealous? Actually, he was quite handsome, and he had just been promoted recently, so it was normal for him to have some popularity with the opposite sex. Moonlight Gale wanted to catch up to him to find out, but the Anbu who came to greet him had already appeared in front of him. Although there was no verbal communication, Moonlight Gale understood from a glance that as an Anbu ninja, the first thing he should do when he returns to the village is to report the results of this mission to the third Hokage. Wait for me, Xi Yan. Moonlight Gale followed the Anbu who came and left in the direction of the Hokage building. The next day, in Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi Asuma turned over subconsciously. Hiss, ah! The intense pain was a bit heart-wrenching. After he rolled over and pressed his butt, the pain was even more intense. Sarutobi Asuma even had to lie down. Asshole, that guy Chayu is so despicable. Asuma Sarutobi seemed very unconvinced. After all, in front of so many people, how could he face people in the future after being treated so despicable by Chayu Senju? Especially the nurses who just came in and out, they could hardly hold back their laughter while checking his wounds. What a shame! Asuma Sarutobi thought of his social death in front of so many people, and even if it weren't for the order of his father Hiruzen Sarutobi, the whole Konoha village would probably know about it. At this moment, he even wanted to die. It's not that he couldn't accept losing to Chayu Senju, but he couldn't be defeated in this way. Hey, Asuma, you look pretty good. A white-haired ninja walked in from the door, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a book called Intimate Paradise. He looked very lazy. Kakashi. Sarutobi Asuma was very touched. He didn't expect that the first person to visit him was Konoha's top technician. Hitaki Kakashi. He really deserved to be his good brother. Kakashi glanced at Asuma on the bed with lazy and lifeless eyes. Don't get me wrong Asuma, I came to visit Senju Chayu next door, I just went to the wrong ward. Before Asuma Sarutobi could react, Kakashi had already turned around and walked out. He waved his hand with his back to Asuma. That's it, see you later, Asuma. Asuma Sarutobi felt even worse. But wait. Senju Chayu was injured? This was great news. Asuma Sarutobi wanted to run to the next door to gloat over the misfortune. However, because he was so excited that he forgot about the injury on his butt. Plop! Asuma Sarutobi fell directly to the ground. The piercing pain in a certain part of his butt even made him feel faint. Oh no, the patient in bed 15 has fallen down. Just before Asuma Sarutobi fainted from the pain, he heard the doctors and nurses discussing. After a preliminary examination, the part of the patient that had just healed had cracked again. These people came behind Asuma's buttocks, and they looked as if they had discovered a new world and started to study it excitedly. Chapter 25. Hey, 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 how could such a strong man like you get hurt? Hitaki Kakashi left Asuma's ward and came to the next ward. He looked at the door and said to Senju Chayu inside. Ah, it's Kakashi. Senju Chayu raised his head and looked at Kakashi. He stood up and didn't seem to have any injuries. I told her I was fine, but she insisted that I come for a checkup. Qian Xiao Qianyu pointed to a girl with red symmetrical facial lines on her cheeks. She was wearing a grey and white dress and looked pretty good. Are you from the Inyazuka clan? As a veteran of Konoha, Hitaki Kakashi easily recognized the red fang-like pattern on the other person's face. This is the special emblem of the Konoha Inyazuka clan. I am Inyazuka Hana, Hitaki Kakashi, I know you. Inyazuka Hana gave Hitaki Kakashi a polite smile. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and did not continue talking. Instead, he turned the page of the Intimate Paradise in his hand. It was obvious that he was not very interested in Inyazuka Hana in front of him. Senju Chiho was also very distressed. I was out of luck today, thinking I could have a closer contact with my wife. As a result, not long after walking out of the door, they were attacked by the Inyazuka clan. These guys used the beast transformation technique to launch a sneak attack on me without saying a word. But with my superb wood-release ninjutsu, I easily dealt with them all. However, one of the opposing ninjas, a female ninja named Inyazuka Hana, was very unsportsmanlike and actually threw out a specially made poison gas. However, this level of poison has no effect on the body of my Senju clan. Just when I wanted to teach this Inyazuka Hana a lesson and let her know how to be an obedient dog, the captain of Konoha's torture department, Marino Ibiki, appeared. He was holding a man who looked about the same size as me. After his explanation, I realized that it was all a misunderstanding. Inyazuka Hana and others mistook themselves for the people they wanted to arrest. This is really off the mark. But what's even more outrageous is that this gang is chasing this guy for a reason. Inyazuka Hana slapped the man in Marino Ibiki's hand hard, and even felt unsatisfied. She started to curse. "You beast, no! You are worse than a beast!" The man who was beaten didn't dare to talk back. Judging from his clothes, he seemed to be a member of Konoha's medical department. "I'm sorry." The man in grey clothes knelt on the ground and apologized sincerely. Inyazuka Hana was clearly still angry. "Tell me, why did you molest her?" "Man in grey, that night, she was lying naked in front of me, I couldn't control myself for a moment." "Inyazuka Hana, you couldn't control yourself? I asked you to do an autopsy on her. How could you start?" The man in grey clothes lowered his head, his voice trembling. "It's my fault, I deserve to die." Inyazuka Hana said heartbreakingly. "You really don't deserve to be a veterinarian." Man in grey clothes: "Yes. I'm sorry, this ninja dog." After listening to the conversation between Inyazuka Hana and this man, I was deeply shocked. I thought I was perverted enough, but now I realize that I'm not perverted enough. Then this girl called Inyazuka Hana insisted on taking me to the hospital for a full body checkup. She just doesn't believe that her poison has no effect on me. This woman is so ordinary and so mean. Damn it, my big wife Kurenayui and my little wife Hinata are waiting for me. Senju Chiyo roughly recounted what happened in the diary to Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi was also confused. Is there anything more exciting than watching a make-out paradise? Inyazuka Hana's face was a little ruddy. Obviously, she didn't expect that there would be such a scum in the family, who didn't even let a dog go. And just now, a diary suddenly appeared in her mind. Diary of Senju Chiyo, Inyazuka Hana. A large amount of information about the diary quickly flooded into her mind. As a mature Konoha ninja, she naturally sorted out the key information quickly. As long as this Senju Chiyo mentioned herself in the diary, she could get a 1% increase in chakra, and there would be a chance to get a rarer reward. Now Inyazuka Hana is even less likely to let Senju Chiyo leave easily. Looking at her posture, if Kakashi hadn't been next to her, he would have wanted to strip off Senju Chiyo's clothes and do a full body check. When Senju Chiyo was worrying about how to get away, a petite figure poked her head out of the door. Senju Chiyo was naturally very sharp and spotted it at a glance. Hinata's little wife came to see me, and it turns out that she still loves me. Hyaga Hinata, who checked the latest diary message, blushed instantly, and the flowers in her hand almost fell to the ground. Swish! Senju Chiyo's figure appeared at the door in an instant, and hugged Hinata Hyaga, who almost fainted on the ground. It was just that the two of them were face to face and had such an intimate contact that Hinata Hyaga, who was about to faint, fainted completely. Hey, she! Facing Hinata Hyaga, who suddenly fainted. Kakashi at this moment changed his usual laziness. His eyes became a little serious. Kakashi stared at the place where Senju Chiyo suddenly appeared at the door just now, and muttered to himself in his heart. That ninjutsu should be the instant body jutsu, it's not an ordinary instant body jutsu. And why does it feel quite familiar? Kakashi put his hand on his left eye, which was covered by the forehead protector. He quietly lifted a corner of the forehead protector and revealed the Sharingan hidden under the forehead protector. In an instant, Kakashi's face froze, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Chapter 26. Hinata, I'm very touched that you can come to visit me, but can you please not faint next time? Senju Chiyu and Hyuga Hinata walked on the streets of Konoha, and they seemed to have a very good relationship. Hinata blushed slightly when she heard what Senju Chiyu said. That. She wanted to say something but couldn't, so she could only say it in her heart. It's because Teacher Kyunyu suddenly came so close to me just now. What if people misunderstood me? Oh, what am I thinking about? Naruto-kun is also very good. Hinata Hyuga stopped abruptly and shook her head to stop herself from thinking about it. Kyunyu looked at Hinata, who was steaming like a teapot behind her, and thought she was cute and interesting. Hinata's little wife is so cute. If she wasn't so young, I would really want to take her down. That. This time Hyuga Hinata did not faint. She mustered up her courage and walked to Senju Chiyu's side and said, Teacher Kyunyu, you need to go home and rest now. Kyunyu was helpless when he heard what Hyuga Hinata said. Since leaving the hospital, Hyuga Hinata has been wanting him to go home and rest. Although he has explained to Hinata several times that he is fine. But Hinata still insisted on letting him rest for a day today. Since you are my Hinata's concubine, I will reluctantly agree to your request once. But Hinata's little wife always wants me to go home and rest, and she even wants to go to my house to take care of me. Does she have any intention? Help! That old guy Hinata Hayashi is determined to kill me. But his mind is on Hinata's sister, Hyuga Hanabi, so he probably won't care about these things. Although Hinata's wife is not very talented in cultivation, if Hinata hadn't been soft-hearted, it wouldn't have been so easy for Hanabi to defeat Hinata's wife so early. Hinata's wife was also unfortunate. She was born in the Hyuga clan. Although he has acquired the excellent ability of the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai, he is still a bit far behind the Uchiha clan, who also make a living by their eyes. Look at other people's Sharingan, single Megatama, triple Megatama, Mangeki, eternal Mangeki, and even the Sage Eye. Look at our Hyuga clan, we all roll our eyes, roll our eyes, roll our eyes. When it came to the Ninja World War, they could only roll their eyes. It was totally useless. Especially during the Fourth Ninja World War launched by the fake Uchiha Madara, everyone at that time either drove a Gundam or a Flying Thunder God, or at least could fly to the battlefield. Only the Hyuga clan still rely on walking, and I don't know how they do. You mean to say that you are the number one family in Konoha? Anyway, if I were Hyuga Hayashi, I wouldn't have the face to do that. His only biggest role was giving birth to a daughter, Hinata Hyuga. Oh, I almost forgot, my sister-in-law Hanabi is pretty good when she grows up. Senju Kyunyu got inspiration and kept updating new content in the diary. Hyuga Hinata was completely stunned. How did Kyunyu know that she had let Hanabi go? That day, under the eyes of her father, she fought with her sister Hanabi, who was 5 years younger than her. She had already taken the advantage, but when she was about to hit Hanabi, she hesitated because she was worried that her sister would be injured. Hanabi took the opportunity to counterattack and defeated Hyuga Hinata. This is also the reason why her father Hyuga Hayashi completely gave up on Hinata. After training Hyuga Hinata for so long, he couldn't even beat his sister, who was 5 years younger than him. What a waste! Hinata has always buried this matter in her heart and never told anyone. Even in the face of her father's humiliation and scolding, she only hoped that her sister Hanabi would not be injured. But now this matter has been written into the diary by Teacher Kyunyu. Does he really know all the stories of this Naruto world he mentioned? Or is Teacher Kyunyu actually a god? Little Hinata's admiration for Teacher Chiyu deepened. In her opinion, Teacher Chaya was like an encyclopedia of the ninja world, knowing everything. As for the contents of other diaries, such as the Fourth Ninja World War, Hyuga Hinata didn't care much about them, because they were too far away from a ninja like her. Is Uchiha Madara fake? Konan, who had already left the Rain Village and was on her way to Konoha, saw the latest diary content. She instantly fell into deep thought. In fact, she and Nagato had long suspected the true identity of the masked Madara. If it weren't for him having a Sharingan, she and Nagato would not have believed this guy's identity as Uchiha Madara. Now it seems, the guy who pretended to be Uchiha Madara must have other purposes, otherwise he would not have deceived me and Nagato. Konan is no longer as innocent as she was at the beginning. In the years of growing up in the ninja world, she has also understood the ugly and dark side of human nature. But now she is considering whether to tell Nagato about this news first. But I can't tell Nagato what's in the diary. Konan touched her chest. She just had a thought and felt a sharp pain in her heart. The things in the diary cannot be told to others directly, I have to think of another way. After making a decision, Zionin still had to go to Konoha first. After all, even if he knew that the masked Madara was not the real Uchiha Madara, who was his real identity? Zionin believed that the man named Senju Uchiha must know. And why did that fake Uchiha Madara start the Fourth Ninja World War? This is totally different from Nagato's peace plan. Now Zionin just wants to rush to Konohagakure and meet this so-called Senju Uchiha. She is different from Hyuga Hinata. In her mind, there is only one god, and that is Nagato. As for Senju Uchiha, it is more like what that guy said in his diary, maybe he is really a time traveler who understands his own world. Chapter 27. Konoha, Single-Family Villa. Teacher Kyunyu, lie down and rest quickly. Hyuga Hinata sent Kyunyu to the door of her house, and she had to see Kyunyu lying on the bed with her own eyes. Kyunyu had no idea what to do when facing his little wife Hinata. He lay on the bed obediently, while Hinata had already started to clean up the house for Kyunyu. So soon, Hinata's wife's attributes of a good wife and a good mother were activated. Senju Uchiha watched Hyuga Hinata busying around, and soon his room was tidied up. Seeing Hinata walk out of the room again and start to tidy up the whole villa, Senju Uchiha lay on the bed leisurely, with fruits and snacks prepared by Hyuga Hinata at hand. Senju Uchiha could get them without even turning over. Such a life is too happy. Everyone is scolding my Hinata wife for having big breasts and being brainless, but in terms of figure and personality alone, Hinata wife is already far ahead. Although strength is also very important in the ninja world, under my protection, Hinata's wife only needs to be beautiful. No one is allowed to bully my wife Hinata. I will have more than a dozen children with her in the future. Well, you still have to think carefully about the first child, and it's not impossible to abort it. Senju Uchiha thought of Uzumaki Boruto, if he and Hyuga Hinata really got married. Wouldn't the first child also be Boruto? This guy was too naughty when he was a child, and he was completely different from Uzumaki Naruto. To be honest, Senju Uchiha doesn't like this kind of child at all. Although he has become much more mature and stable after 2.5 years of training, if he has a choice, Senju Uchiha still prefers a cuter and more sensible child like Zayakui. While Senju Uchiha was still fantasizing, the bell at the door rang. Here they come. Hinata Hyuga walked to the door, opened it, and saw that it was none other than Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura. Yamanaka Ino, he, Hinata, we caught you. Harano Sakura, tell me the truth, what happened between you and Senju-sensei in the room? Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura used the diary to interrogate Hinata Hyuga strictly. Hinata Hyuga was confused and blushed. Hyuga Hinata, I'm not, it's Sinai-sensei, who's sick. Yamanaka Ino, okay, we are just kidding you, Hinata, you just can't stand being teased. Haruno Sakura, that's right, Hinata, I think Mr. Chiyu really likes you. How is Mr. Kyunyu doing? Yamanaka Ino asked as if nothing had happened while secretly communicating with Hinata Hyuga using the diary system. Ah, that, nothing. Hinata Hyuga was obviously a little overclocked again, and her brain was a little down for a moment. She couldn't keep up with the rhythm of Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura at all. Yamanaka Ino didn't care too much, after all, Hinata Hyuga was such a shy and introverted person. She and Haruno Sakura walked into the room and saw Senju Chiyu lying on the bed. Teacher Kyunyu, we heard that you were injured, so we came to see you. Senju Chiyu didn't expect how they knew the news of his injury. Didn't they ask Hitaki Kakashi to keep it strictly confidential? No, they didn't know Kakashi at this time. Seeing the puzzled expression on Senju Chiyu's face, Yamanaka Ino quickly spoke up. This is what the nurse from the hospital said when she came to my store to buy flowers. I see. Senju Chiyu nodded. There were indeed fresh bouquets of flowers placed next to the beds in Konoha Hospital every day. What Yamanaka Ino said was very credible. Haruno Sakura walked forward, looked at Senju Chiyu with concern, and then directly put her hand on Senju Chiyu's forehead. Great, Teacher Kyunyu doesn't have a fever. Although Haruno Sakura said this nonchalantly, she was actually ecstatic inside. Hehe, I touched Teacher Kyunyu. Haruno Sakura thought she had great acting skills, but was still seen through by Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka Ino, hey, Sakura, you are too despicable. You actually took the lead in touching Mr. Kyunyu's face. Haruno Sakura, hehe, I'm just taking the initiative. Yamanaka Ino was naturally very unconvinced and pretended to be nervous and came forward. Really? Teacher Kyunyu really doesn't have a fever? Xiaoying, could it be that you didn't figure it out? After saying that, Ino also put her little hand on Kyunyu's face. Hey, it seems like he really doesn't have a fever. Yamanaka Ino touched Senju Chiyu's face and pretended to be checking it seriously. Haruno Sakura Ino, your acting is so poor, it's so fake. Yamanaka Ino, humph, it's none of your business. Do you think your acting is that good? Haruno Sakura, oh? It seems like you, a pig head, are very unconvinced. Yamanaka Ino, stop talking so much, broad forehead, it's obvious that Mr. Kyunyu likes me touching him. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino stared at each other fiercely, and kept having friendly communication in the diary. Their hands kept touching Kyunyu's face and forehead. Kyunyu, who was enjoying it at the beginning, couldn't help it. Sorry to bother you. I don't think I have a fever. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura stopped talking after hearing what Senju Chiyu said. Hyuga Hinata walked in from outside the door. Teacher Kyunyu is poisoned, not having a fever. Yes, I forgot, it was poisoning. Right, it's all Ino's fault. I made a mistake. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura both looked embarrassed. They just hoped that the fact that they had taken the opportunity to touch Teacher Kyunyu's face would not be discovered. At this moment, Kyunyu was lying on the bed, looking at the three people in front of him, and he had a very strange feeling. I am an adult, why do I feel like I am being bullied by these little brats? But Sakura's hands are really soft, it seems that her breasts are not flat and useless. Seeing the compliments of Kyunyu teacher in the diary, Sakura's face was instantly filled with pride, and her eyes were full of provocation to Yamanaka Ino beside her. See, Ino, teacher Kyunyu praised me. Ino is so young, but she is wearing such sexy clothes, especially the golden ponytail, which is always swaying in front of my eyes. Yamanaka Ino also showed an expression of not wanting to be outdone. Chapter 28. At midnight, Hinata and the others had already left. Looking at the neat and tidy room, which looked like a new one, Senju Kyunyu smiled knowingly. He checked the time and wrote down the last bit of today's diary. It seems that this Naruto world is not exactly what I thought before, a world that follows a routine and never changes. Every person is flesh and blood, and every moment will change because of what I do. Sakura is not as hypocritical and unlikable as before. On the contrary, she is a very interesting girl. Hinata and Ino, two people who originally seemed unlikely to become good friends, started to tease each other today. It seems that the people in this ninja world are slowly changing. However, it is also because of the relationship between Sakura and Ino that Hinata slowly begins to open up her heart and becomes less prone to blushing. It's a good idea to think about it this way. Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw the updated content in Senju Sinayu's diary. Bakachiyu-sensei, you said it as if I was going to lead Hinata astray. Sakura was delighted. It seemed that her image in Chiyu-sensei's mind had changed. That's great, Teacher Kyunyu is indeed the most handsome. After closing the diary, Qian Xiao Qianyu sat at the head of the bed. He looked at the alarm clock on the table. Snap, as the pointer moved. Midnight. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily diary creation, rewards are being distributed. 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 chakra. 2. Congratulations on obtaining the Uchiha clan's shuriken skills. Instantly, Senju Kyunyu felt that the chakra in his body had increased a little bit. In his mind, there were more experiences of using shuriken skills. After fully understanding and integrating, Senju Kyunyu also showed a smile. I didn't expect that shuriken could be used like this. It has to be said that in addition to being good at playing with the eyes, the Uchiha clan's shuriken skills are also at the pinnacle. The main feature is a fancy trick. In one word, handsome. The perfect shuriken skills can even be hidden in various blind spots and dead angles. In Senju Kyunyu's view, it is comparable to the strength of an A-level ninjutsu. Senju Kyunyu is quite satisfied with this reward. After all, it is not every time that you can get an S-level reward, which is already quite good. With this shuriken technique, next time Asuma dares to overestimate his own abilities, I won't even need to make a move. I can just stab his ass with the shuriken. Soon after the diary rewards were distributed, the diary copies of the women with golden edges also began to flash. Diary copy rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to Harino Sakura for being mentioned the most times in yesterday's diary, and she received a reward to increase her chakra by 1%. To everyone's surprise, it was Sakura who received the chakra reward this time. Yamanaka Ino was very depressed. She and Sakura went to Senshi Chiyu's house to take care of her. But Sakura got there first. As expected, Sakura pretends to be pure and dramatic. So Senshi Chiyu wrote a lot about Harino Sakura in his diary in the afternoon. What if he wins? He will become Hokage, and if he loses, he will marry Sakura. What if Sakura actually has a talent for illusion, and has the strongest illusion, Kodabukara? What if Sakura is much better after she becomes an adult? Not only is she very feminine, but she is also very ambitious, she is simply perfect. Yamanaka Ino was helpless, but she soon got motivated again. Next time I will definitely surpass Sakura. Hinata Hyuga, congratulations, Sakura. In the diary copy, Hinata Hyuga, who had not yet slept, sent a blessing to Sakura alone. Sakura was so excited at the moment. Harino Sakura, thank you, Hinata. But this sudden increase in chakra feels so strange. My body is swollen. Hyuga Hinata, I felt the same as you the first time, don't worry, it's okay Sakura. While the two were talking, Yamanaka Ino came out. Yamanaka Ino, damn it, I'm so jealous. Seeing the text from Yamanaka Ino, Harino Sakura could even imagine how furious she was. Thinking of this, Harino Sakura was even happier. Just as Yamanaka Ino was about to send something in response, the diary copy system sounded again. Congratulations on triggering reward 2. A female ninja mentioned in the diary yesterday will be randomly selected to receive a random reward. Congratulations to Hinata Hyuga for being randomly selected. Yamanaka Ino was surprised and deleted the words she had intended to humiliate Sakura. Yamanaka Ino, what? Hinata, you were chosen again. Harano Sakura, Hinata, you are so lucky. Yamanaka Ino, honestly, is there some inside story that we don't know? Harano Sakura, Hinata's little wife, please tell me the truth. Hinata. Hyuga saw Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura bombarding her with messages in turn. Especially Harano Sakura called her Hinata's little wife in the tone of teacher Kyunyu, which was so embarrassing. She didn't know why she was picked again in the random draw. If she could choose, she wanted to give the chance to Ino. Yamanaka Ino saw that Hinata didn't reply for a long time, and thought she fainted because of shyness again. Yamanaka Ino, okay, I won't tease you anymore, Hinata. I'm really curious about what reward you will get. Harano Sakura, I'm looking forward to it too. Just as Hinata Hyuga was about to reply, an option popped up in Hinata Hyuga's copy. Do you want to choose to hide the reward? Hyuga Hinata didn't know what the reward was, and she felt that she had nothing to hide from Sakura and Ino, so she chose to receive it directly. Hinata Hyuga received a random reward, Bloodline Enhancement. As the system notified Hinata Hyuga, all the girls who had a copy of Senju Shinayu's diary saw the latest news. Bloodline Improvement. Not only the girls were puzzled, even Hinata herself was a little confused. Her own bloodline? Isn't it the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Isn't this the highest level of ice? How can it improve bloodline? Chapter 29. Konoha, the Hyuga clan's base. In the dim room, Hyuga Hinata's body suddenly flashed a faint lavender light in the night. What a warm feeling! Hinata could clearly feel the energy coming from her body with her eyes closed. As she slowly opened her eyes, the lavender light slowly dissipated. Although Hyuga Hinata's eyes were still white, they could be seen to become more transparent. I feel, my eyes, have become clearer. Hinata Hyuga looked around, and everything in the house became clearly visible. Even the smallest dirt was clearly visible. What's going on? Hinata Hyuga was very surprised. She hadn't even opened her Byakugan yet. The changes in her eyes made her want to try something else. Hinata Hyuga sat up from the bed. She wanted to try out what the Byakugan's so-called bloodline enhancement was. Hinata's white and tender little hand was in a seal shape, and she placed it in front of her eyes. Byan. With Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan activated, she could see everything in the surrounding room clearly from a 360-degree angle. Try the ability of perspective again. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is different from the Sharingan. It can not only see the 360-degree angle of view around the body, but also has 4 basic enhancements: telescopic, perspective, insight, and increasing one's own abilities. Hyuga Hinata concentrated her attention and controlled the Byakugan's visual range to continuously extend outside the house. Not long after, Hinata Hyuga herself was shocked. She could easily see a range of 7 kilometers away. 7 kilometers is already a very scary number. You know, the previous maximum range of Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan was only about 2 miles. And she could only see very vaguely, and could not obtain a lot of information at all. But now it is completely different, the range of 7 kilometers is still very clear. Whether there are enemies hiding or traps set, she can find out at a glance. Hinata Hyuga felt that her little heart was beating with excitement. Has she really improved? Is it that simple? There was a look of happiness on her face that was hard to conceal. After all, who would want to be a waste if they can become stronger? Hinata Hyuga looks weak on the outside, but she is actually a very strong female ninja in her heart. It turns out that the Byakugan can really become stronger through blood enhancement. Hyuga Hinata controlled the Byakugan and extended it further. 7 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 18 kilometers. Finally, Hyuga Hinata's distance stopped at a visual range of 20 kilometers. A little further away, the picture would be extremely blurry. But even so, Hyuga Hinata was already quite satisfied. Gulp. Hyuga Hinata swallowed her saliva. I heard from my father that the development range of the Byakugan is generally about 1 kilometer, and very few clan members can reach a higher range. Even my father, Hyuga Hayashi, can only see a range of 5 kilometers. But I can actually see 20 kilometers? This distance is 4 times that of my father. Thinking of this, even Hyuga Hinata's face was covered with a smile. She knew that her father, Hyuga Hayashi, had always been very distressed because of her weakness. After all, in a big family like the Hyuga clan, it takes a lot of courage to rashly cancel the eldest daughter's right to inherit the main family in the future and pour all their efforts into the youngest daughter, Hanabi. What will the clan leaders of other clans think? Hyuga Hinata has some understanding of these, but she just hides it in her heart and has never said it out loud. Try to see through again. No. Hinata blushed slightly. This ability cannot be used easily. I'd better try my insight first. As Hyuga Hinata-chan's Byakugan was retracted, the entire Hyuga mansion was now within her sight. Everyone in the house was clearly visible. The servants had already fallen asleep, her father Hyuga Hayashi was reading a book, and her mother was making tea for her father. Their every move could not escape Hyuga Hinata's eyes. Just as Hinata Hyuga was observing the other people in the mansion one by one, she suddenly found that her sister Hanabi was still open-eyed. And what she was holding in her hand, a square object suddenly appeared in front of Hinata Hyuga. That thing, wasn't it? Teacher Kyunyu's notebook. To be precise, Hinata Hyuga saw the words on it. Senju Shinaiu diary copy, fireworks. Hinata Hyuga read it twice in disbelief and finally confirmed it. How come Hanabi also has a copy of Shinaiu-sensei's diary? In Hinata Hanabi's room. At this moment, Hanabi, curled up in the quilt, was biting the diary in front of her frantically. Damn it, you stole my sister, let you snatch my sister. She bit the diaries with words on them into pieces, but they automatically returned to their original shape in the blink of an eye. Hanabi's round face became even rounder with anger. Damn diary! I don't believe I can't deal with you. Hanabi was very angry. What was written in this diary? What Hinata's little wife? It really made her very angry. My sister, when did she become your wife? And a little wife? Although she was only 7 years old. Hinata Hanabi was still very clear about all this. She had a sense of crisis. If this continued, her beloved sister might be snatched away by this man named Senju Chiyu. Even if my sister gets the reward, I am the one who misses her the most. Hanabi couldn't help but complain. This diary will record the number of times Kyunyu wrote Hinata's name on it every day. Hanabi can see it clearly, but it is precisely because of this that she is even more angry. Obviously, she is the one who misses her sister the most. When will it be the turn of this person named Senju Kyunyu? Just as Hanabi was still venting fiercely to the diary in front of her, she suddenly felt that her body became much lighter. Hey! Where's my quilt? Chapter 30. Why aren't you sleeping so late? Hinata Hyuga caressed Hanabi's little head lovingly, which finally calmed her angry mood. Hinata then pointed at the diary in Hanabi's hand and said, Hanabi, how did you get this diary? This. Hinata Hanabi seemed a little hesitant. Actually, she already had this copy of the diary. It was just because it was written on the diary that no information about it could be revealed, so Hinata Hanabi had no way to tell Hinata. But she has been angry every night recently because of the contents of the diary. That guy called Senju Chiyu, just wait, I'm going to duel with you. I'm going to give you a good beating. Hinata couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheeks when Hinata saw Hinata's face puffed up. Hanabi then came back to her senses from the scene of rubbing Senju Chiyu on the ground. Oh, sister, how can you see this? The moment Hwahuo asked, she suddenly realized. Oh, yes, sister, you must have this diary too, otherwise you wouldn't have received the reward. Seeing her sister Hanabi's silly look, Hinata also took out her diary from her arms. At this moment, the text of adding the other party as a friend appeared on the diary. The person holding the diary is detected at close range. Do you want to add the person as a friend? Hanabi's face instantly became overjoyed. This crappy diary has this function? Add. However, just when Hwahuo was filled with joy, the result showed that the adding failed and the friend request was rejected. Ah! Hinata Hanabi's face was full of grievances. Does my sister not like me anymore? Could she really be deceived by that guy named Senju Chiyu? Damn it, I will kill that bastard tomorrow. Seeing the anger in Hinata Hanabi's eyes, Hinata knocked on Hanabi's head. It hurts so much. Seeing Hanabi covering her head, Hyaga Hinata smiled and said, Hanabi, you have to go to bed early. If you sleep too fast, I will add you. Good. Hinata Hanabi was very happy to hear what Hinata said. Sure enough, my sister still likes me the most. She took the quilt from Hinata's hand and covered herself with it. Her eyes were tightly closed. I'm asleep, sister. Okay, okay. Hinata Hyaga saw that Hanabi was really asleep, so she walked out quietly towards the door. But when she was about to leave, Hanabi's voice came from behind her. Sister, remember to add me. Okay, got it. Hyaga Hinata smiled slightly, closed the door, and left. When she returned to her room, Hinata checked with her eyes again and confirmed that Hanabi was indeed asleep. Only then did she feel relieved. Added friend successfully. Hyaga Hinata took out her diary and agreed to Hanabi's friend request. Seeing Hanabi in the friend list, Hyaga Hinata felt very complicated. Because of her momentary softness, she lost to Hanabi. As a result, her father Hyaga Hayashi completely gave up on her. But at the same time, for the future of the Hyaga clan, her sister Hanabi became her father's key training target. Although she was in the ninja school, she knew very well how intense her sister Hanabi's training was every day. Hinata felt very guilty about this. She stroked the diary, feeling the increase of chakra in her body and the improvement of the Byakugan bloodline. Believe me, Hanabi, I will definitely protect you. And father, maybe I won't let you down again. Hinata Hyaga secretly made up her mind that if she had more contact with teacher Chiyu, she would become stronger, and maybe her sister Hanabi would suffer less in the future. The next day, at Konoha Ninja School, Senju Chiyu didn't go anywhere today, but came to school. Because Irika was going to announce something very important. Irika stood on the podium. Tomorrow there will be a graduation exam for the ninja school. Those who pass the exam will be awarded a ninja headband and become a qualified genin. The young ninjas in the audience were very excited. Has this day finally come? They can't wait. Ninja school is so boring. I really want to become a ninja and start carrying out missions. The most excited one among them is Uzumaki Naruto. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke at the side with a provocative look. Just wait and see, Sasuke, this time I will defeat you and graduate with the top spot in the ninja school. Humph, you are just bragging, you are the last one. I will not make the same mistake twice. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was also very confident. After the guidance of Senju Chiyu, his control and use of chakra was completely different from before. He was very confident that if he fought with Uzumaki Naruto again, he could easily defeat him in less than 3 moves. Damn, this arrogant and self-righteous look again. Uzumaki Naruto saw Sasuke's cold face and couldn't help but complain. Uchiha Sasuke naturally didn't bother to pay attention to this. Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, and others have always focused on Senju Chiyu. They are not worried about the graduation exam at all. It is a very easy and simple thing. As for competing for the first place, they still have self-knowledge. Oh, the graduation exam is finally coming? Then Mizuki should also take action. I deliberately didn't teach Naruto the technique of clone jutsu. I think he still won't pass this graduation exam, right? But when Mr. Mizuki was talking to me and Irika before, he kept saying that he was very interested in Uzumaki Naruto and wanted to be friends with him. Tisk tisk, you want to be friends with him? You just want to use him. Wait until Naruto fails the exam, then pretend to be a good guy to lure Naruto out of the sealed book, and then take it for yourself. But it doesn't matter. You are just a pawn of the third Hokage. That guy possesses the telescope technique, and everything that happens in Konoha cannot escape his surveillance. Of course, the third Hokage is just a pawn of mine. I am really looking forward to tomorrow. For tomorrow, I have been acting for too long in front of Mizuki. It is really not easy. Senju Chiyu couldn't help but smile. He was quite interested in the seal scroll. After all, it contained forbidden ninjutsu, and the power of each ninjutsu was like a bug. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura saw Senju Chiyu smiling, and thought he was smiling at them, and couldn't help showing a crazy expression. Is this guy's goal the Book of Seals? Outside the ninja school, Uzuki Yujeo, who was hiding in a tree, saw the latest content in Senju Chiyu's diary. She had no doubt about the authenticity of the content. After all, this text full of bad taste was definitely in his style. Should I tell this to the third Hokage? Chapter 31. Finally, I hope everyone can pass this graduation exam smoothly. There are no classes this afternoon, but that's not for you to take a rest. You must seize the last time to consolidate and learn. Remember, although the test questions are random, they are all taught in the ninja school on a daily basis, so you must review them well. Do you understand everything? Irika repeated it very seriously at the podium. Every year there are students graduating from the ninja school, and every year there are people who fail the exam, or even completely lose the qualification to become a ninja. Irika really hopes that everyone can pass the exam, except... Irika set his sights on Uzumaki Naruto. He always has a lot of ideas about Naruto. On the one hand, this guy is the murderer of his parents, and on the other hand, he is just a child. Even Irika himself began to doubt, is Naruto really the nine-tailed demon fox? Apart from liking to make trouble, he doesn't seem to have done anything else to hurt others. In the face of exclusion and abuse from other people in the village, he always has an indifferent attitude. But Irika once saw Naruto's lonely back. He could feel that Uzumaki Naruto, and himself just like Naruto Uzumaki, he longs for a family. But when Irika was about to approach, Senju Chiyu appeared. He could actually talk and laugh with Uzumaki Naruto, and even took the initiative to take him to eat ramen. Isn't this guy afraid of Naruto's identity as the Nine Tails? Or is it because he is from the Senju clan? Irika shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. In any case, he still hopes that Uzumaki Naruto can graduate smoothly. He also saw his own shadow in this guy. He lost his parents and became an orphan. He had no talent and was always excluded and laughed at by the classmates. Even becoming a chunin was a bumpy journey. Later, he finally got the appreciation of the third Hokage and began to teach the students who had just entered the ninja school. Thinking about it, Irika couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his eyes. It was not easy for him to come this far, so he understood Uzumaki Naruto very well. Senju Chiyu looked at Irika with a speechless look. He couldn't help but complain in his diary. Hey, don't be so self-indulgent, Mr. Irika. Naruto is different from you. His talent is much higher than yours. If it weren't for the Nine Tails disrupting his chakra in his body, with the talent of the Uzumaki clan, I'm afraid he might not be worse than Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura, Ino, and Hinata saw the update of Kyunyu's diary copy at the same time. The three of them looked at each other and were a little surprised. What? Uzumaki Naruto is actually a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The three of them communicated using the diary copy. Yamanaka Ino, if it weren't for Tsunade-sensei mentioning it, it would really be a bit strange. Uzumaki Naruto's last name is Uzumaki, why didn't anyone in the village think that he was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? I remember that the Uzumaki clan is very famous, much more powerful than our Yamanaka clan. Hyuga Hinata: yes, I have also heard from my father about the Uzumaki clan. They have very powerful sealing ninjutsu. I heard that even the tailed beasts can be subdued by their sealing ninjutsu. Harano Sakura: but I remember that when Tsunade-sensei wrote about Naruto last time, he said that he was the child of the 4th Hokage. Wasn't the 4th Hokage's last name Namikaze? Yamanaka Ino: in that case, Uzumaki Naruto should actually be called Namikaze Naruto. Hinata: Hyuga Namikaze Naruto, why does this name sound so weird? Harano Sakura: I have a guess, maybe Naruto is now called Uzumaki Naruto to avoid the attention of other enemies in the ninja world. After all, I heard that the 4th Hokage, as a hero of Konoha, killed many people from other villages. Hyuga Hinata: Sakura, what you said seems to make sense. Yamanaka Ino: I didn't expect that. Even though you have flat breasts, Sakura, you're still pretty smart. Harano Sakura: Baga Ino, you can skip the previous sentence. I even suspect that since Naruto is the son of a hero and a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, maybe he is not a tailed beast at all, but rather a tailed beast is sealed in his body. Hyuga Hinata: Yamanaka Ino: oh my god, the more you talk about it, the more it makes sense to me. Indeed, combined with the fragmentary information revealed in Kyunyu's diary, this statement seems to be the most correct. Harano Sakura: well, of course, I'm more than just a vase. Yamanaka Ino: stop being so conceited and think about how to develop your flat feet first. Harano Sakura: damn it, Ino, just wait and see. Yamanaka Ino: lele. Hinata: Hyuga, I feel a little sorry for Naruto-kun. If it's as Sakura guessed, then Naruto-kun has been misunderstood by the people in the village for all these years, right? Yamanaka Ino: you can't blame the villagers, after all, the news they got was that Naruto is the nine-tailed demon fox. Harano Sakura: who on earth spread this rumor? This is really too much. Hyuga Hinata: maybe Mr. Kyunyu knows. Yamanaka Ino: yes, he must know, we just need to find an opportunity to ask him. Harano Sakura: humph, I am the best at dealing with Teacher Kyunyu. Yamanaka Ino: really? Last time at Kyunyu's house, if I hadn't been there, you would have wanted to have something happen between you and Kyunyu. Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata blushed and left the chat. If she continued chatting like this, she would faint again. She had promised Teacher Kyunyu that in order not to worry him, she would try not to faint again in the future. In the Pure Land world, a woman with fluttering red hair looked very proud. Humph, luckily this guy named Jian Shao Kyunyu has some vision. Naruto is the child of Minato and me, so of course he has talent. Uzumaki Kushina said proudly, but her face suddenly became a little disappointed. I don't know what little Naruto looks like now, and whether he eats well. I really want to see what little Naruto looks like now. Chapter 32. Clear. Many students in the class spoke in unison, their voices were particularly loud. However, Irika could see from their bright, clear and stupid eyes that what he said just now was in vain. Irika could only smile helplessly. I wish you could be so serious in class. As Irika finished speaking, the bell for the end of class rang. The class was noisy, and Irika nodded to Senju Chayu and left the classroom. Great! It's vacation time! Uzumaki Naruto was the first to shout happily. He was full of confidence in the exam. After all, he had just defeated Uchiha Sasuke. Wouldn't it be easy for him to pass the graduation exam? That's not necessarily true, Naruto. Qianyu saw Naruto's complacency and couldn't help but throw a basin of cold water on him. Uzumaki Naruto showed disdain for this. Teacher Qianyu, don't worry, I will definitely graduate from the ninja school with the first place. Uzumaki Naruto stood on the podium, his voice was particularly loud, attracting everyone's attention. Even Shikamaru, Koji, and others couldn't help but look over. Humph, idiot. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, took a look and chose to leave. He still had his own training content, and he couldn't slack off on the refinement and control of chakra every day. Senju Qianyu was also helpless when he saw Uzumaki Naruto's confident look, but after all, this is Naruto. It's really exactly the same as the brainless guy in the comics. At this time, Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino came up. Teacher Qianyu, are you free this afternoon? What's wrong? That, we want. Seeing the two people hesitating, Senju Qianyu understood instantly. Could it be that they are here to ask him out? Although he really likes Sakura and Ino, it is quite uncomfortable to hold it in every day. Senju Qianyu smiled. Well, the teacher has something else to do, you should do your best in tomorrow's exam. After saying that, Senju Qianyu looked at Hyuga Hinata again, then formed a seal with one hand, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Damn, Teacher Qianyu slipped away. Sakura was very disappointed when she saw Teacher Qianyu leave. Yamanaka Ino was fine, but she couldn't play with Teacher Qianyu in the afternoon, so she could only go home to look after the flower shop. Well, that. Xiaoying, would you consider making an appointment with me this afternoon? Uzumaki Naruto came up to Sakura without knowing when, with a flattering smile on his face, he wanted to stick to Sakura's face. Get out of my way. Sakura punched Naruto in the face without saying anything. This punch knocked Naruto from the front to the back of the classroom. Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground and couldn't move. Sakura blinked, obviously she didn't expect when she became so strong. She looked at Ino beside her, and Ino shook her head in confusion. It wasn't the first time that Sakura attacked Naruto, but why was it so powerful this time? It didn't look like Sakura used any chakra. That. Sakura. Hyuga Hinata quietly walked up at this moment. She made sure that there was no one else around before she spoke carefully. In fact, the diary copy rewards can not only improve our chakra, but even our physical fitness can be improved. Really, really? Obviously, Sakura hadn't realized that the diary copy actually had such a hidden reward. Hyuga Hinata nodded her head and confirmed what she had just said. After all, she was the first to get the diary copy reward and had the biggest improvement, so both Sakura and Ino believed what Hinata said. Great, in this way, can I also become a powerful ninja? At this moment, Sakura is full of confidence. She originally had a dim future. After all, after graduating from the ninja school, the gap between everyone will quickly widen. Someone like Yamanaka Ino, who looks similar to herself now, will soon get a lot of resources because of her family. By then, she will have a big gap with Ino. After all, Sakura's own parents are just ordinary civilians. But now you only need to get in touch with Teacher Qianyu more, which can not only improve your chakra, but also enhance your physical fitness. There is also a chance to draw mysterious random rewards. This, who would not be tempted? Where's Mr. Qianyu? No, I have a study problem that I want to discuss with him. Sakura said goodbye to Hinata and Ino. But her face clearly showed her plan. No, I can't let Sakura succeed. Let's not go to the flower shop today. Yamanaka Ino also made a quick decision. Just kidding. Hinata and Sakura both got rewards, but now she doesn't have one. If she doesn't work harder, Sakura will completely distance her. Guarding the flower shop? What's the point of guarding the flower shop? Whoever wants to guard the flower shop today can do so. By the way, Hinata, if you have nothing to do today, why don't you help me look after the flower shop? Hey! Hyuga Hinata was confused. Although she had no plan to go to see Teacher Kyunyu, she had decided to practice the 3 body techniques of the ninja school in the afternoon. Chapter 33. Teacher Kyunyu. Kyunyu was eating delicious 3-color meatballs in the meatball shop when a shout interrupted his enjoyment. Kyunyu turned around and the person who smiled and waved at him was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Why did Naruto come to me? I'm not Mizuki. How would I know what a seal scroll is? Uzumaki Naruto excitedly ran to Senju Chiyu, without any courtesy, and stuffed the remaining 3-color meatballs on Senju Chiyu's plate into his mouth. Senju Chiyu didn't have any skills, and it wasn't the first time he invited Naruto to eat. But Senju Chiyu looked at Naruto's face and said with some doubts, Naruto, why is your face so swollen? And your clothes are all torn. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care at all, but put one hand behind his head and laughed to himself. Let me tell you a secret, Mr. Kyunyu, Sakura almost went on a date with me just now. Senju Chiyu looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and the expression in his eyes clearly said, do you think I believe what you said? Seeing Senju Chiyu's disbelief, Uzumaki Naruto quickly explained. This is true, Senju-sensei. Sakura said that as long as I graduate from the ninja school with first place, she will consider dating me. Senju-sensei didn't have the heart to tell Naruto that he couldn't possibly be first. He just nodded and said, then Naruto, you have to make good use of the remaining time and work hard, after all, everyone is very strong. Uzumaki Naruto heard what Senju Chiyu said and nodded immediately. That is to say, Teacher Kyunyu, everyone is so strong, so you have to help me. Help you? How can I help you? Seeing Senju Chiyu's surprised expression, Uzumaki Naruto further explained. Teacher Kyunyu, I know that you are also one of the examiners tomorrow, so you must know the exam questions. Exam questions? Senju Chiyu finally understood why Uzumaki Naruto came to him. He actually wanted me to reveal the questions to him. You can let me reveal Sakura, Hinata, and Ino, but it's impossible for me to reveal the questions. Naruto, the teacher is not the person you think he is. Even if I know the question, I can't tell you. Senju Chiyu refused righteously. Don't be so quick to refuse, Teacher Kyunyu, I have something good to show you. Good-looking things. In the doubtful eyes of Senju Kyunyu, Uzumaki Naruto made seals with his hands and shouted. Bang! Accompanied by a burst of white smoke, a graceful girl with golden twin ponytails walked out from it vaguely. In addition to her excellent figure, she was not even wearing any clothes. Only a thin layer of white smoke covered her perfect figure. Kyunyu teacher. The girl with golden twin ponytails made a very charming voice towards Senju Kyunyu, and even her eyes were full of seduction and teasing. This is the ninjutsu developed by Uzumaki Naruto himself. With this move, even teacher Irika couldn't hold out for a round. However, unexpectedly, Senju Kyunyu looked calm, and there was no change in his expression. Tisk tisk, Naruto really underestimates me. As an outstanding young person in society who has received 9 years of compulsory education, from childhood to adulthood, whether it is Japan, South Korea, Europe, the United States, Hong Kong, Taiwan, or the mainland, blondes or golden-haired, what kind of things have I not seen? You think you can use such a childish trick against me? Naruto, this level of ninjutsu doesn't work on me. The blonde girl with twin ponytails stood there in a daze, and then she turned back with a bang. This was the first time that his seduction technique didn't work. Compared to tomorrow's graduation exam, this result was even more unacceptable to him. Damn it, Senju-sensei, I will definitely develop a ninjutsu that will impress you. Uzumaki Naruto showed a firm expression, he was determined. He even forgot his original purpose. Senju Chiha breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Uzumaki Naruto leaving. That was a close call, that was a close call, I almost couldn't hold on. It would be so embarrassing if I had a nosebleed. But speaking of it, Naruto is indeed very powerful. This ninjutsu can not only kill the third Hokage in seconds, but even Jiraiya is no match for it. In the future, after Naruto's continuous improvement and development, even Kaguya Otsutsuki on the moon will reveal a fatal flaw. It is not an exaggeration to call this kind of ninjutsu Super S level. But unfortunately, it is still within my acceptable range for now. When Naruto learns the clone technique, he will probably challenge me to use the advanced version of the seduction technique, right? I don't know if I can control myself by then. Why? In the dark, Daisuke Yujao was speechless and silent. Seeing that Senju Chiha was not affected by Uzumaki Naruto's so-called seduction technique, she thought this guy was really a gentleman. But after reading what he wrote in his diary, it was clear that he was playing the long game. He deliberately frustrated Uzumaki Naruto, and then challenged him with more tempting ninjutsu next time. As expected, no man is serious. But Senju Chiha just mentioned that the third Hokage couldn't resist it either? Uzuki Yujao flashed a trace of disbelief. After all, the third Hokage was in his 60s, how could he be affected by such things? He is the Hokage of Konoha. In the space of the first ball on the moon, a strange color flashed in Kaguya Otsutsuki's white eyes. Is there a ninjutsu that can expose my flaws? She frowned and thought for a long time. Even when facing the Otsutsuki back then, Kaguya never had any so-called flaws. No, there is absolutely no ninjutsu in this world that can cause me to waver in the slightest. When I get out of this sealed space, I will take back all the chakra in the ninja world. Chapter 34 Kaguya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Nagato, Konan. Having nothing to do in the afternoon, Senju Chiha came to the back mountain of Konoha alone. He jumped lightly onto a big tree, then found a comfortable position to lean against it. There is nothing important to do today, so why not take advantage of this free time to sort out the affairs of the ninja world first? Senju Kyunyu did what he said, and wrote down Kaguya Otsutsuki and Nagato according to his memory. As for Konan, Senju Kyunyu didn't know what was going on, he couldn't help but lose control of his hands and feet towards this paper-like wife. I don't know what Konan's wife is doing now. A few days away from Konoha, a woman with short blue hair and a flower in her bun was sitting on a small boat. She was Konan, who had left the land of rain and was heading to Konoha. Along the way, she was always paying attention to the changes in the diary copy in her hand. What are these? In Konan's diary copy, her original name was erased and replaced with Pain 6 Paths. 6 paths of pain, heaven path, Shura path, hell path, human path, hungry ghost path, lowly path. Damn, that's not right. The hydrangea that became the 6 paths of pain should have been created after Jiraiya defeated the original clone. After Kyunyu figured it out, he decisively erased the lowly path and changed it to the animal path. Xionan looked incredible. She saw that Kyunyu's diary wrote the 6 paths of pain in such detail, even every one of them was written out. Except for the lowly path at the beginning, which made her a little confused, but she soon changed it back to the animal path she was familiar with. This means that the information written in the diary by Senju Kyunyu is true. Then it is a further explanation that the masked man who gave Nagato the Samsara Eye is really not the so-called Uchiha Madara? Who is that guy's identity? What is the real purpose? Xionan now really wants to know all this, and she can't wait to use ninjutsu to fly to Konoha to ask Senju Kyunyu. But she also knows very well that the things in the diary cannot be told at all. Secondly, there are many perception-type ninjas hiding in the dark in Konoha village. An external chakra fluctuation like her will be discovered the first second she enters Konoha. So this is why Xionan has not been in a hurry to leave. She now needs to give herself a reasonable identity to enter Konoha. Or wait for Senju Chiyo to leave Konoha before she has a chance to act. As long as she can help Nagato, she doesn't mind making some sacrifices. Of course, it would be best if the guy named Senju Chiyo is sensible. Otherwise, even though she is a paper man, she will never show mercy when she takes action. The female ninjas of Konoha also saw the updated content of the diary. They are all very confused at the moment. Who is Kagaya Otsutsuki? Who is Black Zetsu? Uchiha Madara knows a little bit. But who is this Uzumaki Nagato? What is the relationship with Uzumaki Naruto? Could the two be brothers who have been separated for many years? This is a bit too bloody. Yui Kurane, who just walked out of the office of the third Hokage, also looked very interested. She has already accepted the genin team assigned to her by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is only waiting for the so-called graduation exam tomorrow to prepare for the division into classes. Even Kurane Yui herself did not expect that the third Hokage would actually hand over these important family ninjas to her. She looked at the list in her hand. These 3 little guys will become her subordinates after tomorrow. And she will be their team leader. Abarame Shino, Inyazuka Kaiba, and Hyaga Hinata. Kurane Yui put away the list. These 3 little guys are all new generation members of the famous big families in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally needs to cultivate them in his own hands. And he gave me the position of teacher. Does this mean that the third Hokage still hopes that I can think more about Asuma? Kurane Yui showed a cold smile on her face. Of course, she did not refuse. On the contrary, she was very happy to accept it. This is not because of Sarutobi Asuma, but... Kurane Yui set her sights on Hinata Hyaga. Through the content of the diary, even a fool can see it. How much interest does Senju Chiyo have in Hinata Hyaga? Even Kurane Yui has no doubt that if Hinata Hyaga develops for another 2 years, Senju Chiyo will definitely inject chakra into Hinata Hyaga's body. This means that as long as you get close to Hinata Hyaga, are you afraid that Senju Chiyo will not take the initiative to deliver it to the door? Yui Kurane licked her red lips. It was obvious that she felt more for Senju Chiyo than for Sarutobi Asuma. But what's wrong with this guy today? Uchiha Madara, what's the relationship with the so-called Uzumaki Nagato? And what is this pain 6 paths? This guy is always procrastinating. Can't he write it more clearly? Zahihong thought of this and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Let me think about it. Let me start with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Senju Chiyo began to recall the story about Kagaya Otsutsuki in his mind. When talking about Kagaya Otsutsuki, we have to mention the beginning of the ninja world before it was even formed. Everyone was speechless. Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared before the ninja world was formed? Why do you know this kind of person? Could it be that Senju Chiyo is really the kami of the ninja world? Even Uzumaki Kushina from the Pure Land world was surprised. She, who was always fearless, never expected that this so-called Kagaya Otsutsuki was so old. Compared with her, she was just an 18-year-old girl. Uzumaki Kushina covered her pink face and seemed very satisfied. Samui, the big bear female ninja from the Reikage village who owned Chiyo's diary, also seemed a little unconvinced. Although this Senju Chiyo's identity is indeed mysterious, where did he get the ancient news from? Could it be that he knew we could see his diary, so he was teasing us? The girls all waited for Senju Chiyo to continue writing with their own different mentalities. Only Kagaya Otsutsuki on the moon looked even paler and more solemn. Chapter 35. One day before the ninja world was formed, I guess they were called aliens came to this continent. They called themselves the Otsutsuki clan. The male was named Otsutsuki Ishaiki and the female was Otsutsuki Kagaya. The purpose of their coming to this continent is to plant something called a sacred tree. Of course, this sacred tree can also be called by another name, the 10 Tails. 10 Tails. After seeing the latest contents in Senju Shinayu's diary, the women who had a little knowledge immediately thought of the nine-tailed beasts in the ninja world. "Tsunade-sama, have you heard of the 10 tails?" Shizune asked Tsunade, who was standing beside her. The two were getting closer and closer to the Konohagakure. Tsunade shook her head. She knew everything about the 1 tails to the 9 tails. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had captured the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world, and in order to balance the power of the 5 great nations, he unconditionally divided all the tailed beasts equally. If there really was a so-called 10th tailed beast, Hashirama Senju, who was already known as the god of the ninja world at that time, would definitely have caught that guy back. But Hashirama Senju didn't. Shizune saw that even Tsunade-sama didn't know, so she could only continue to wait for the update of Kyunyu's diary with expectation. The reason why the Otsutsuki clan planted the sacred tree on this continent is to absorb all the life energy on this planet. Convert all the energy on the planet into the fruit of the sacred tree. Just swallow this fruit and you can quickly gain extremely powerful strength. The Otsutsuki clan is constantly searching for planets suitable for planting sacred trees in the universe. They become stronger in destruction, and even use this to achieve immortality. As Senju Chiyu wrote the words of immortality, the women gasped. After all, no matter in which world, immortality seems to be a taboo word. Tsunade knows this very well. As one of the 3 ninjas, her former comrade Orochimaru was completely abandoned by the 3rd Hokage because of his delusion of immortality. Those inhumane human experiments, even Tsunade can't accept them at all. I didn't expect that it's not just Orochimaru, but even those so-called aliens are pursuing immortality. Tsunade murmured to herself. With the cells of the Senju clan and the 100 healings technique she developed, she could maintain the youthful vitality of her body for a long time, but this was far from true immortality. If the so-called fruit of the sacred tree could really give the so-called Otsutsuki clan the opportunity for immortality, Tsunade could already imagine how important that thing was. Although the effect of the fruit of this sacred tree is extremely powerful, as a price, in order for the sacred tree to bear fruit, one of the Otsutsuki tribe members must voluntarily sacrifice himself and become the final mature sacrifice of the sacred tree. The reason why Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya act as a team is because Kagaya's status is lower than Ishiki. So according to the rules of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya will become a sacrifice to the sacred tree at the last moment. Kyunyu's diary said earlier that Kagaya Otsutsuki is not dead, which means. Tsunade quickly analyzed that facing such a tempting fruit, Kagaya Otsutsuki must have had some different ideas. At the last moment when the fruit of the sacred tree was ripe, Kagaya Otsutsuki was unwilling to become a sacrifice, and she took advantage of Ishiki's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack, directly turning the seriously injured and dying Ishiki into a sacrifice to the sacred tree. By devouring Otsutsuki Ishiki's flesh, the sacred tree blossomed and bore fruit, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who possessed the power of the fruit, also gained extremely powerful strength. She quelled the unrest on this continent with overwhelming force, and officially named this continent, Ninja World. As the creator god of the ninja world and the ancestor of Chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki is respected by everyone. She is even known as the goddess of Mao. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki doesn't know at this moment that in the future, there will be a being in the ninja world who will overthrow her rule. She actually knows my story. And she knows it so clearly. Otsutsuki Kagaya was obviously very surprised. The name Senju Chiyu could never be someone from her era. He was from the Senju clan and a descendant of Yugo. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya had a very strange feeling. She didn't understand how this descendant of Yugo knew her story so clearly. Kagaya even felt like the color of her underwear was seen through. In front of this Senju Chiyu, she had no secrets at all. Kagaya remembered that this Senju Chiyu said that he was a time traveler. But, what is a time traveler? Could it be that he was a wedge with the Otsutsuki clan? Something like that? Obviously. Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't fully understand it. The other women in the ninja world were so shocked by the story Chiyu wrote about Kaguya Otsutsuki that they couldn't even breathe. Aliens, absorbing the life of the planet, sacred trees, and the origin of chakra. The huge amount of information made them feel very addicted. At this moment, they stared at the diary in their hands very seriously, for fear of missing any word written by Chiyu Senju. Just as Chiyu Senju was about to continue writing, a beautiful purple-haired female ninja from the Anbu appeared in front of him. Qian Shaoqunyu naturally discovered it at the first time. Isn't this his wife Xian? Why doesn't she continue to monitor him in the dark? Could it be that she was attracted by his charm and stopped pretending and came clean? Hello. Senju Chiyu sat on a branch and greeted Uzuki Yujao, who was wearing an Anbu mask. Uzuki Yujao was extremely embarrassed at the moment. Of course, she also wanted to know what was next in Chiyu's diary, but at this moment, the third Hokage's mission came to her. For this reason, she had to interrupt Chiyu, who was about to continue writing his diary. Lord Hokage wants you to go there for something. Lord Hokage is looking for me. Senju Chiyu was a little confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old guy, didn't say anything last time when his son was sent to the hospital by him. Why did he suddenly want to see him now? Could it be that the third Hokage discovered my secret? This shouldn't be the case. Senju Chiyu was a little confused, but he was not afraid at all. He jumped down from the tree easily, and then jumped to the side of Uzuki Yujao. I understand. Let's go see the third Hokage. Uzuki Yujao nodded, without saying anything, and jumped towards the direction of the Hokage building. It smells so good, she is worthy of being my wife, Xi Yan, who monitors me every day, and yet she can still smell so good, it's really rare. Uzuki Xi Yan, who was moving quickly, almost slipped and fell. What? Kyunyu already knew that I was spying on him. Did he pretend not to know on purpose? Mao Yu Xi Yan felt as if she was socially dead. Chapter 36. The next day, the ninja school's graduation exam officially began. All students in the class lined up in order according to the number plates that had been arranged in advance. Candidate No 010 Uchiha Suzuki comes in. As Irika's voice came from the classroom, Uchiha Suzuki walked in. In front of him, there were 3 examiners sitting. Irika, Senju Chiyu and Mr. Mizuki with white hair parted in the middle. Uchiha Suzuki had a calm face and didn't say anything. He just nodded when he saw Senju Chiyu. This scene was naturally discovered by Mizuki, who couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Even though the Uchiha clan was exterminated, they are still so unruly. But it doesn't matter, my target is only Naruto. Shuimu adjusted his mood very quickly, with a smile on his face, he looked at Suzuki in front of him and said. Then Uchiha Suzuki, please go to the front and draw your test questions. Uchiha Suzuki walked over, and there was a box on the table in front of him. The box contained all the test questions for this ninja school graduation exam. These students only needed to randomly draw one and complete it to pass. Uchiha Suzuki reached in and took out a piece of paper with substitution technique written on it. Substitution technique is one of the 3 basic ninjutsu, the other 2 being transformation technique and clone technique. Is it a substitute technique? Relatively speaking, this ninjutsu is the most difficult. Shuimu still maintained a polite smile, looking like a very good teacher. Senju Chiyu on the side said nothing, but couldn't help complaining in his diary. Mr. Mizuki's acting reminded me of an old friend who also lived a simple life and also had a connection with the word wood. I think his name was Tony or something Mu. How about arranging for Mr. Mizuki to film a movie in the future? I remember there seemed to be a very beautiful female star in the ninja world, her name was Fuka Koyuki. Of course, if necessary, I can be a stand-in for Mizuki-sensei in intimate scenes. In a small country, Fuka Koyuki, who has long smooth black hair, is holding a fan meeting. as a newcomer who has just emerged in the ninja world movie. Her goal is to become the most famous female star in the ninja world. At this moment, Fuka Koihoki is greeting the fans in the audience. Although there are not many people, only a few dozen people. But for Fuka Koihoki, who has just debuted, she is already very satisfied. When she was smiling, suddenly a golden light flashed in her mind. Fuka Koihoki's face was slightly startled, and then returned to normal. That guy named Senju Kyunyu actually knows me. And she said I was a famous female star in the ninja world? But I just debuted. Could it be possible that I could really become a super famous star in the future? But even so, I will not forgive a bastard named Jian Xiao Qianyu. He actually wanted to film an intimate scene with me. Feng Hua Xiao Shui was a little angry at the moment, and she wanted to find Jian Xiao Qianyu immediately and teach him a lesson. However, the fans in front of her were still there, so she had to hide her anger and pretend to be very happy. Senju Chiyu, just wait for me. Konoha, right? I'll be there at the next stop. In the classroom, with a bang, Uchiha Sasuke disappeared in the white smoke, and a half-cut wooden stake appeared in his place. Not bad, worthy of being Uchiha Sasuke. Irika nodded with great satisfaction, and wrote the word passed on the score sheet in front of him. Mizuki on the side naturally had nothing to say. Although he was very upset with the Uchiha brat's arrogant personality, this guy's ninjutsu was indeed different from other children. There was no drag at all, and it was quite fast and effective. Then, what is Mr. Kyunyu's opinion? Shuimu smiled and turned his head to look at Jian Xiao Kyunyu beside him. Jian Xiao Kyunyu picked up his own score paper and placed it in front of Shuimu. There was also a big red letter pass on it. I am of course the same as everyone else. Sasuke's excellence is obvious to all. Uchiha Sasuke's figure, who had disappeared, appeared in the classroom. He put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the classroom with a relaxed look on his face. Sure enough, with 13 wheel-mounted skills, all the Uchiha clan are S-level ninjas. Even Senju Kyunyu feels inferior in this regard. No wonder in the world of the original comics, although he is the second pillar of the Uchiha clan, there are still so many female ninjas who like Sasuke, and the two beauties Ino and Sakura even become enemies for him. Sure enough, at an ignorant age, the lethality of a boy like Huang Mao to a girl is too strong. Speaking of Huang Mao, a yellow-haired kid just appeared in Senju Kyunyu's mind. The next second, the yellow-haired kid showed a confident silly smile and appeared at the door. Hehe, I am the next candidate. The moment Irika saw this brat, his head started to hurt. But Naruto, we haven't called candidate No 011 yet. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care at all, but walked in with a swagger. What does it matter, Mr. Irika? I will pass the test in one try. Irika covered his head and felt a headache. Mizuki beside him showed that fake smile again. Spare him this time, Irika. Naruto is indeed candidate number 011. I believe that with Naruto's strength, he will be able to pass the graduation exam easily. Hearing Mizuki teacher speak for him, the simple Naruto immediately cast a grateful look. Mizuki-sensei is still a wise man. Irika saw Mizuki-sensei speaking up for Naruto and didn't say anything else. Well then, Naruto, go ahead and draw your graduation exam questions. Hit the oil. Uzumaki Naruto walked into the box with a heartless step and reached his hand directly in. The moment he opened the white paper, Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly had a painful expression on his face. The test question on the white paper was clearly written as clone technique. But, damn it! I actually got the ninjutsu that I am least good at. Uzumaki Naruto never expected that he would be so unlucky. Chapter 37. Damn! Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed panic. What's wrong, Naruto? Why don't you start quickly? There are many people waiting behind. Iruka saw that Naruto had not started for a long time after he drew the question of clone technique, so he urged him. He had to finish the assessment of all the graduates of the ninja school in the morning. He had to submit the qualified list in the afternoon. That. Uzumaki Naruto really wanted to ask if he could change the test question, but when he saw Sakura at the door looking inside, he couldn't say that no matter what. Naruto, relax, the clone technique is not that difficult. I heard that you even defeated Uchiha Sasuke. Mizuki showed a warm smile and encouraged Uzumaki Naruto. That's right, even Sasuke, that arrogant guy, is no match for me, so what's the point of a mere clone technique? The scene of defeating Uchiha Sasuke head-on that day appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, and at this moment, he regained his confidence. I will definitely pass the graduation exam. Ah! Blue chakra began to emerge from Uzumaki Naruto's body, and visible chakra flowed through various acupuncture points in his body. This guy Naruto. When did he get such good control over chakra? Iruka's eyes lit up. In the past, he thought, Naruto was a poor student. Even if he beat Sasuke, it was just a coincidence in his eyes. But now seeing the flow of chakra in Naruto's body, Iruka always felt that Naruto was a little different now. Could it be that this guy has really grown up? Clone technique. As Uzumaki Naruto shouted, the exclusive Naruto background music in Naruto even rang in his ears. It's going to burn. Bang! Beside Uzumaki Naruto, two white smokes dissipated. Like disabled people, the two Naruto clones collapsed to the ground. For a moment, the scene was very abstract. Iruka was so upset, looking at the scene in front of him, coupled with Naruto's extremely confident performance just now, he didn't even know what to say. On the contrary, Senju Chiho was very calm. This result was completely within his expectations, and he didn't even have a trace of emotion in his heart. I have been strictly trained. No matter how funny it is, I will not laugh. Teacher Mizuki's eyes revealed an extremely satisfied look. It was worthy of Naruto. It was completely in line with his talent. He almost broke out in a cold sweat just now, fearing that Naruto had really passed the graduation exam successfully. Fortunately, Naruto did not disappoint. Everything went quite smoothly according to his plan. He cleared his throat, and a warm smile hung on his face. Iruka teacher, Kyunyu teacher, although Naruto. After a morning of assessment, all the test results came out in the afternoon. Iruka stood on the podium, and all the students in their seats were present. The exam results are out, and the list of genin who have obtained ninja qualifications will be announced soon. Tomorrow, the ninjas will be officially divided into classes. After hearing Iruka's words, all the ninjas off the field seemed to be boiling with excitement. The results came out so quickly, much faster than previously predicted. I'm really looking forward to it, and I don't know what rank I can get. This time, Sasuke should be the first, right? That guy can get full marks almost every time. But didn't Naruto teach Sasuke a lesson last time? What the hell are you thinking? Didn't you see how frustrated Naruto looked when he walked out of the classroom? He didn't even show up when the results were released. Don't you understand? It seems that guy really didn't pass. As expected, the last place is the last place. The temporary mutation was exposed soon. While everyone was discussing, Iruka announced the ranking of this graduation exam. The graduation exam results will be announced now. Those whose names are called will go up to the stage to receive the Ninja Forehead Protector. First place. Hyuga Hinata. Wow! As Iruka's voice fell, the originally quiet classroom exploded instantly. How could it be Hinata? Isn't it Uchiha Sasuke? Although I am very upset with that guy, this is too unbelievable. What's so strange about this? Don't forget, Hinata is from the Hyuga clan, which is the largest family in Konoha. Isn't Sasuke also from the Uchiha clan? He's not that different. Still in Uchiha? There is only Uchiha Sasuke left in the Uchiha clan. How can he compare with the Hyuga clan? Congratulations, Hinata. Sakura and Ino walked up to Hinata Hyuga and congratulated her. Others might feel surprised. Although Hinata Hyuga's grades were good, she was still some distance away from the first place, so they didn't understand this ranking. But Sakura and Ino knew very well that all this was thanks to the power of Teacher Kyunyu's diary. Their chakra and physical fitness have been improved. It is not difficult to get the first place in the graduation exam. Hinata Hyuga walked towards the podium in the eyes of everyone. Senju Kyunyu handed over the ninja forehead protector in his hand and said in a doting tone. Congratulations, Hinata. I can see that you have been working really hard recently. Ah! Hinata Hyuga's face flushed red, as if she was about to burn, but she remembered what Teacher Chiyu had written in his diary, hoping that Hinata could overcome the problem of fainting due to shyness. Hinata kept encouraging herself in her heart, and she trembled all over and mustered up the courage to look into Chiyu Senju's eyes. Thank you, Teacher Kyunyu. Hinata Hyuga received the forehead protector symbolizing ninja from Senju Chiyu. She was extremely happy, not only because she was a formal ninja from today, but more importantly, she did not faint when she looked into the eyes of Chiyu teacher just now. Great! Great! Teacher Chiyu! I did it! Hinata couldn't help but secretly said in surprise. Chiyu Senju looked at the back of Hinata Hyuga turning away. Even he was a little surprised. Not only did Hinata Hyuga graduate from the ninja school with the first place, but she didn't faint from shyness today. The sun really rose from the west. Could it be that Obito started the infinite Tsukuyomi in advance? Chiyu Senju looked at the big sun outside the window and muttered to himself. That's not right. Isn't it broad daylight now? It seems there is only one possibility. Chien Shaokyunyu figured it out a little bit. I never thought that the power of my love for my little wife Hinata could provide her with such a great help. Chapter 38. At night, in Konohagakure, a thin figure sneaked into the home of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After searching for a while, he finally found the scroll with the Book of Seals. I didn't expect that I would find it so easily. Teacher Mizuki said that as long as I have this thing, I can graduate from the ninja school smoothly. Under the moonlight, the appearance of the boy gradually emerged, with golden yellow hair. It was Uzumaki Naruto who failed the graduation test during the day. But at this moment, he changed his frustration during the day and was full of confidence. Teacher Mizuki had already talked to him. Next, as long as he took the Book of Seals to the designated meeting point, he would be able to successfully graduate from the ninja school. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was about to leave, a vicissitudes of life figure appeared in front of him. He was wearing a Hokage's windbreaker and holding a pipe in his hand. It was none other than the third Hokage. Naruto, what are you doing here so late? What's in your hand? The Book of Seals. The third Hokage's tone seemed very excited, but his wrinkled face was very calm. He even took a deep puff of his pipe. Damn it! I was discovered. Uzumaki Naruto looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that he would be caught by the third Hokage after sneaking in so secretly. In this case, there is nothing we can do. Uzumaki Naruto formed seals with both hands and used the S-level seduction technique directly. Unexpectedly, it was a great success. The third Hokage actually had a nosebleed and was knocked down in an instant. Tisk tisk, what kind of Hokage is this? It's nothing more than that. The complacent Uzumaki Naruto quickly left here with the sealed book. After a long time, the third Hokage finally got up from the floor. He quickly called in the Anbu who were responsible for protecting his safety. Quickly inform the village that Naruto has stolen the Book of Seals. Yes. These ninjas quickly dispersed and took action. Under the moonlight, Uzuki Yujeo with long purple hair frowned. Wasn't the performance of the third Hokage just now too clumsy? Even his appearance to stop Naruto was just a last resort. After all, there are many hidden Anbu guarding the third Hokage's home. If Naruto could just take away the precious sealed book without making a sound, it would be totally unreasonable and a joke. The dignified Konoha Hokage was actually stopped by a genin who was not even a genin. The little devil was knocked down. You said you were not acting, but who would believe you if you told others? Uzuki Yujao thought of what was written in Senju Sinayu's diary. Everything happened exactly the same. Mizuki pretended to be a good man to deceive Naruto and instigated him to steal the Book of Seals. The third Hokage deliberately let Naruto Uzumaki get the scroll successfully. Uzuki Yujao, who knew all this in advance, thought that what happened just now was really funny. Although she didn't know the purpose of the third Hokage, she still had to get the Book of Seals back from Naruto as soon as possible. In the forest of Konoha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Uzumaki Naruto sat panting under a big tree, holding the stolen Book of Seals in his arms. Just when he was checking the ninjutsu inside, Mizuki teacher suddenly arrived. He was very angry and scolded Naruto for not keeping the agreement and going to the designated gathering place. And when he learned that Naruto was unwilling to hand over the Book of Seals to him now, Mizuki also showed his cards completely. Damn nine-tailed brat, I will kill you now, and the Book of Sealing will be mine then, Mizuki said as he attacked Uzumaki Naruto. Unlike in the original comics, Iruka did not appear here to buy time for Naruto to escape. Uzumaki Naruto could only rely on his own strength and attach chakra to the solace of his feet through the method taught by Senju Chayu. Whoosh! Uzumaki Naruto not only dodged Mizuki's kunao attack, but also jumped and shuttled quickly on the branches. Damn it, how could this brat know how to control chakra? Some annoyance flashed in Mizuki's eyes. Instantly, light blue chakra appeared on the solace of his feet, but it was much less than Naruto's. After all, Mizuki was just an ordinary ninja, and the amount of chakra was not at the same level as Naruto. Not only could he not shorten the gap with Uzumaki Naruto, but on the contrary, the distance between the two was visibly getting bigger. Mizuki seemed a little crazy. Damn nine-tailed devil, when I catch you, I will kill you with my own hands. After running for half a day, Uzumaki Naruto was exhausted. Although he was faster than Mizuki, it was because he used a lot of chakra. At present, the chakra in his body was overused. Not only was he dizzy, he couldn't even stand up. But I finally got rid of teacher Mizuki, right? Uzumaki Naruto kept breathing rapidly. He was very nervous at the moment. In the past, although the people in the village looked at him with hatred and even threw things at him, they never wanted to kill him. But just now when facing teacher Mizuki, Naruto could clearly feel that the other party wanted to kill him without mercy. This kind of fear and terror made him breathe rapidly, and even in his heart he kept praying. We must not be discovered by Mizuki-sensei. However, Naruto, you are here. It took me so long to find you. A cold voice came from above Uzumaki Naruto's head. Uzumaki Naruto was stiff all over, and he looked up in disbelief. Standing on the branch above his head was Mizuki with a dangerous smile on his face. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto panicked and tried his best to escape, but he fell to the ground because of excessive fatigue. Mizuki jumped down from the branch and looked down at Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground. He stepped on his face mercilessly. Why are you still alive? Shoemu's eyes revealed a feeling of looking at trash. He stepped harder and trampled on Uzumaki Naruto's face. Let me tell you, Naruto. 12 years ago, our village was harmed by you, the evil fox. Many people in the village died because of you. Do you know why Iruka hates you so much? It's because you killed his parents that night. You are the nine-tailed fox. Everyone who sees you thinks you are a monster. You are a freak. Even if you really die, no one will feel sorry for you. So, do you understand? Shoemu leaned over and whispered coldly into Naruto's ear. You monster should just die peacefully. This is your last contribution to the village." As he spoke, a kunai appeared in Mizuki's hand. He stabbed Uzumaki Naruto's head without mercy. I'm not a monster." Just when Shoimu thought he had succeeded, the kunai he stabbed was blocked by a stream of red chakra like a flame. Snap! The extremely sharp kunai was directly broken into two halves. Shoimu's hands couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. This guy's momentum was completely different at the moment. His whole body was wrapped in extremely violent red chakra. Shoimu was surprised to find that Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned blood red, and the 6 lines on his face became rough. What was even more terrifying was that his teeth actually grew 2 sharp fangs. Roar! Uzumaki Naruto roared like a wild beast. Chapter 39. You, Kuwabai brat, what are you going to do? Shoimu moved backwards step by step, looking for a chance to escape. However, the runaway Uzumaki Naruto did not give him any chance at all. His eyes were burning with fire, and the lines on his face became more ferocious. It seemed that he would attack Shoimu at any time. I am a Chunin of Konoha, your teacher. Shoimu's face showed fear, and the chakra that emerged from Naruto's body even gradually formed a pattern of a demon fox behind him. The demon fox was high above, staring at Shoimu in front of it with a look of contempt. It was the same look that Shoimu had just given, looking at trash. Help! Help! Shoimu couldn't bear the pressure anymore, and ran madly into the distance. Swish! In an instant, a flash of red light flashed before Shoimu's eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, who was like a beast, had already blocked in front of him. In his hand, he was holding a bloody arm. Shoimu reacted, and he looked towards his left hand, but the original arm had disappeared, leaving only emptiness. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain made Shoimu fall to the ground. This was not caused by the sharp ninja tool, but by the beast-like Uzumaki Naruto pulling it off. At this moment, Shoimu felt extremely regretful. Please, let me go, Naruto. Although Mizuki apologized with tears in his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto had completely lost his mind. He was completely controlled by the 9 tails. Pa! Another kick rubbed Mizuki's thigh hard as he lay on the ground. In an instant, Mizuki's entire thigh was twisted beyond belief. Mizuki felt like he was living a life worse than death at this moment. The previous blow almost made him faint from the pain. Damn it! Mizuki knew that he had no chance of survival. He used his right hand to exert the last bit of strength and took out the detonating talisman from his pocket. Rather than being tortured to death by this monster in front of him, it would be better to die with him. Mizuki gritted his teeth and used up his last bit of chakra to ignite the detonating talisman. The beast-like Uzumaki Naruto was not afraid at all. He raised his leg again and prepared to step on Mizuki's head. Just when the detonating talisman was about to explode, whoosh! Mizuki's body appeared out of thin air 10 meters away, and the detonating talisman he ignited made an explosion sound dozens of meters away. What's going on? Shoimu, who was lying on the ground dying, struggled to raise his head and looked. The back figure that appeared before him was the emblem of the Senju clan. Senju Kyunyu. Shoimu smiled. Teacher Kyunyu had a very good relationship with him in school. If he came, wouldn't he be saved? If you can live, who wants to die? Naruto, the monster who stepped on the air in the distance, was still stunned. He turned his head and saw Senju Kyunyu, who suddenly appeared here. He immediately understood that everything just now was caused by this man. Roar! Uzumaki Naruto roared like a wild beast again, and the red chakra on his body became even more violent. Even Naruto's skin began to crack because he couldn't bear it. Has the 9-tailed fox's power leaked out? Qian Qianyu looked calm. He glanced at Shui Mu, who was lying on the ground with one hand and one foot missing. He quickly figured out the reason. This guy Mizuki should want to kill Uzumaki Naruto, because for the first time facing the fear of life and death, Naruto's inner fear gave the Nine Tails an opportunity to take advantage of him. Naruto at this moment is completely different from the one in the original comics, although both used the power of the Nine Tails. But in the original version, it was because Iruka's words moved Naruto that Uzumaki Naruto made up his mind to protect teacher Iruka. But here, because Iruka did not show up, facing the fear of death, and knowing his identity as the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto chose to escape in fear and terror. This is why Naruto, who is now erupting with the power of the Nine Tails, is so powerful and brutal. Because it is the Nine Tails in his body that is really controlling Naruto's body. Senju Chiyu stared at Naruto in front of him without any avoidance. Drip. The dark space was like a sewer environment. In the depths of the sewer, there was a low roar, like the sound of a monster. Senju Kyunyu walked towards the source of the sound without stopping. The closer he got, the more obvious the powerful and ominous chakra became. Finally, a door appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. In the center of the door was an object with the word seal engraved on it. Senju Kyunyu raised his head, and behind the dark door, 2 red circles suddenly lit up. Senju Kyunyu was mentally prepared, so he was not afraid at all. A huge fox was standing behind the sealed door, it showed its terrible fangs, and the chakra on its body was abnormally violent. The fox stared at Senju Kyunyu in front of it, as if it wanted to defeat him alive with its momentum. Senju Kyunyu smiled faintly instead. "You are the nine-tailed fox, this is the first time we meet, you are even scarier than the one I saw in the comics, Although Senju Kyunyu said that the nine-tailed fox in front of him was very evil, there was no respect for the nine-tailed fox in his eyes. The nine-tailed fox also understood instantly that this guy was not simple. Who on earth are you to have the ability to enter Naruto's spiritual world and see me? Who is it? Complex black lines slowly appeared on Qian Shaokyunyu's face. The corners of his eyes and forehead were covered with black lines, just like facial mask patterns. This way. The nine-tailed fox's originally terrifying face actually showed a trace of panic at this moment. It remembered a terrible man from the depths of its memory. That man looked very similar to the guy in front of it now. At that time, it was forced to participate in that battle because of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. That terrible man, while saying "nine-tailed fox, you are too strong," used a huge wooden arm to almost kill itself like pinching a bug. Nine-tailed fox still can't forget that horrific scene. You are a member of the Qian Shao clan. Qian Shaokyunyu smiled and said. You got it right, nine-tailed fox, so I'll give you a small reward. Qian Shaoqianyu clapped his hands and said softly. Immortal Law, Ming Shen Gate. Suddenly, something like red pillars fell from the sky in the original gate. These pillars directly pressed down on the body of the nine-tailed fox. Its head, limbs, and even its 9 tails were firmly nailed to the ground by these pillars that fell from the sky. Chapter 40. Tisk, this old third-generation guy, is still so mean. Senju Kyunyu opened the seal book in his hand and checked the contents. He found that, except for the multiple shadow clones, all other ninjutsu were sealed with a forbidden seal. If the seal is not unlocked correctly, it is impossible to read the following ninjutsu. A flash of anger appeared in Senju Kyunyu's eyes. How dare you play tricks on me? Just when Senju Kyunyu was angry because he couldn't get the ninjutsu content behind the seal book, a faint voice came from the side. Help me! Qian Shaoqianyu looked in the direction of the voice, with a playful look on his face. Mizuki-sensei? Are you still alive? Mizuki, who had been holding on until now, almost died because of what Senju Kyunyu said. Are you talking like a human? But Mizuki is very clear about his current situation. The only one who can save him here is Senju Kyunyu. Just now, the moment Senju Kyunyu made a move, he made Uzumaki Naruto faint. This strength is definitely not just the level of a ninja school teacher. Mizuki had also heard that the third Hokage once personally rated Senju Kyunyu as a special level jonin. This is not a secret, but now Mizuki understands that this so-called special level jonin is actually different from Konoha's original special jonin. Konoha's original special jonin was not comprehensive enough, but because of a certain outstanding ability, he was specially qualified to become a jonin. Obviously, Senju Kyunyu's special level jonin was not among them. Although he only showed a small part of his strength, he beat the runaway Naruto to faint with overwhelming force. This alone made Mizuki look at him differently. After all, it was the nine-tailed demon fox in his body that really controlled Uzumaki Naruto's runaway. The monster that once made the entire Konoha ninja almost helpless. Only the genius ninja, the fourth Hokage, sacrificed his life to seal it. Therefore, Mizuki concluded that Senju Chiyo was definitely not an ordinary jonin. The so-called special level might be far above the elite jonin. He was even secretly glad that he had always been playing the role of a good person, and his relationship with teacher Chiyo was very good. Now, as long as he said that he found Naruto, but was injured like this by his rampage, wouldn't the third Hokage arrange for him to retire due to work-related injuries? Thinking of this, the hope of life ignited in Mizuki's eyes. He once again said to Senju Chiyo very earnestly, "Help, help me." Senju Kyunyu walked up to Shuimu and just briefly checked his injuries. This guy is really lucky. Although his injuries are serious, they are not fatal. If he is brought back to Konoha, he might really survive. Senju Kyunyu was unhappy at the moment. He originally wanted to play a role with Shuimu, but now he is completely in no mood to do so. "Mr. Mizuki, I'm sorry, we're not that familiar with each other. In fact, I am the same as you. I have been pretending all along." After saying this, Senju Chiyo turned around and glanced at Naruto, who was still sleeping soundly, and said with a smile on his face, "Naruto, let me teach you what a truly qualified ninja should do at this time." Senju Kyunyu didn't even use the seal. He clapped his hands, took a deep breath, and shouted softly, "Na! Fire style, great fire extinguishing technique." A powerful flame burst out from Senju Sinayu's mouth. In just a moment, the scorching flames surrounded Shuimu, who was lying on the ground. Shuimu kept wailing in pain, but in less than a few seconds, he was completely silent. Senju Sinayu stopped only after he was sure that Shuimu was burned to ashes. He breathed a sigh of relief and also lifted the chakra barrier around him. Among the Senju clan's legacy left by the first Hokage, there is actually the Uchiha family's great fire annihilation. Humph, who can say that Senju Hashirama has no feelings for Uchiha Madara? The third Hokage's office. Several Anbu were kneeling in front of him. "Hokage, we have not found the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto," the leading Anbu said with a very self-blaming tone. He didn't expect that the direct Anbu of the Hokage couldn't even catch a kid who was not even a genin. This is really too embarrassing. He was waiting for the punishment from the third Hokage and for him to tell him the next step. After all, the Book of Seals is too important. It is said that all the forbidden ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage were on it. If it was taken away by someone with ulterior motives, it might pose a threat to Konoha. A purple-haired Uzuki Yujao was also kneeling in it, with a puzzled look on her face under the mask. What was going on? She had almost caught up with Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts, but suddenly she could clearly feel that the place she entered was disturbed by an extremely powerful chakra. And even if she kept moving forward, she would inexplicably return to the place she had just entered in the end. An area of place. The most important thing is that even the third Hokage can't see anything of that area through the crystal ball on the table. Mao Uxian knew very well that it was impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to do such a thing with his strength. The only person who could do it was Senju Chiyo, who was looking forward to this incident in his diary. Speaking of which, since Uzumaki Naruto stole the Book of Seals, although Senju Chiyo seemed to have been reading at home, Mao Uxian had a hunch that Senju Chiyu should be just a wood-release clone. Just when Mao Uxian was struggling whether to tell the third Hokage about her guess, the crystal ball in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was originally pitch black, finally became clearly visible again. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had not spoken, also instantly came to life. He subconsciously muttered to himself. Finally done? It's faster than I thought, this kid is quite capable. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw through the telescope that in the crystal ball, Senju Chiyu was holding Uzumaki Naruto and rushing back to the village. He was carrying the scroll of the Book of Seals on his back. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and spoke lightly to the Anbu ninja kneeling in front of him. Let's all go. The sealing scroll and Uzumaki Naruto are all fine. Oh, by the way, Xian, please stay for a while. There is something that needs you to confirm and handle. Originally, Mao Yuxian was slightly startled when she was about to leave. After hearing the order from the third Hokage, she quickly nodded and said. Chapter 41. Ah! In the forest outside Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto woke up with sleepy eyes. Feeling the cool breeze blowing on his face, Naruto looked up and saw that it was Teacher Chiyu holding him and walking through the woods. Teacher Kunyu, how did you get here? Uzumaki Naruto looked strange. He had completely forgotten what happened just now. He just fell asleep because he was too tired. Wake up, Naruto. Senju Kunyu glanced at Naruto, and at this moment Naruto's originally injured face had completely recovered. As expected of the nine-tailed fox, it is really convenient. Even among our Senju clan, only a few people have the ability to heal themselves. However, the nine-tailed fox is a double-edged sword for Naruto now. Although it can help him quickly recover from his injuries and chakra, it can also easily cause him to go berserk like he did just now. But after I convinced him with reason, nine-tailed fox will probably behave itself for a long time. The spiritual space inside Uzumaki Naruto's body. Senju Chiyu looked at the nine tails that he had forcibly suppressed and lay on the ground. At this moment, the nine tails was panting heavily. What, nine tails, are you dissatisfied? The nine tails did not answer Senju Kunyu's words, but stared upward fiercely with its scarlet eyes as big as lanterns. Senju Kunyu instantly understood what it meant. Sorry, this is the first time I have found an opportunity to use this ninjutsu, and I think I was a little too heavy-handed. Senju Kunyu directly untied the immortal technique Ming Shenmen. They. Nine-tailed fox stood up and coughed twice. The pillar that suddenly fell from the sky just now directly choked its throat, and it almost couldn't breathe. And let it speak? It wanted to say that there was no chance to speak. Seeing a flash of grievance in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox, Senju Kunyu also felt a little embarrassed. After all, although the nine-tailed fox is so big, it is actually just a child of thousands of years old. Who is not a baby? You are a member of the Senju clan, and why do you know my name? Who are you? The nine-tailed fox stared at the Senju Chiyu in front of him. Although his tone was still very strong, he did not reveal a trace of murderous intent, and even the violent chakra was restrained a lot. There is no way, people are under the eaves, even the nine-tailed fox has to bow his head. It hates two kinds of people the most in its life. One is the Uchiha clan, a group of despicable guys. What's the skill of playing illusions? Do you have the ability to fight with me one-on-one? The other is the Senju clan, a group of barbaric and unreasonable people. What's the skill of having a big fist? Do you have the ability to compete with me to see who lives longer? Ju Lama, I think you misunderstood. I am not here to negotiate or chat with you. Qian Shao Qianyu showed his signature smile. From now on, you should try to restrain your chakras so that Naruto can control more of the power in his body. I have finished what I want to say. Are you in favor or against it? Nine-tailed fox? When Senju Chiyu thought about what he had done before, a very proud look appeared on his face. In this way, the chakra in Naruto's body that was originally used to suppress the nine tails can be mobilized and used more, and the talents of the Uzumaki clan can naturally be better utilized. Naruto was not a fool, but because of the nine tails chakra, he couldn't learn any ninjutsu well. Senju Chiyu did this not because he wanted to help Naruto, but because he suddenly had a whim and thought it was very interesting. After all, if everything developed according to the original comic world, it would be too boring. He really wanted to know, if he tried not to rely on the nine tails as much as possible, then to what extent Uzumaki Naruto could grow? Of course, there is another point. In the future, he might have a whim to borrow the nine tails in Naruto's body one day, so that Naruto can prepare for losing the nine tails in advance. But all in all, I was really unlucky this time. I felt like I was tricked by that old guy from the third generation. Except for multiple shadow clones, I haven't mastered any of the ninjutsu in the sealed book. The damn old guy actually had a backup plan for me. Could it be that my plan to take advantage of this opportunity to get the sealed book was leaked? That's impossible. I only wrote about this in my diary. No one should be able to see it. This is really strange. Unless the old man of the third generation deliberately let Naruto steal the scroll, he had already placed taboo seals on other ninjutsu. But in this case, I still don't quite understand why the third Hokage deliberately let Naruto successfully steal the scroll and let him learn multiple shadow clones. Given that guy's voyeuristic habit and his close attention to Naruto's life, he should have known about Mizuki's little trick a long time ago. It seems that I underestimated the third-generation old guy. I can't underestimate the enemy just because I know how the story will develop. After all, he is the Hokage of Konoha, and he even has the upper hand in the open and secret struggles with Danzo. I was really careless. That old guy must be more scheming than I thought, otherwise the Sarutobi clan wouldn't be so powerful in Konoha now. What a bad decision. I am going to find my little wife Hinata tomorrow to comfort my wounded heart. I suffered a huge loss this time. The old guy from the third generation didn't even leave the Hokage's office, and I got Naruto and the Book of Seals back for him. Well, I can't let this go. I have to find a chance to settle accounts with the old man of the third generation. The news in Senju Kyunyu's new diary was quickly seen by the women in the ninja world. Senju Chiyu actually lost to the third Hokage. Mao Uxi Yan, who was on her way, was a little surprised. Although she had guessed that this matter must be related to Senju Chiyu when the third Hokage announced the end of the mission to retrieve the Book of Seals, Mao Uxi Yan did not expect that the always arrogant Senju Chiyu would be defeated after reading the contents of the diary. Especially the grievances revealed between the lines of the diary, and the old guy Hiruzen who kept talking about it, Mao Uxi Yan couldn't help but smile. Mao Uxi Yan didn't know why she was so happy at this moment, and even her pace on the road became much lighter. It seems that something very interesting has happened in Konoha. In the hidden cloud village, a beautiful blonde bear-like woman is coming out of the Raikage's office. Just now, she has obtained permission to leave the village from the 4th Raikage AI, under the pretext of the future Chunin exam. Now she has seen the update in Senju Chiyu's diary. Although it is not very detailed, she has roughly analyzed it based on the previous content. Senju Chiyu has been pretending to get close to the Konoha teacher named Mizuki. His purpose is to be the mantis stalking the cicada when Mizuki induces Uzumaki Naruto to steal the Book of Seals. Unexpectedly, he himself was fooled by the third Hokage of Konoha. Humph, this man is really think about it. Samui smiled. Especially when thinking of the men in the hidden cloud village, all of them were muscular idiots, and they were completely different from beautiful women with temperament like her. At least Senju Chiyu could admit his careless mistake in the diary, and this alone was very precious. Now Samui not only wanted to try the so-called diary reward, but also wanted to get to know this man named Senju Chiyu. However, before leaving, Samui asked the 4th Raikage to pay a little attention to the clan girl of the Hyuga family. Unfortunately, the well-developed Reikage did not understand Samui's good intentions at all. He was very angry at the time and angrily complained that Konoha actually used the corpse of the branch family to deceive himself. I thought I could take this opportunity to get the Byakugan, but in the end, there was nothing. It was also after that incident that the Reikage knew that the Hyuga clan had the difference between the main family and the branch family. Over the years, he has been looking for opportunities to see if he can get the main family of the Hyuga clan to come to the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 42. Senju Sinayu, why does the person lying on the ground look so much like Irika? Uzumaki Naruto has recovered a lot and can move on his own without Senju Sinayu holding him. He stopped jumping between the trees and spoke to a Konoha ninja lying on the ground below. Is it Irika-sensei? I didn't pay much attention. Senju Chayu spread his hands indifferently, indicating that he knew nothing. Teacher Chayu is not careful at all. This is not like a ninja. Uzumaki Naruto sneered at Senju Chayu. He jumped down from the tree and turned over the Konoha ninja who was lying on the ground. It's really Irika-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto showed a surprised expression, and then a little disappointed. His observation ability is so strong, but he can't graduate from the ninja school. This is too outrageous. Teacher Chayu, who obviously didn't find anything and still has an indifferent attitude, is actually a jonin. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am very unconvinced. At this moment, the nine tails in Naruto's body is trembling, and he can't help but remind Uzumaki Naruto several times in his heart. You really don't know how powerful that kid from the Thousand Hands clan is. Even I was pinned down and rubbed by him. That's not even a jonin, it's no exaggeration to say that he's a kage. Teacher Irika. Uzumaki Naruto shook frantically and finally woke up the fainted Irika. I am, where am I? Irika opened his eyes dazedly, and at this moment the back of his head was still aching. Naruto, and Teacher Chayu, what happened to me just now? With the help of Uzumaki Naruto, Irika finally sat up. He rubbed the painful part of his neck and then remembered. He received an order from the third Hokage Naruto Uzumaki that he had stolen the Book of Seals. He felt that as Naruto's teacher, it was his duty to bring Naruto back. So he followed the other chunins of Konoha here, but he was attacked from behind before he had gone far. He was knocked unconscious in an instant. What? Someone actually dared to attack Irika-sensei. Who is that bastard? I will never let him off easily. Uzumaki Naruto seemed indignant after hearing what happened to Irika. Although he had an average relationship with Irika-sensei, Naruto remembered very clearly that every time he was naughty and even graffitied on the Hokage Rock, it was Irika-sensei who helped him clean up the mess. He even treated him to ramen once or twice. For Uzumaki Naruto, this was enough. Don't worry, Mr. Irika, I will never forgive the bastard who hurt you, I will beat him up. Senju Chayu. Ahem. Senju Chayu walked up slowly and glanced at Naruto in front of him and Irika who was no longer seriously injured. The Sandaime Hokage is still waiting for us to return to the village. Irika also reacted. He saw the seal book behind Senju Sinayu, and a relieved smile finally appeared on his ugly face. Great, the book of sealing is still there. Naruto, do you know that you almost caused a disaster? Irika was very clear about how important the book of sealing was to Konohagakure. Now that everything was still there, he naturally breathed a sigh of relief. But it was obvious that Uzumaki Naruto did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Instead, he smiled and said to Irika. Speaking of the Book of Seals, by the way, Teacher Irika, let me show you the new ninjutsu I learned. New ninjutsu. Before Irika could agree, Uzumaki Naruto had already formed seals with both hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang. 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 In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones appeared in front of Irika. This is... Irika looked very shocked, and it was obvious that he was also a little confused. How could Naruto, who couldn't even use 2 clones properly during the day, create hundreds of clones at night? Is this, not pretending, cheating? Seeing Irika's surprised expression, Uzumaki Naruto was even more proud. How about it, Mr. Irika, I can graduate from the ninja school this way, right? Irika looked at Senju Uchiha helplessly, and Senju Uchiha shrugged helplessly. This is multiple shadow clones. Different from the clone technique, each one is a real entity. Because of its difficulty, and the series of feedbacks such as the physical burden caused by the disappearance of these clones will be returned to the local body, so it is a very dangerous sealing ninjutsu. After hearing Senju Uchiha's introduction, Irika also understood what he meant. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who showed a sincere smile like the sun in front of him, and thought of this guy being beaten and excluded by the villagers because of his identity as a little demon fox. If these happened to him, could he bear it? But Uzumaki Naruto not only came over firmly, but also kept working hard to improve himself. He never blamed others, let alone thought about revenge on anyone. Irika finally let it go. Oh! Irika lowered his head and smiled softly. When he raised his head, he had the same smile as Naruto on his face. Irika remembered what Senju Uchiha had said when they were chatting. Regardless of whether Naruto is a tailed beast or a vessel for a tailed beast, he is still just a 12-year-old boy. It's not that child who caused you painful memories in the past. You are just living in your own pain. Irika, if you put all the blame on a child, it is not what a teacher should do. At that time, Irika could not understand what Senju Uchiha said, because in his opinion, it was his parents who died. How could Senju Uchiha understand his pain? But now, seeing Naruto's sincere and sunny smile and his eyes longing for his recognition, Irika finally understood. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto, you've graduated. Irika took off his forehead protector and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto. Really, really? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't believe that he could actually graduate. He looked at Senju Uchiha beside him, who nodded at him. Then Uzumaki Naruto put the forehead protector on his head. Chapter 43. At night, in the villa of Konoha village, Senju Uchiha yawned loudly. He had just handed over Uzumaki Naruto and the Book of Seals to the third Hokage. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical smile, if it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, Senju Uchiha would have turned against the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Forget it, let's see what reward we can get today. Chien Shaoqunyu looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was 1 minute to 12 in the morning. It was time for the diary writing reward again. Only at this time could he feel a little better. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily diary and receiving the creation reward. The reward is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 chakra. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ninjutsu, summoning technique. Instantly, Senju Uchiha's chakra was increased by 1 card. The chakra operation method and seal method of the summoning technique seemed to be imprinted in Senju Uchiha's mind. After thoroughly understanding it, Senju Uchiha smiled. I didn't expect this spiritual technique wasn't that simple. Although I don't have a contracted summoned beast yet, I can use it on the summoning scroll. The summoning scroll that Senju Uchiha mentioned refers to the one that Tian has, which can use the time-space ninjutsu to store some ninja tools and items in the scroll. Time-space ninjutsu is originally a very difficult thing. In addition to talent, it is almost impossible to improve in the later stage. This is why since the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze, almost no ninja can use the Flying Thunder God technique alone. I remembered that Tian seemed to be very talented in space-time ninjutsu, but it was a pity that she seemed to have never had a good teacher. Although Akaji is very strong in physical skills, he is still far behind in space-time ninjutsu. It seems that I have to wait until I master the time-space ninjutsu before I can teach Tian step by step. Senju Uchiha thought secretly, there is no other way. Although he now has the strength comparable to that of a cage, he is not very good at time-space ninjutsu. On the one hand, there are no special ninjutsu for him to learn, and on the other hand, he has spent all his time studying the ninjutsu of the Senju clan. So even if he really wants to teach Tian, there is no way. Just when Senju Kyunyu was about to rest, another reminder sound from the diary rang. Congratulations to the host, the diary has unlocked a new function, taking photos. The host can upload the scenes he sees in front of him to the diary in the form of photos. According to a certain conversion rate, it can offset a certain number of words in the daily diary. Special reminder, meaningless photos not only do not reduce the number of words in the diary, but will even result in a certain penalty. Qian Shaokyunyu's idea of taking random photos was instantly dispelled. Wow, this diary system is quite smart. As the rewards for Senju Sinayu's diary were distributed, the diary copies of the women in the ninja world, which were bordered with gold threads, began to flash. Diary copy rewards are being distributed. The name mentioned most this time is Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka Ino gains a 1% increase in chakra. As the words appeared in Yamanaka Ino's diary, a stream of energy quickly surged out of the diary and then penetrated into Yamanaka Ino's body. The 1% increase in chakra also brings an increase in physical fitness. Yamanaka Ino was overjoyed, this overwhelming wealth has finally come to her. After the exam today, she took out the lunch box she made by herself for Teacher Kyunyu, and in order to show her sincerity, she directly told Teacher Kyunyu to find her at the flower shop at any time. As long as she wanted to eat, she could make it for Teacher Kyunyu anytime and anywhere. Hinata Hyuga, congratulations, Ino. Yamanaka Ino, thank you Hinata. But this sudden feeling of improvement is so wonderful. It feels like all the chakra points in my body have become active. Hyuga Hinata, I felt the same the first time, but then I got used to it. Yamanaka Ino, I'm used to it. Although she knew that Hinata Hyuga had no ill intentions, this habit was still a bit too Versailles. Knowing that Teacher Kyunyu likes you the most, Yamanaka Ino can only settle for the second best. Anyway, she just needs to be more popular with Teacher Kyunyu than that guy Sakura. She will never lose to Sakura. Sakura was lying on the bed feeling a little sad. It turned out that it was Ino who got the reward today. This was worse than killing her. Originally, because she had won a reward from Teacher Kyunyu, she could always suppress Ino steadily, but now she saw that she was caught up by her. This feeling of not being able to show off in front of Ino is too painful. Harano Sakura made up her mind to be more proactive in approaching Teacher Kyunyu. However, it seems that tomorrow is the graduation day, and I don't know who the teacher leading the class will be. In the Hidden Cloud Village, Samui, who had packed up everything and was ready to leave for Konoha overnight, suddenly saw a familiar figure. The beige braids and the back that looked very cool. Yomuran. Samui recognized her. It was Yomuran from the same village. Yomuran turned around. Her face was fair and pretty. I heard from the Reikage that you were leaving for Konoha. Yomuto slowly approached Samui, and just as the two were getting closer, the diary copy suddenly reacted. Close detection of the person holding the diary. Do you want to add the other party as a friend? Samui was slightly stunned, but Yomuran was very calm. Both of them added each other's diary as a friend. I didn't expect that you also have this diary. Sai Yi frowned and said, she originally thought that she was the only one in the entire Hidden Cloud Village who had this thing. Now it seems that this is not the case. Yomuran is so calm, does it mean that before her, Yomuran has already met someone in the Hidden Cloud Village who also has a copy of the diary? You are not really going to Konoha for the upcoming Chunin exam, right? Yukato didn't say too much nonsense, but directly revealed Samui's real purpose for going to Konoha. Seeing this, Samui didn't hide it, but directly told Yukato. Don't worry, when I go to Konoha, I will definitely mention your name crazily in front of Senju Chiyu. The wooden man had a face full of doubts and question marks. Samui patted his big bear and said with confidence. This way, even though you're not there in person, you can still feel fully involved. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Top up 100 yuan and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 44. The next day. At the ninja class division briefing. All students who passed the ninja school graduation exam gathered in the previous classroom. Sakura, Ino, and Hinata sat together. Because of Senju's Sinayu, the three of them are now very close. Uchiha Suzuki sat down in an empty seat with a cold face. Although there were still many girls who couldn't help but look at Suzuki, because of the appearance of Senju's Sinayu, it was not as exaggerated as before. For example, Sakura and Ino didn't have much interest in Suzuki. I never thought that you, Ino, also received a reward yesterday. Sakura pretended to have just found out. Hey, Sakura, I'm just getting started. Wait, I've already made an appointment with teacher Kyunyu. He can come to the flower shop to see me every day in the future. Ino's eyes seemed to light up as she spoke. It was a very happy thing to be able to cook for teacher Kyunyu. You know, Ino even begged her mother for a long time for this day. Even Ino's mother was very confused. What happened to Ino, who only knew how to dress up every day? She suddenly wanted to learn how to cook? If Ino's father, Yamanaka Hai, was not in the village, he would have asked him to check Ino's chakra fluctuations carefully to confirm whether she was his daughter. Humph, don't be so proud, Ino, I just learned how to make snacks. Just wait and see, I will definitely be better than you. Sakura said unconvinced. Oh? Really? Ino replied calmly and then fixed her eyes on Sakura's chest. She scanned it exaggeratedly, and the meaning was self-evident. But... damn it! Sakura was very angry inside, but she had no way to refute it. Not to mention compared with Hinata, even compared with her mortal enemy Ino, she was indeed too young and too timid. I've clearly been eating ramen these past few days, but why haven't I grown much? Sakura was very confused and puzzled. Is it true that people's physiques are really different? Or did she eat too little ramen? But Sakura had tried many times, and she really couldn't eat more than 10 bowls of ramen at a time as easily as Hinata. As they were talking, a familiar figure walked in. From the proud steps, to the classic yellow hair, he couldn't wait to wave and say hello to Sakura the moment he walked in. Sakura-chan. Uzumaki Naruto walked towards Sakura's seat. Naruto. Sakura looked at Ino, then at Hinata, a little confused. Why are you here? Facing Sakura's question, Uzumaki Naruto smiled and poked the forehead protector on his forehead with his thumb. That's because, of course, I'm a ninja too. You passed the graduation exam, too. Sakura was very surprised. Naruto should have done terribly on the graduation exam that day. How did he pass it in just one night? Did he use a backdoor? Could it be that the third Hokage had this habit? Yamanaka Ino Naruto was able to pass the exam probably because of the help of Mr. Chayu. Harano Sakura. Oh, I remember now. Yesterday, Mr. Chayu wrote in his diary that he not only saved Naruto, but also negotiated with the tailed beast in Naruto's body. Hinata Hyuga actually. Naruto is also very hard-working. I have seen Naruto working hard to train alone. Yamanaka Ino Hinata, are you interested in Naruto? If that's the case, Mr. Kyunyu, Sakura, and I will not be polite. Harano Sakura. Hey, really, Hinata, you really like a guy like Naruto? Hinata Hyuga. Well, Naruto is not as bad as you say, but I also like Mr. Chayu very much. Hinata Hyuga couldn't stop blushing after she finished replying in her diary. She had become more determined and strong because of seeing the optimistic Uzumaki Naruto. She had always wanted to have a chance to say thank you to Uzumaki Naruto, but she had never had the chance to say it because of shyness. But until teacher Chayu appeared. Hinata realized that gratitude and love are two different things. Thank you, Naruto. Hey! Facing Hyuga Hinata, who suddenly expressed her gratitude to him. Uzumaki Naruto had a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong, Hinata, why do you want to thank me? Ah, are you congratulating me on becoming a ninja? Uzumaki Naruto wanted to say something else, but Iruka walked in. Seeing this, Naruto had no choice but to sit down in the empty seat next to Sasuke. Iruka held a stack of white paper in his hand. Now we will start calling the roll. Those whose names are called will come up. The classes are finally being divided. What a big drop. I must be in the same class with Sakura. Oh, by the way, Sasuke, that arrogant guy, better get out of here. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands together and prayed. Sasuke on the side saw this and said coldly with contempt. Humph, super idiot. Shino Abarame, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Hinata Hyuga are the 8th team, and the team leader is the Jonin Kurane Ui. Hearing Iruka's voice, Ino and Sakura showed a hint of disappointment on their faces. They even fantasized about being in the same class with Hinata. But now it seems that everything seems to be the same as what was written in Teacher Chiyu's diary, so Ino should be in the same group with Shikamaru, Akimichi, and Koji next. After all, they can form the Konoha family bond of Ino, Shika, and Joe. Just as Hinata and the others thought. Iruka also announced the team that Ino was in. The leader of the team was Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the 3rd Hokage. He has been discharged from the hospital a long time ago, and the unbearable incident was suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen with all his strength. Haruno Sakura, it's exactly the same as what Sensei Chiyu said. Could it be that this class division was really done intentionally by the 3rd Hokage? Yamanaka Inoue, Inoshika Joe, are an indispensable part of the Konoha family. My father, Koji, and Shikamaru's father have always obeyed the orders of the 3rd Hokage. Haruno Sakura, even the 3 generations of Hokage of the Hyuga, Inyazuka, and Abarame clans have to be firmly controlled by me. It's really scary to think about it. Hinata Hyuga, but Sinai sensei, didn't you say in your diary that you really liked Ui Kurane sensei? Yamanaka Ino, Hinata is right. It looks like there will be some fun to watch in the future. I wonder if Asuma sensei can still hold on. Haruno Sakura, Ino, you really have a bad taste. Yamanaka Ino, stop it, you look expectant too, how dare you say that to me? Besides, since everyone has read Kunyu's diary, who doesn't have some special hobbies? Hyuga Hinata. Hinata Hyuga, I don't know which class Sakura will be assigned to. Haruno Sakura, any class is fine, as long as it's not in the same class with Naruto. Next is the situation of Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. As Iruka ruthlessly announced the results of the class division, Sakura was completely stunned. Ah! Do I really want to be in a group with Naruto? Sakura seemed very mad. If it was in the past, she would have let it go for Sasuke's sake. But now she has no interest in Sasuke, and she is tortured by Naruto every day. Chapter 45. In the classroom of the ninja school. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura have been waiting for a long time. The other teachers have already taken their members away, but the teacher of Team 7 has not come yet. Sakura, are you sure that our Class 7 teacher is that guy called Cassie? Uzumaki Naruto seemed very impatient. He wanted to eat ramen to celebrate. It's Kakashi, not Cassie. Haruno Sakura was helpless. Naruto had been annoying her since a while ago. Sometimes she really wanted to punch this guy to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke was very patient and sat in his seat. It doesn't matter which teacher is leading the team, my goal is to quickly get promoted to Chunin. Uchiha Sasuke has a clear plan for himself. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto, who couldn't bear it anymore, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He lifted a chair and placed it at the door, and then clamped the blackboard eraser between the cracks of the door. A small but clever trap was completed. Humph, as the teacher of Class 7, you are so late. I must teach you a lesson. Uzumaki Naruto covered his mouth and laughed. He had already imagined a big drama in his mind. That guy named Hitaki Kakashi opened the classroom door and was hit on the head by the blackboard eraser and made a big fool of himself. Haruno Sakura was a little dissatisfied when she saw what Naruto did. Naruto, what are you doing? He's our team leader of Team 7, can you leave a good impression on him? Although Haruno Sakura said this, she was very happy in her heart. Great, he should be taught a lesson for making the new team leader late. Well done, Naruto. It would be even better if you could put a bucket of water on it. It's really boring. Uchiha Sasuke is obviously completely different from Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. Although he is getting a little impatient waiting, he still keeps his sanity. Hitaki Kakashi, that guy is an elite jonin, how could he fall into such a low-end trap like yours? When Uchiha Sasuke was investigating the strength of his brother Itachi, he also found records about Hitaki Kakashi. This man who was always compared with his brother Uchiha Itachi by the village was said to be a genius. Uchiha Sasuke still had some interest in Kakashi. Sasuke, you are such a cocky guy, I really can't stand your appearance anymore. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Uchiha Sasuke. Although Sakura didn't like Sasuke that much now, for some reason, Naruto still liked to make trouble for Sasuke. Maybe, he was used to it. You want to fight me again, you tail end. Uchiha Sasuke was not afraid at all. Although it had been a long time since he lost to Uzumaki Naruto last time, Sasuke still wanted to let Naruto know that he was completely different from the past and had a very powerful new move. Let's fight, who's afraid of who? Uzumaki Naruto was also unwilling to be outdone. Now he has mastered the A-level ninjutsu, multiple shadow clones. You are not the only one who has become stronger, Sasuke. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto about to fight each other, Haruno Sakura sighed and couldn't help complaining in her heart. Compared to these two little brats, Teacher Kyunyu is much more mature. The handsome face of Senju Kyunyu appeared in Xiaoying's mind, and her eyes turned into the shape of a heart. If possible, she wouldn't mind turning into the shape of Teacher Kyunyu. Crunch! Just as the two were about to fight, there was a slight noise from the classroom door. Everyone fell silent immediately. Even Sasuke was a little curious about the strength of this jonin who was as famous as his brother Uchiha Itachi. Everyone in Class 7 looked towards the door, and a figure who pushed the door open soon appeared in front of everyone. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura all showed different reactions. But all three were very surprised. The teacher who came in had black hair and a handsome face. He was wearing a casual top and black trousers. His brown eyes were very rare in this ninja world. The man yawned loudly and said without any apology. Sorry, I forgot that I am the new team leader of Class 7. The man's words made Uzumaki Naruto and the other two look incredulous. How could you forget about something like this? And what does that look of disdain and reluctance on your face mean? How reluctant are you to be the leader of Class 7? Teacher Kyunyu, this is really too much. Uzumaki Naruto said with dissatisfaction. I didn't expect that my team leader is actually Mr. Kyunyu, this is so happy. Haruno Sakura wanted to send the message to Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata immediately. Even the annoyance caused by Uzumaki Naruto just now was thrown out of her mind. Uchiha Sasuke also didn't expect that the team leader was not Hitaki Kakashi, but Senju Kyunyu from the ninja school. This guy, does he really have the ability to lead the team? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but doubt it. Although Senju Sinai taught him a little bit, he was just a special ninja who taught in the ninja school. He was completely different from those jonin who had experienced hundreds of life and death missions. Compared with Senju Sinai, Uchiha Sasuke hoped that Hatake Kakashi would lead Team 7. Senju Shinai didn't have any objection. Sasuke doesn't think I want to lead Team 7, does he? If the old man, the third Hokage, hadn't offered me an offer I couldn't refuse, who would be willing to lead Team 7? We have to go on missions, which is so troublesome. As Senju Chiyu complained in his diary, in just a moment, the diary messages of Harano Sakura kept ringing. Yamanaka Ino, what's going on? How did Shinai become the leader of Team 7? I asked Yui Kurane, shouldn't it be Kakashi? Yamanaka Ino, what's going on? Is it too late for me to switch to Team 7 now? Yamanaka Ino, speak to me, Sakura, I know you are laughing now. Yamanaka Ino, damn it, why good things never happen to me, damn pig, deer and butterfly combination, I want to be on the same team with Kyunyu teacher. Yamanaka Ino, destroy my ninja career. Harano Sakura saw Yamanaka Ino's crazy message bombardment, and her heart was even happier. She murmured to herself in the diary in her mind with great pride. Chapter 46. 2 days ago. Senju Chiyu, who was writing a diary in the back mountain of Konoha and preparing to go over all the major events in the ninja world in detail, was invited to the office of the third Hokage by the sudden appearance of Ozuki Yujao. Do you want me to take over Team 7? After meeting Senju Chiyu, the third Hokage did not beat around the bush and directly pointed out the reason why he wanted him to come. He knew that Senju Chiyu was a smart man. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and nodded. I know you are the most suitable person in Konoha to be the teacher of Class 7. Why? What about Hatake Kakashi? That guy should be more suitable than me, right? Senju Chiyu's face was full of reluctance. It was already troublesome to write a diary every day to make up the word count, and now he had to take care of 3 little kids. Although Sakura could still be used, what the hell were Naruto and Sasuke? He just wanted to use them and take them in as his younger brothers. He had no intention of being their fathers at all. By the way, if I become the stepfather of Naruto and Sasuke, what is the relationship between Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Kotomi and me? Uchiha Kotomi? Uzumaki Kushina was so angry after seeing the words in the diary that she couldn't control herself. Is the third Hokage mistaken? Is he senile and confused? How could he allow such a person to be Naruto's teacher in the future? Damn it, please don't let me resurrect. If I do, I will burn down your Hokage office building. You are a descendant of the Senju clan, and you also master the very rare wood-release ninjutsu, which can well control the 9 tails in Naruto's body. The third Hokage explained the reason. Although Hatake Kakashi has the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, it is almost impossible for him to completely suppress the 9 tails. Compared to Kakashi, I trust your power more. Hearing the third Hokage complimenting him, Senju Chiyu was also helpless. Although the words sounded good, he always felt that this was a trap. I refuse, third Hokage. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Senju Chiyu had no intention of giving face to the third Hokage. In his heart, although he did not hate Sarutobi Hiruzen so much, he still could not like him. If it was the 5th Hokage Tsunade at this time, then he might consider it. Sarutobi Hiruzen? He is too old, why not change someone to be the Hokage? Seeing the dissatisfaction on Senju Chiyu's face, the third Hokage was silent for a moment, until Senju Chiyu was about to leave, he suddenly spoke. Are you dissatisfied with me? Senju Kyunyu stopped and turned to look at the old man who was almost 70 years old and still in the position of Hokage. I have always had a question, and I am really curious. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, but looked at Senju Chiyu. Third Hokage, it was you who spread the news that Naruto was the 9 tails, right? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that. Senju Shinai's question would be so sharp. Doesn't he know that this is a taboo in the village? It seems that you are not going to tell me. Senju Chiyu saw Sarutobi Hiruzen remain silent and was about to leave. No, I was not the one who released the news that Naruto was the Nine Tails. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Senju Chiyu stared into his eyes. No matter how smart a person is, he will reveal flaws when he lies, especially when his chakra will fluctuate slightly. But just now, Senju Chiyu was a little disappointed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra did not fluctuate at all, and he did not lie. Senju Chiyu deliberately stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes to make him make a wrong judgment, thinking that he could judge whether he was lying or not by his eyes. But both his eyes and chakras showed that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said was the truth. Then I understand, Senju Chiyu said calmly. As for Naruto's Nine Tails identity, since it was not spread by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it could only be someone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Senju Chiyu was about to leave again, and then he said, "I've told you everything, you still want to leave?" Qian Shaoqunyu smiled lazily. "I didn't say this was a condition for me to lead Class 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Senju Chiyu was too shameless. Seeing this situation, he could only change his mind and said, "Kyunyu, your Senju clan founded the Konoha ninja village and passed down the will of fire. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is also burning. Only by becoming a fire and burning up can you illuminate the entire village and the true power of the ninja can be revealed. Becoming the teacher of Team 7, training the next generation of young ninjas, and continuing the will of fire is exactly the original intention of the establishment of Konohagakure." The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said with tears in his eyes, and he was almost moved by himself. However, Senju Chiyu dug his ears, and his expression was very indifferent. "Are you done? If you are done, I will leave." Senju Chiyu turned around and was about to leave again. The third Hokage was so angry, "You won't listen to anything I say, right? I have never seen a ninja as cruel as Senju Chiyu." Thinking of the former three ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. It's really that each generation is worse than the previous one. Senju Chiyu is the worst jonin he has met during his tenure. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. Since the previous two methods failed to convince Senju Chiyu, he would not pretend anymore. "Come in, Xian." The office door that Senju Kyunyu was about to open was pushed open from the outside. Uzuki Xian, dressed in an Anbu outfit, walked in slowly. At this moment, she was not wearing an Anbu mask. Her beautiful face and flowing purple hair made Senju Kyunyu forget to leave for a moment. "Ahem, I'll just listen to what the old man has to say." Seeing Senju Chiyu standing at the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but snorted in his heart. "You have to force me to use my special moves. You are still a young man after all." Uzuki Yujao half knelt in front of the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, what can I do for you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his gaze from Senju Chiyu back to Uzuki Yujao. "I hope you, Xian, will become the team leader of Class 7. Mao Uxian raised her head, with a hint of shock in her eyes. "Let me be the leader of Team 7? This is too sudden. And I have no experience at all." But as the Hokage's close Anbu, she has no right to object. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Uzuki Yujao stood up and took the task. Senju Chiyu beside him couldn't help. "The damn third Hokage actually let my lovely wife Uzuki Yujao be the team leader teacher of Team 7. Isn't this to make Xian die? Team 7 is the death team. The devils Abusa, Orochimaru, and Akatsuki are all watching. Not to mention my lovely wife Xian, even Hitaki Kakashi has to stay in bed every now and then. Wait, could it be that the old guy the third Hokage did this on purpose?" Mao Uxian saw the frantic updates in Senju Chiyu's diary in her mind. Although she didn't quite understand why Team 7 was the death team, she could roughly understand that Chiyu was concerned about her. As for the little wife or something like that. Anyway, it's not the first time that Chiyu, this bastard, has taken advantage of her. However, I didn't expect that he would still care about me. Chiyu certainly didn't know what Mao Uxian was thinking at the moment. He turned around and walked in front of the third Hokage, as if he had made up his mind. I just suddenly realized that I should be the leader of Class 7. Qianyu paused for a moment, and he glanced at the beautiful Mao Uxian beside him. But I have a condition, which is that I hope Xian can assist me. After all, this is my first time, and I have no experience in doing missions at all. Chapter 47. Senju Chiyu left the Hokage's office contentedly. Creak. Before the third Hokage had time to arrange the task description with Uzuki Ujio, an old man with bandages all over his body pushed open the door, and he walked into the Hokage's office with a cane. This person was none other than Shimura Danzo. Uzuki Ujio knew that Danzo's arrival must not be that simple. The leader of the route was secretly monitoring the every move of everyone in Konoha, even the third Hokage. Uzuki Ujio took the initiative to leave the Hokage's office and handed the space to the two. As the door closed, Shimura Danzo showed his only remaining eye. He raised his head and looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, questioning. Sarutobi, tell me why you gave the 9 tails to the Senju clan. The Senju clan is a clan that should not have existed a long time ago. You and I both know that no one can guarantee that the Senju clan will not take revenge on the village. Shimura Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, and he had tried to make his words as clear as possible. The former Senju clan was indeed an important existence in the creation of Konohagakure, but it was also because of this that, for the better development of Konohagakure in the future, such a powerful and famous clan had to disappear in history. This was not a decision made by Shimura Danzo alone, but the only choice of the village and the will of fire. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually handed over the extremely important tailed beast Jinchuriki to the Senju clan. How could he accept it? Facing Shimura Danzo's aggressiveness, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had an equally indifferent look on his face at this moment, as if he was not the one who had just been chatting and laughing with Senju Chiyu and calculating against each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied in a cold and deep voice. Danzo, before you question me again, you need to make one thing clear. Konoha, I am the Hokage. This is decided in the name of the Hokage. Even if you are the leader of the route, you have no right to interfere. Sarutobi Hiruzen said it with all his might, not giving Shimura Danzo a chance to ease up. Shimura Danzo was also extremely annoyed. The damn Sarutobi Hiruzen was always a good guy in front of everyone, but he was always so strong in front of himself. What's more annoying is that this guy always suppresses himself in the name of the Hokage. Hokage, so great? Humph, Hiruzen, I don't want to say so much to you. Anyway, if you insist on giving Uzumaki Naruto more room to move around, then I suggest that you let my people keep an eye on him. Shimura Danzo finally revealed his real purpose. The so-called accountability was just a cover. His ultimate goal was to control Uzumaki Naruto, who had the tailed beast, in his own hands. Leave it to you? Do you think I don't know what you are planning, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. In the past, I turned a blind eye to what you did in secret because of your contribution to Konoha. But Uzumaki Naruto, I will never hand him over to you. I am not old enough to forget the affairs of the Uchiha clan. After a moment of silence, Shimura Danzo finally continued. Why are you so persistent this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is a bit unlike you. Humph, no matter how old you are, there is always a time to fight to the death. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment after he finished speaking, and then set his eyes on Shimura Danzo's bandaged arm. The matter about the Uchiha clan is over. I hope that you and your roots can behave yourself in the near future. Sarutobi. You will regret it one day. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely, and he turned around and left. There was no need to continue this negotiation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old man, would never hand Naruto over to him. Just wait, Sarutobi, until I become Hokage. Then you will know that I am the true inheritor of Konoha's fire will. In the classroom of Konoha Ninja School. As Senju Chiyu continued to walk into the classroom, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were fixed on the top of the door. The small blackboard eraser trap made there was being activated, and Uzumaki Naruto was very excited. Let's give Teacher Kyunyu a little surprise first. Teacher Kyunyu, be careful. Harano Sakura quickly reminded him. If it was that Kakashi, she would naturally not bother to pay attention. But the one in front of her was her favorite teacher Chiyu. If she got angry and ran away, she would have to skin Uzumaki Naruto alive. Seeing that the blackboard eraser was falling towards Senju Chiyu's head. When everyone was watching the blackboard eraser about to hit him, a sapling suddenly grew on top of Senju Chiyu's head. The growth speed was visible to the naked eye, and soon the sapling grew into a shape like a palm. The fallen blackboard eraser was also firmly grasped in the palm of the sapling. Senju Chiyu sighed and took the blackboard eraser on his head. The original sapling's palm also disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. What on earth was going on? Even Uchiha Sasuke's eyes became hot. What kind of ninjutsu was it? It must be some kind of ninjutsu, but the chakra in Senju Sinayu's body changed too quickly, even Sasuke couldn't catch it. Could it be that Sinayu teacher was actually a very powerful jonin? Uchiha Sasuke began to speculate secretly. Good, so handsome. As expected of Senju Sinayu. At this moment, Harano Sakura was already infatuated with him. Sure enough, how could Senju Sinayu be fooled by Naruto's tricks? Uzumaki Naruto saw that Senju Sinayu was fine and saw the strange scene just now. He couldn't help but say. Senju Kyunyu, teacher, you are not a vegetable, are you? Faced with Uzumaki Naruto's surprise, Senju Kyunyu smiled to himself. Vegetative state? Even if it's half a vegetative state, then that's fine. Hey, teacher Kyunyu is really a vegetable. Uzumaki Naruto was even more confused. Interesting. Uchiha Sasuke was excited. He wanted to know how strong Senju Kyunyu was. Senju Kyunyu walked to the podium calmly, and then looked at the three people below. That's how it is. Unfortunately, I will be the leader of Class 7 from now on. Chien. Kyunyu teacher is actually the leader of Class 7. After getting Kyunyu's personal confirmation, Xiaoying was so happy that she almost flew up. Xiaoying couldn't help but roared. Yet. This is really great, well done, Sakura, take this opportunity to knock down teacher Chiyu in one fell swoop. Uzumaki Naruto saw Sakura's almost unconcealed smile, and suddenly remembered that the situation seemed a little bad. Although Sakura didn't pay much attention to Uchiha Sasuke now, she was particularly different to teacher Chiyu. Uzumaki Naruto felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He stood up and said to Senju Chiyu. Teacher Kyunyu, I, Uzumaki Naruto, would like to formally send you. Before Uzumaki Naruto could finish his words, a blackboard eraser flew straight at him. Bang! It was so fast that not only Uzumaki Naruto, but even Uchiha Sasuke didn't have time to react. The blackboard eraser hit Uzumaki Naruto's forehead hard, and he was knocked flying. In the eyes of Sakura and Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto was forced to roll on the ground for several times before he hit the classroom wall hard. He was dizzy and starry, and he was upside down. Senju Chiyu patted the dust off his hands, and his expression didn't change at all. It was as if the blackboard eraser just now was not thrown by him. Sorry, I forgot to mention that I am a very careful person. Chapter 48. Bastard. Uzumaki Naruto finally got up from the ground. He just lost face in front of Sakura, which he could not accept at all. Damn it, look at my power. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on his chest and prepared to use his most powerful ninjutsu. Multiple shadows. Before Uzumaki Naruto finished chanting his skill bar, Senju Chiyu had already spoken. Naruto, if you take the initiative to attack the teacher, you must be prepared to die in the end. In front of Uzumaki Naruto and others, Senju Chiyu changed his lazy look. At this moment, his eyes revealed endless murderous intent, and the chakra of his body, comparable to that of the tailed beast, instantly spread throughout the classroom. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were surprised, and even breathing became very difficult. This man, is so strong. Uchiha Sasuke finally felt the power of Senju Sinayu. They seemed to be on a different level. Uzumaki Naruto was also stunned and even forgot that he was performing a ninjutsu. Only Sakura had an expression of admiration on her face. As expected of Mr. Kyunyu, he is so handsome and capable. Gather at the 7th training ground at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Qian Shao Qianyu said as he glanced at the three people. By the way, it's best not to eat anything from now on. What happens if I eat? Sakura couldn't help but ask. I will vomit, but I may die. A faint smile appeared on Senju Chiyu's face, but Uchiha Sasuke could still sense that he was serious when he said he might die. Is this the world of ninja? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, and felt a chill behind him. Uzumaki Naruto was also stunned. Teacher Chiyu was completely different from when he was in the ninja school. Now he really looked like a very strict Jonin teacher. See you tomorrow, you little brats. Senju Chiyu's figure disappeared out of thin air in the classroom. Uzumaki Naruto and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Chiyu was so scary when he was serious. Just when Sakura wanted to discuss tomorrow's plan with Sasuke Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but screamed. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. It turned out that because of the influence of Senju Sinayu's aura, Uzumaki Naruto forgot the pain in his body for a moment. After recovering, he only felt the pain in his body, as if all his bones were broken. Damn you, Mr. Kyunyu, tomorrow I will let you know how powerful I, Uzumaki Naruto, am and beat you up. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, without any intention of communicating with Naruto. Big idiot. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke leave, Uzumaki Naruto turned his attention to Sakura. Hey, Sakura-chan, do you want to go eat ramen with me? I have a free ramen coupon here. Sakura, who originally had no interest in dealing with Naruto, was delighted when she heard about the free ramen coupon. After all, in order to grow up, she had eaten a lot of luxurious ramen recently, and she had spent most of the money she had saved before. Now that Uzumaki Naruto had a free ramen coupon, it was naturally the best thing. Naruto, didn't you listen to what Teacher Kyunyu said? You are forbidden to eat from now on, otherwise it will be very dangerous tomorrow. Sakura showed that she cared about Naruto very much, which touched Uzumaki Naruto very much. Oh, thanks to your reminder, Sakura, I almost forgot. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto stroking his head and smiling foolishly, Sakura continued. How about this, you give me the free ramen coupon first, and I will save it for you, and then we can go eat ramen together after the assessment is over, how about that? Really, really? Uzumaki Naruto was very happy, and without any doubt, he handed all the ramen coupons to Sakura. Sakura took them away without a word, but in fact, Sakura was extremely excited. Great, now I have the free ramen coupon. I will eat some more deluxe ramen in the future. All this is for Teacher Kyunyu. After leaving the ninja school, Senju Chiyu went straight to the Konoha Mariko shop. Grandma, give me 2 servings of 3-color meatballs. Qian Shao Qianyu found a seat and sat down. The old lady selling meatballs was already very familiar with Qian Shao Qianyu, and she immediately prepared the meatballs he ordered. Hey, what are you doing hiding in the dark? Can't you hear me order 2 servings of 3-color meatballs? Senju Chiyu said to the dark with a smile. Soon, a pretty figure came out from behind the big tree. She was wearing a classic blue Konoha chunin vest and had purple long hair. She didn't wear the mask unique to the Anbu today. Uzuki Yujao walked in front of Senju Chiyu and said coldly, "Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Of course I'll treat you to meatballs." Hearing Qian Shao Qianyu's words, Mao Uxian looked at the three-colored meatballs that had just come up in front of her, and swallowed her saliva unconsciously. Just now, Mao Uxian was also preparing to eat her lunch, as usual, with the special stamina-replenishing brand of soldier's ration pills. "Xian, you are not an Anbu now, there is no need to hide in the dark all the time. The third Hokage has agreed to let you be my assistant." Seeing that Uzuki Xian was still a little restrained, Senju Kunyu said, "So what should I do now?" "It's very simple, sit down and eat meatballs with me." Mizuki Yuin sat down opposite Senju Kunyu. "Come, eat quickly, I'll order something else later." Seeing that Mao Uxian didn't do anything, Qian Shao Qianyu grabbed a string of three-color meatballs and stuffed them into Mao Uxian's hand. The moment their palms collided, Qian Shao Qianyu was also stunned for a moment. "I didn't expect Xian's wife's hands to be so soft. This shouldn't be the case. After years of working as an Anbu, isn't it very difficult for her to hold a knife?" Mao Uxian didn't know whether she had seen the contents of Senju Kunyu's diary or the physical contact between the two just now, but her originally cold and beautiful face also had a slight blush. This subtle change was naturally quickly captured by Senju Kunyu. Could it be that this is the first time for Xian's wife? She was actually shy, but her shyness was completely different from that of Hinata's little wife. Isn't it true that this kind of cold beauty can arouse men's strong desire to conquer her? Brother Green Light Gale, you really can't blame me for this. Uzuki Yujao frowned fiercely, although she was almost used to the teasing in Senju Chiyu's diary. But, what the hell is Green Light Gale? Chapter 49. First time? How come this girl called Uzuki Yujao was so quick? She confessed right away? She was working too hard for the reward. Mei Terumi, who was drifting on the boat to Konoha, pursed her red lips. It seemed that she had to hurry up. If she was late, she might not even get any soup. So Hinata isn't my biggest enemy. It turned out to be the purple-haired teacher Uzuki Yujao. Yamanaka Ino couldn't believe the content of the diary in front of her. It was obvious that she had misunderstood. At this time, the 8th team had just finished assembling. Hyuga Hinata had just become familiar with Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino, and saw the update of Kunyu's diary content. Is Mr. Kunyu with Mao Yujao now? It seems that Mr. Chiyu likes her very much. Hinata Hyuga's eyes were a little disappointed. After all, Senju Chiyu had written about her every day in the diary before. But recently, the number of times her name was mentioned has decreased a lot. Although she knew that Mr. Chiyu was such an excellent person, there must be many girls around him. For example, Ino and Sakura both liked Mr. Chiyu very much, but when they really saw the contents of the diary, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This is, what happened? Hinata Hyuga sat alone under the tree in a daze. Yui Kurane, who was originally arranging the training mission for tomorrow, noticed Hinata's change. She raised her mouth slightly, dismissed Ya and Abarame Shino, and then walked in front of Hinata Hyuga. Hinata. As Yui Kurane spoke, she took out her diary. Close range detection. Yui Kurane has sent you a friend request, do you want to add her? Hinata Hyuga, who was in a trance, suddenly saw the content in the diary. Her face was obviously stunned. Hong. Teacher Hong. After seeing the name clearly, she looked up and saw Teacher Yui Hong smiling in front of her. Hinata. Hyuga's eyes widened and she exclaimed. What happened, Hinata? Inyazuka Kaiba heard Hinata's cry from a distance and cast a puzzled look at her. No. Nothing. Hyuga Hinata quickly shook her head, and her white and tender little hands operated on the diary copy. Oh! What a strange guy! Inyazuka Kaiba scratched his head and continued to stroke his dog Akamaru. Added friend successfully. As the diary copy prompted, a new option named Kurane appeared in Hinata's friend list. Hinata wanted to say something, but Kurane quickly stopped her with her eyes, and then pointed at Kaiba and Shino in the distance. Hinata understood. She clicked on the friend chat function in the diary. Teacher Hong, I didn't expect you also have a copy of Kyunyu's diary. Hehe, actually I already had it, and I saw that you, Hinata, often get rewards on it. Hinata Hyuga blushed when she saw the reply from teacher Ui Kurane. What little Hinata? Isn't this what teacher Kyunyu often calls her? It's really embarrassing. Seeing Hinata Hyuga's shy look, Ui Kurane continued to send messages. No wonder Kyunyu likes you so much, you are really cute, my little Hinata wife. Teacher Hong. Hinata Hyuga's face turned red like a tomato. She immediately thought that if teacher Hong had a diary a long time ago, then it means that teacher Ui Hong knew everything that teacher Chiyu said to her. Or other people who have teacher Chiyu's diary also know it. It's over, this is embarrassing for the whole ninja world. Hinata Hyuga felt like she was about to faint again. It was embarrassing enough to find out that her sister Hanabi Hyuga had Senso's diary, but now she didn't expect that the team leader she just met also had Senso's diary. How many people have Senso's diary? Hinata Hyuga felt her scalp tingling just thinking about it. Abarame Shino glanced at Kurane Ui and Hinata Hyuga from a distance, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Yay, do you think there's something a little weird about Kurane-sensei and Hinata? What's so strange? Inyazuka Kaiba touched Akamaru's head, then looked at Abarame Shino with a look of disdain. But you, Shino, you guy, can you keep your bugs away from me and Akamaru? It's so disgusting. Abarame Shino didn't change his expression at all when he heard Inyazuka Kaiba's words of disgust. After all, he was used to it. As a member of the Abarame clan, everyone around him was very afraid of him since he went to school. Because their clan is very unique, they signed a contract with bugs, let the bugs parasitize in their bodies since childhood, and use their own chakra to feed these bugs. When it comes to fighting, these bugs can be used as weapons. It is also because of this that the Abarame clan appears very mysterious and terrifying in Konoha. After all, there are rumors that the Abarame clan is the same as bugs all over their bodies, even that thing is no exception. So it is a rare thing for the Abarame clan to find a wife. It can be said that the members of the Abarame clan are rarer than their bugs. The first time I had dinner with her, my wife Xian was so rude. She ate 30 skewers of meatballs in one go. This guy is just busy eating and doesn't say a word to me. Are all the people in the Anbu like this? Doesn't the third-generation old guy pay the Anbu salary? Hey, but my wife Xian is so beautiful even when she is eating, it's nice to just appreciate her quietly. From now on, let me slowly pry open Xian's wife's heart. With the latest update of Jian Shaoqianyu's diary, the women also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the first time they had dinner together. They thought it was something else. Fine. Hyuga Hinata's tightly clenched hands also loosened. Ui Kurane also saw the content of Kyunyu's diary that had just been updated. She looked at the diary and Hinata then joked in the diary. Hinata, believe it or not, Uzuki Ujo also has Chiyu's diary. Hello. Seeing the message from Kurane Ui, Hinata Hyuga's pupils dilated. Could what teacher Kurane said be true? Hinata Hyuga thought of Yamanaka Ino and Sakura, who also had Chiyu's diary. In order to compete for Chiyu's diary, they tried every way to get close to Senju Chiyu every day. In this case, Uzuki Ujo is very likely to have Chiyu's diary. And she is much more mature than herself. Chapter 50. In the early morning, the sky above Konoha welcomed the first ray of sunshine. A pale golden halo enveloped the entire Konoha ninja village. All the ninjas who had just passed the ninja school graduation test were very happy. They were already dressed and ready to go. Today was the day they would face the team leader for an assessment. If they passed the assessment, they would officially become Konoha's genin. Similarly, Team 7 was no exception. Uzumaki Naruto slept very late because he was too excited last night. In addition, he didn't eat much, so he slept until 4 o'clock in the morning. This was only 1 hour away from the time set by Senju Chiyu. Because he was afraid of being deprived of the hard-earned opportunity to become a genin, Uzumaki Naruto rushed to the Team 7 training ground at full speed. But the result was unexpected. Although Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the agreed gathering place in time, but Senju Chiyu was not here at all. Uchiha Sasuke, who had arrived early, put his hands in his pockets. Seeing the very embarrassed Uzumaki Naruto, he just spoke coldly. Idiot! Uzumaki Naruto didn't know whether he was immune to Sasuke's verbal attacks or he was too hungry and tired. He ignored Sasuke and looked at Sakura beside him. Sakura-chan, where is Mr. Kyunyu? Could it be that the assessment is over? Harano Sakura sighed helplessly. Naruto really is unreliable. Teacher Kyunyu hasn't come yet. After hearing what Xiao Ying said, Uzumaki Mingren breathed a sigh of relief. Great, just wait and see, Sakura, I will lead all members of Team 7 to pass the test. Sakura rolled her eyes at Uzumaki Naruto, clearly not wanting to pay attention to him. Gurgle. 2 hours later. Uzumaki Naruto's stomach first made a clear protest sound. Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto at the same time. Naruto blushed slightly, and then said angrily. Don't look at me like that, you guys are hungry too, right? After all, I haven't eaten much since yesterday. Harano Sakura touched her stomach. Didn't eat? Yesterday, in order to develop her figure, she went to Ichiraku Ramen to enjoy the luxurious ramen. Of course, she used the free coupon that Naruto kept for her. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he snorted coldly, with disdain on his face. Although he didn't eat either. Sasuke knew very well. The first lesson of being a ninja is to learn to be patient. Although he was really hungry, Sasuke forced himself to hypnotize himself in his heart. I'm not hungry at all. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura didn't answer him, Uzumaki Naruto was angry. Could it be that he was the only clown? He took out his anger on the late Senju Chiyu. Damn Teacher Kyunyu, he is late again. And this time he was 2 hours late, which was too much. Could it be that he is afraid of my uncle Naruto's strength? Uzumaki Naruto complained while touching his flat belly. If he had known this would happen, he would have cooked a pack of instant noodles before going out. And he hasn't had the milk at home for a long time. As time passed slowly, another hour passed. After 3 hours, Uzumaki Naruto was tired of complaining, and now he almost fell asleep on the ground. Uchiha Sasuke's face changed a little. If he continued like this, he might not be able to hold on. He couldn't help but guess secretly in his heart. Is this the ninja test that guy gave me? Is it testing our willpower as ninjas? Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and regarded this as a test from Senju Sinayu. On the other hand, Sakura looked very normal and did not show too much fatigue. But she was also looking forward to the handsome teacher Sinayu to appear sooner. Oh ha yo! Finally, just when Uchiha Sasuke was about to collapse, that lazy voice mixed with a big yawn appeared above everyone's head. Uzumaki Naruto and the other two looked towards the big tree above their heads. Senju Chiyu was squatting on the branch. He waved to the 3 people below with a smile without any apology. Sorry, kids, it's the first time I get up so early, I'm not used to it yet. 0 request flowers. Uzumaki Naruto was so upset when he heard this. What's going on? He thought Mr. Chiu would give a suitable excuse for his lateness. If that doesn't work, he can just make one up. Something like helping an old lady cross the street, or seeing a sexy kitten twisting its butt, but he actually said shamelessly that he couldn't get up. Hey, 5 o'clock in the morning was the time you set. Uzumaki Naruto felt like he was about to explode. Uchiha Sasuke at the side couldn't help but jump. An incredible look appeared on his face. What? Wasn't this guy testing us just now? That's impossible. Doesn't that guy want to hone our will as ninjas? As a powerful jonin, there is absolutely no way he can't get up. That's right, that guy said that on purpose. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Senju Chiu above, and kept trying to save his dignity in his heart. Hehe, Teacher Kyunyu is here, it's like a dream. Harano Sakura's face didn't look any different, but Sakura was already boxing excitedly in her heart, determined to let Teacher Kyunyu see a different side of herself today. Teacher Kyunyu, you have no sense of time, don't you? You've kept us waiting here for more than 3 hours. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but complain. If he hadn't seen how powerful Teacher Kyunyu was yesterday, and if he hadn't treated him to ramen, he would have beaten him up. Senju Kyunyu's figure disappeared from the tree branch, and in an instant he appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto and the others. He shrugged lightly and said lightly, "How can I give you a reason? Well, I had a fight with the third Hokage yesterday, so I went to bed late." Fighting with the third Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto was even more confused. Now, not to mention Naruto, even Sasuke didn't believe it at all. Chapter 51. Since I have nothing to do tonight, you, the third Hokage, have to give me an explanation. Yesterday, after Senju Kyunyu sent Mao Uxi Yan home, he did not go anywhere else, but came directly to the third Hokage's office. The moment he entered the door, the third Hokage was obviously frightened. He took off the Hokage hat on his head and hurriedly covered the crystal ball in front of him. Senju Kyunyu glanced at it and couldn't help but be speechless. The third-generation old guy, is he using a crystal ball to spy on the women's bathhouse in the middle of the night? That's really lame. If it were me, I would never do such a thing. I choose to watch it during the day. It's clear to see during the day, but what's so good about it in the dark at night? The old guy from the third generation is really too lame. Mao Uxi Yan, who had just returned home and was about to take a bath, was slightly startled. The bath water was already ready, why did I suddenly feel like not taking a bath? I must not let that pervert Kyunyu get the crystal ball, or I would be watched by him every day. Thinking of this, Mao Uxi Yan felt her body getting hot. What's going on? She covered her red face and looked at the confused eyes in the mirror. I can't enjoy this. Uzuki Yujeo suppressed the fire in her heart and bit her beautiful red lips. Her two sexy and slender thighs were tightly pressed together. In the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen covered the crystal ball in front of him with his Hokage hat and pretended that nothing had happened. Cough cough. He coughed twice before speaking to Jian Shao Kyunyu in front of him. It's so late, what are you doing here? Jian Shao Kyunyu was not polite at all. If there weren't so many people yesterday, I would have given you some face. But today I have been patient all day and I am very angry. Stop pretending, what's the matter with that forbidden book? Faced with Senju Sinai's straightforwardness, Sarutobi Hiruzen also laughed. In the entire Konohagakure, apart from Senju Sinai, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Even Shimura Danzo of the root had to give him some face on the surface. Are you talking about the book of forbidden techniques that Naruto stole last time? What else? The third Hokage glanced at Senju Chiu's face, then slowly spoke. If you didn't find what you wanted in the book of forbidden techniques, as compensation, I can give you the scroll of my unique ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. Jian Shao Qianyu looked disdainful. Who wants your Shuriken clone? Am I that kind of person? So what do you want? The Uzumaki clan's sealing ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up slowly and said to Senju Chiyu in front of him. The Uzumaki clan's sealing ninjutsu. Seeing the confusion on Senju Chiyu's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to explain. The so-called Book of Seals actually contains all the powerful seal ninjutsu left by the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he looked out the window at Konoha. The Konoha ninja village was peaceful and tranquil under the night sky. I know you have guessed that I deliberately let Uzumaki Naruto steal the Book of Seals. But I did this only because I felt guilty towards Naruto. Guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his eyes seemed to have returned to 12 years ago. Or maybe you already know that Naruto's parents are the former 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Senju Chiyu didn't say anything. He naturally knew about this matter very well. When Konoha village encountered the Nine Tails rebellion, Minato and his wife sacrificed themselves for the village, and even Naruto became the vessel of the Nine Tails. Originally, I strictly forbade the village to mention anything about the Nine Tails, but the news still spread. The third Hokage turned around and looked at Senju Chiyu very seriously. Although you may not believe it, many decisions of Konoha are not made by me alone. Although I know you may not believe me, I more or less just want to make up for Naruto. After all, he is the child of Minato and Kushina. The Uzumaki clan's sealing ninjutsu is not suitable for him, but the multiple shadow clones are very good. Senju Chiyu was silent for a moment. Regardless of whether the third Hokage lied to him or not, what he said was right. The multiple shadow clones are indeed the most suitable ninjutsu for Naruto. The reason why this ninjutsu is listed as a forbidden technique is because it requires a huge amount of chakra. Secondly, after the clone disappears, all the feelings return to the original body. If it weren't for the Uzumaki clan's strong physique that is like a bug, ordinary people would have gone insane long ago. So the so-called Konoha sealed book is just a legacy left by the Uzumaki clan. Senju Chiyu said lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Although this was a very confidential matter, it was not a big deal for Senju Chiyu to know. 0. After all, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Senju Chiyu has the talent to become the next Hokage. No matter his background or strength, those daimyo will not object. The only thing Senju Chiyu lacks now is merit. But this is also the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged him to be the 7th team. Sasuke, the only surviving member of the Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki Naruto, who possesses the power of the Nine Tails, as long as these two can grow up smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that they will become the best of the new generation of ninjas in Konoha. And as their teacher, Senju Chiyu will naturally become the most dazzling existence in Konoha. What about Sakura? Senju Kyunyu suddenly asked. Her role is the same as the one I arranged for Xian to be your assistant. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a knowing smile. Senju. Chiyu smiled coldly. Sure enough, he could become the Hokage and control Konoha for so many years. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as simple as he imagined. Before he traveled through time, Senju Chiyu had naturally read a lot of fan fiction about Naruto. Although most of the third-generation Hokage were ambitious people with absolute conspiracies, they were too simple and had no scheming as a Hokage at all. After all, even Shimura Danzo could not successfully cause any impact on Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was in power. The third-generation Hokage was a hero of Konoha until the moment he was killed by Orochimaru. His so-called 5-4 Wall of Fire has already spread to the hearts of all Konoha ninjas invisibly. Whether it is the brilliant genius Minato Namikaze, the mature Uchiha Itachi, or even the famous Hitaki Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Uzumaki Naruto who represents the new era, they all believe in the so-called Will of Fire. Such a man is the existence that really makes Senju Chiyu feel interesting. Tisk, just assume that I believe it, third Hokage. Senju Chiyu stretched his body and walked out of the office door. Only at the moment of leaving the office did he slowly speak. Oh, don't forget the scroll of the Shuriken clone you mentioned. Oh, actually I'm not really interested in that thing, but since you want to give it to me, I can't refuse it. Who made you the third Hokage of Konoha? Chapter 52. Konoha, Training Ground Number 7. Anyway, let me introduce myself first. Senju Chiyo looked at Uzumaki Naruto and the other two in front of him and spoke lightly. I am Senju Chiyo, I am 20 years old and currently a special level jonin in the village. What do you like to eat? To be honest, the food in your ninja world is pretty average. The most respected person, no. Dream, it's hard to say. There are many types I like: shy type, extrovert type, mature type, lowly type, mature type, young woman type, automatic type, I like them all. Hateful things, well, doing something meaningless, like telling you now what I hate is itself very annoying. After hearing Senju Chiyo's introduction, all the members of Team 7 were speechless. Teacher Chiyo seemed to have said a lot, but there was no useful information at all. And how reluctant was he to be the leader of Team 7? Why did he complain about this all the time? Is this the behavior a teacher should have? Although they thought so in their hearts, none of Naruto and the other two dared to take the initiative to bring it up. After all, Senju Chiyo's strength yesterday was obvious to all. Then I will introduce myself first. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to step forward. He touched the ninja forehead protector on his forehead and said excitedly. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my favorite food is Ichiraku ramen, especially the Ichiraku ramen that teachers Chiyo and Irika treat me to. The person I respect the most is the third Hokage. My dream is to become Hokage and be recognized by everyone in the village. Disgusting people. Uzumaki Naruto looked disgusted, glanced at Sasuke beside him, then looked at Senju Chiyo. Favorite person? Uzumaki Naruto blushed slightly, and glanced at Sakura beside him secretly. I see. Senju Chiyo glanced at Uzumaki Naruto calmly. The Nine-Tails brat's dream is to become Hokage, but the person he respects the most is actually the old guy, the third Hokage. Not to mention the inheritance left by the Watergates, even the monthly living expenses are very tight. Not to mention expired milk, even eating a bowl of ramen every day is difficult. Compare Konohamaru with the grandson of the third Hokage and see what kind of conditions he had since childhood. His teacher alone was the special Jonin Ebisu. Even though he is a rookie in actual combat, he is good at what he does. When it comes to teaching, Ebisu is just as he said. Studying with me is the shortcut to becoming a Hokage. Young Konohamaru was much more naughty than Naruto, but Ebisu never gave up teaching Konohamaru. Although he was a little bit lustful, he still adhered to his duties as a teacher even after the death of the third Hokage. This also paved the way for Konohamaru to kill Pain's clone alone later. On the other hand, Uzumaki Naruto only had a teacher like Kakashi after he graduated from the Ninja Academy, but the problem is that Kakashi is not suitable to teach Naruto at all. It's like asking a university professor to teach elementary school students. What's even more terrifying is that he's a physics professor, while Naruto's specialty is probably sports. Take tree climbing for example. It took Naruto Uzumaki several days of practice to master it. If Naruto's success was due to his talent and the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, then what about Sasuke? Didn't he, the genius of the Uchiha clan, also take several days? On the other hand, the special Jonin Ebisu, I remember that guy hated Naruto very much. But even with the buff of hating Naruto, he still easily analyzed the problem of Uzumaki Naruto's chakra being disturbed, and then it only took half a day for Naruto to master the ability to walk on water. Is it true that the third Hokage, who was treated differently in this way, deserves Naruto's respect? It looks like he has been seriously brainwashed. But to be honest, the third Hokage is really good at brainwashing. He almost fooled me. Naruto was born as a hero, but he suffered so much. Even his activities were monitored by the villagers. In the end, Naruto had to thank the third Hokage and was even ready to get the recognition of those people in Konoha who once hated him. To be honest, this kid is a bit too amazing. Haruno Sakura tried her best to pretend that she knew nothing. She just looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. It turned out that Naruto had always been so miserable. Originally, Sakura was very sad that her parents were ordinary people. She even felt a little inferior after learning that even Naruto was a hero. But now she feels that compared with Naruto, she is still lucky. Although her parents are ordinary people with no abilities, they at least let her have a happy childhood. And Naruto has nothing, and has always lived under surveillance. Sakura looked at Naruto with a little more sympathy. Uzumaki Naruto saw Sakura's gaze, his face instantly brightened, and he said with a proud look on his face. "What do you think, Sakura? Do you think what I said just now is cool? I am going to be the Hokage in the future." Haruno Sakura retracted her gaze and sighed secretly. "It seems that I am too naive. Pure Land World. What? My Naruto actually suffered so much." Uzumaki Kushina saw the update about Uzumaki Naruto in Senju Sinayu's diary. She felt extremely angry. As her and Minato's child, Naruto lacked the love of his parents since he was a child. As a result, under the care of the third Hokage, he did not feel any family love at all. Even the ninjutsu left by her and Minato was not taught to Naruto, and even the multiple shadow clones were given by the third Hokage after searching hard. Compared with the Uzumaki clan seal book left by Kushina, this is simply a drop in the bucket. My name is Haruno Sakura, and my dream is to be the person I like, the person I respect the most. Haruno Sakura didn't finish her words, she just secretly glanced at Senju Chiyu in front of her, and her face turned red instantly. Could it be that Xiaoying likes me? Although Senju Kyunyu remained calm on the surface, he was still secretly shocked. Did she discover the secret that I am older than Sasuke and not just in age? Senju Kyunyu nodded secretly. Sakura's gaze was really not shy at all. However, Sakura at 333 was too ordinary now, and she was really not very interesting. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, I have nothing to say, but I do have one ambition, I must kill that man with my own hands. Uchiha Sasuke sat on the ground, his hands on his chin, the image of Uchiha Itachi appeared in his mind, and the murderous intent in his eyes was fully revealed. Revenge on Uchiha Itachi? Tisk tisk, both the elder and younger brother are two idiots. Is it because of the Sharingan that all the Uchiha clan members have some mental problems? I think it is true that no Uchiha clan member can muster a normal brain. For the sake of his younger brother, he actually killed the entire Uchiha clan with his own hands, and even spared his own parents. Such an Uchiha Itachi is really likable. The same goes for Uchiha Sasuke. No matter now or in the future, he has always been played around by others like a monkey. If he was not the reincarnation of Indra, he would have been played to death by his own hands long ago. When I have a chance to meet Uchiha Itachi, I will definitely teach this filial son a lesson. Did the will of fire eat up his brain? He actually believed what Hiruzen and Danzo said. Fortunately, they still have a good mother. Mikoto is a very attractive woman. Uchiha Mikoto was still worried about the two brothers Sasuke and Itachi, and when she saw Senju Chiyu teasing her, she really couldn't stand it. Chapter 53. The self-introductions are all very good, so let's stop here and start the formal assessment. Qian Shao Qianyu said as he took out two bells with thin strings hanging on them. As for the content of the assessment, I think this is the most suitable. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the bell in Senju Chiyu's hand and immediately guessed. Did they snatch the bell from you? Qian Shao Qianyu shook his head and glanced at the three people one by one. It's too hard for you to take the bell from me. My request is very simple, as long as you can touch the bell, you will pass the test. As Qian Shao Qianyu's voice fell, a breeze blew across the number 7 training ground. Just touch the bell to pass. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, and pointed at the bell in Senju Sinayu's hand in disbelief. What? He thought it was so difficult. Even if teacher Sinayu was very strong, this was a bit too much of an underestimation. I thought it was a test question, but it turned out that just touching the bell would pass. This was really too easy. If Naruto could snatch the bell from teacher Sinayu, he might not be very sure, but touching it was not a difficult task. Naruto, who thought he could easily pass the test, did not feel relieved, but a little disappointed. He even doubted teacher Chiyu really hates to interact with the three of them, so he deliberately chose to be perfunctory. Sasuke is different from Uzumaki Naruto. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he can clearly feel the power of Senju Chiyu. Even just touching the bell is a rare thing. However, Uchiha Sasuke showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Now he is completely different from himself in the ninja school. Harano Sakura seemed a little nervous. After all, she might have to fight with her favorite teacher Chiyu later. She didn't know if teacher Chiyu could be gentler. Oh, no, it's better to be heavier. The heavier the better. What are the boundaries of the rules? The moment Uchiha Sasuke asked the question, his two eyes changed instantly. Scarlet eyes, moon-like Megatama. The Uchiha clan's unique Sharingan. After the last teaching of Senju Sinayu, Uchiha Sasuke knew that he had opened his eyes on the night of the clan extermination. After this period of time of controlling his own chakra, he finally reached the requirement of freely using a single Megatama Sharingan. This is why he was so confident in the face of Uzumaki Naruto's provocation. Any ninjutsu would be meaningless in front of the Sharingan. Sasuke, his eyes, are those the Sharingan mentioned by Senyu? Harano Sakura reacted quickly. Senyu once mentioned the Uchiha clan's Sharingan in his diary. It takes a strong emotional stimulation to open the Sharingan. Sasuke opened the single Megatama Sharingan in anger because of the damage caused to him by the night of the genocide. Maybe I can really win this test. Sakura was secretly pleased. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly came in front of Sasuke, and was about to poke Uchiha Sasuke's eyes with his hand. Hey, Sasuke, why are your eyes red? Did you not sleep well last night because you were too scared? Uchiha Sasuke was too lazy to pay attention to Uzumaki Naruto and just cursed softly. Super idiot. Then Sasuke looked at Senju Chiyu with his Sharingan, waiting for his answer. It seems that Sasuke has finally mastered the Sharingan. My efforts have paid off. But what is this kid so proud of? You lost the lives of your entire family and even your parents at the hands of your own brother. With such a stimulus, you actually opened the Sharingan with a single Megatama. Is this something to be proud of? Senju Chiyu seemed very puzzled. Are the kids nowadays so ignorant? The Sharingan is very powerful, but for him, the single Megatama is no different from having it. There are no troublesome rules for this assessment. As for the limit, Sasuke, you mean the upper limit of the means, right? Senju Kyunyu paused for a moment and then continued. As for the upper limit, there is no upper limit either. In other words, as the subjects of the assessment, you can use any means necessary, even if it means attacking me with the intention of killing me, there is no problem. The process is not important, the result is important. As Senju Chiyu finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto and the others were shocked. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who had opened his Sharingan, was sweating coldly. Can you attack with the purpose of killing your teacher? Can you do whatever it takes? The process is not important, the result is important. How confident is this? Or is Senju Chiyu looking down on the current strength of the entire Team 7? Oh, by the way, if you fail, all of you will be deprived of your qualifications to become ninjas. Will I be disqualified if I fail? Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled. Even though he didn't have a very flexible brain, he quickly understood what Senju Kyunyu meant. If he failed, he would have to go back to the ninja school. What a joke! He finally risked his life to become a ninja. He would never be willing to go back to the ninja school like this. Uzumaki Naruto thought about the efforts he had made to become a ninja. Was everything he had worthless in front of Teacher Kyunyu? Anger and strong unwillingness caused a large amount of chakra to surge out of Uzumaki Naruto's body. But this time it was no longer a violent fiery red color, but a blue chakra like steam. The amazing chakra was visibly floating on the surface of Uzumaki Naruto's body. At this moment, his eyes were full of confidence. Is this Naruto? Sakura was also a little scared. How could Naruto suddenly become so strong? Even Sasuke, who had opened the Sharingan, showed a surprised look. The chakra flow in Uzumaki Naruto's body was abnormally fast, several times that of an ordinary ninja. And just a rough estimate. Naruto's chakra at the moment is probably more than twice his own. Where did this guy get such a huge amount of chakra? Uchiha Sasuke looked very strange. After all, he was from the Uchiha clan. Because the Sharingan consumed too much chakra, it was normal for the Uchiha clan to have twice as much chakra as ordinary ninjas. But Naruto, this guy, was actually more than twice as strong as himself as a member of the Uchiha clan? This was too outrageous. Senju Uchiha looked at the eager Uzumaki Naruto in front of him and said nothing. Uchiha Sasuke, who has opened his Sharingan, Uzumaki Naruto, who is not disturbed by the Nine Tails chakra, and Sakura, who is growing in stature. It seems that I have caused myself a lot of trouble before. Chapter 54. A gust of wind swept by, and the dust on the ground swirled up. Even the surrounding grass and trees swayed in the wind, making rustling sounds. The eyes of Uzumaki Naruto and the other two were all focused on the bell that Senju Uchiha had placed on his waist. At this moment, the three people looked extremely serious. Although Teacher Uchiha smiled very gently and his posture looked very lazy, an invisible pressure made everyone feel palpitations and fear, and they did not dare to take it lightly. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto, who was thick-skinned and full of confidence at the moment, was an exception. His eyes were fixed on the bell, revealing a look of determination to win, and his whole body was full of confidence. Ding-ling-ling. As Senju Uchiha shook the bell, he spoke lightly. Then, little devils, the test will officially begin now, give it your all. As Senju Uchiha's voice fell, Uzumaki Naruto could not wait any longer. He rushed towards Senju Uchiha without any preparation. Naruto. Seeing this scene, Sakura's heart tightened and she wanted to speak out to stop it, but it was too late. Uchiha Sasuke had already found a place to hide, his Sharingan was staring at Naruto and Senju Uchiha in front of him. Stupid Naruto! Uzumaki Naruto leaped up and punched Senju Uchiha in the chest. 0723? He actually learned to cover his fist with chakra, it looks quite powerful. Senju Uchiha nodded. After Uzumaki Naruto lost the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, he really improved very quickly. Although he was still a reckless super idiot. Senju Uchiha slowly turned sideways to avoid Uzumaki Naruto's frontal attack, and then he stretched out one finger, bang. The finger shot hit Uzumaki Naruto's forehead. The powerful force made Uzumaki Naruto fly out as if he was hit by a cannonball. Hiss! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Naruto Uzumaki, who rolled on the ground dozens of times, got up in a mess. He covered his swollen forehead and kept shouting. Sakura Haruno, who was standing by, showed an unbelievable look. Although Naruto Uzumaki's attack did not have any skills, the strength of Mr. Kyunyu was too exaggerated. He even stood there without moving a step. Is he still a teacher in our ninja school? If you have this strength, you come to the ninja school to teach, aren't you a ninja kid? Sakura's mind was working quickly, and then she came to a conclusion. Could it be that Teacher Kyunyu really came to the ninja school to be a teacher just for Hinata? Could it be that Hinata can really develop better in the future? Sakura was a little unhappy. Is Seongda so great? Uzumaki Naruto finally stood up again and wiped the dust off his face. The arrogance on his face was gone, and he started to be serious instead. Teacher Kyunyu, I'm going to get serious. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on his chest and made a seal. Bang! 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 Hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones instantly appeared in the entire 7th training ground. Naruto! Naruto, this guy! It was the first time that Sakura saw Uzumaki Naruto use this kind of ninjutsu. It was very similar to the clone jutsu, but the clone jutsu could not create so many clones. Is each one of them a real entity? Uchiha Sasuke, who has the Sharingan, can easily see that the flow of chakra in each of these hundreds of clones is exactly the same as that of Uzumaki Naruto's real body. Even the Sharingan can't see through it. No wonder Naruto is so arrogant and plans to challenge him again. Uchiha Sasuke snorted secretly. He didn't understand what was going on with this last one and why his strength improved so much. It's not too late to beg for mercy now, Master Kyunyu. Hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto's clones spoke at the same time. Human wave tactics. Chien Shao Kyunyu said lightly, then slowly shook his head. This trick won't work on me. Then Chien Shao Kyunyu clapped his hands, and 5 clones emerged from his body. Ha ha ha, Teacher Kyunyu, you only have 5 people, you are definitely not my opponent. Uzumaki Naruto laughed triumphantly after seeing this. He thought Teacher Kyunyu was so amazing, but in the end he could only create 5 clones? It was nothing compared to his hundreds of clones. Just surrender, Teacher Kyunyu. Uzumaki Naruto controlled hundreds of clones and rushed forward. At the same time, the 5 clones separated by Senju Kyunyu also stood in 5 directions. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth Escape Technique, the art of flowing earth and rivers. Thunder Shield Thunder Technique. Wind style, Vacuum Jade. The 5 shadow clones summoned by Senju Sinayu actually used 5 types of chakra ninjutsu at the same time. Boom! 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 Hundreds of shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto were completely destroyed in an instant. Even Uzumaki Naruto was hit head-on by the Thunder Shield, Thunder Technique, and the whole person was blown away again. Shocked, completely shocked. Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding in the dark, gritted his teeth, his hands clenched, and he trembled unconsciously. It was really terrible. Not only was the quality of his clones much higher than Naruto's, but he could also perform ninjutsu. What's even more outrageous is that what Senjutsu released was 5 types of ninjutsu. This also means that Senju Sinayu himself has 5 types of chakra attributes. What kind of monster is this? Even Sasuke, who has the Sharingan, panicked at this moment. His hands trembled unconsciously. It's impossible to defeat, there's no way to defeat such an existence. Even just touching the bell is totally impossible. Uchiha Sasuke even had the thought of giving up just by watching the battle. Facing such a huge gap in strength, this huge gap made him think of the night of genocide. Facing the powerlessness of his brother Uchiha Itachi, no, perhaps even more desperate than at that time. Is this the strength of Konoha's only special level Jonin? Uchiha Sasuke stared at Senju Uchiha, motionless. Senju Uchiha untied the wood clone and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was still struggling to stand up in the distance. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, their health bar is really thick. Although Senju Uchiha did not use all his strength to perform ninjutsu, he was able to take a thunder shield and thunder technique without fainting, which was pretty good for Uzumaki Naruto. Okay, who's next? Senju Kyunyu's eyes moved to Sakura, and then slowly locked onto the hiding place of Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. He was hiding very well, how did that guy find him? Before he could react, it was Haruno Sakura who took action first. She quickly took out the ninja tool from the ninja backpack and threw it at Senju Kyunyu. Bang! Thick white smoke instantly filled the area around Senju Kyunyu. Such an attack naturally couldn't hurt him at all. Smoke bomb? Sakura is quite smart. During the time she was in contact with Senju Sinayu, Sakura had made a lot of progress without realizing it. As the thick smoke in front of her gradually dissipated, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, who were originally nearby, disappeared. Not bad, this is what a ninja looks like. Kyunju was not angry at all, but instead had a smile on his face. Chapter 55. In the dense forest at the 7th training ground, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke squatted together, and after confirming that there were no other chakra fluctuations, they relaxed a little. Teacher Chienyu did not catch up. Sakura retracted her chakra perception. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Sakura with some surprise. What did his Sharingan see just now? Why did Sakura, who was born as a commoner, have almost 1/3 more chakra than himself? Is this really reasonable? Uchiha Sasuke is now a little skeptical about life. He closed his Sharingan and even suspected that it was an illusion caused by excessive use of Sharingan. He was originally a genius, but he became the last one in Team 7? Unbelievable. Naruto, how are you? Are you okay? Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was beside her. Among the 3 people, Uzumaki Naruto was the most seriously injured. Hearing Sakura's concern for him, Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest, stood up and said loudly, "It's all right, Sakura." "Stupid, idiot, are you trying to lure Teacher Kyunyu over here?" "Oh," Uzumaki Naruto quickly squatted down and even covered his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto spoke carefully. "So what should we do next, Sakura?" Sakura frowned, she didn't have any good ideas. Although her chakra and physical fitness had been greatly improved because of Kyunyu teacher's diary, it was not enough to touch the bell under Kyunyu teacher. Not to mention the silver bell that symbolizes success, even the 2 bells of Kyunyu teacher can't be touched. Uzumaki Naruto also had a sad face. He had the most say in the fight with Kyunyu teacher just now. If it weren't for the 9-tailed fox in his body to help him heal the injury in an emergency, it would be difficult for Naruto to stand up now. Damn it, is there no better way? Seeing Sakura and Naruto in distress beside him, Uchiha Sasuke looked incredible. These 2 guys, are they still planning to continue the challenge? Don't they know that the power gap is too great? This is simply impossible. No matter what, it will be in vain. Although Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything, his eyes revealed a hint of despair. Hokage's office. In front of the crystal ball, the 3rd Hokage had been spying for a long time with the telescope technique. Just now, Senju Sinayu instantly performed the 5 series ninjutsu, which even surprised him, who was known as a ninjutsu doctor. Wood release clone was indeed an amazing ninjutsu. It was really hard to imagine how powerful the first Hokage was. Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his cigarette, and then his eyes fell on the figure in front of him. "Kakashi, what do you think is the purpose of Senju Sinayu? Judging from the current performance, it seems that Team 7 has no chance of passing the level." The white-haired senior ninja Hitaki Kakashi, standing in front of the 3rd Hokage, said seriously. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke has lost his confidence in fighting, and the remaining 2 people will not be able to complete the test no matter what. After listening to Kakashi's analysis, the 3rd Hokage did not speak, he just looked at the picture in the crystal ball in front of him. What is Senju Chiyu planning? Is he doing this on purpose? Or is it only by doing this that he can legitimately refuse to lead Team 7? Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little confused about this guy. "Kakashi, if it were you, what would you do?" Faced with the question from the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi did not hesitate at all. "Hokage, if it were me, I would have them pass the test when Team 7 started working as a team." "Oh." Sarutobi Hiruzen became interested. Kakashi sighed and touched his eyes under the eye patch with one hand. That was the most precious gift given to him by his best friend. In the ninja world, People who violate the rules of ninjas are called trash. However, people who don't know how to value their companions are even worse than trash. Kakashi still didn't tell the third Hokage what he was thinking, because he knew very well that the third Hokage would never agree with his point of view. Because his father, Konoha White Fang, chose to commit suicide in the midst of abuse and questioning because he didn't abide by the rules of being a ninja. Maybe Chiyu has his own plans. Hitaki Kakashi finally spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crystal ball in front of him, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of Senju Chiyu, who was leisurely walking in the 7th training ground. Oh? Uchiha Sasuke. Senju Sinayu didn't spread his chakra to sense the whereabouts of the few people. After all, with his current massive chakra, he could easily cover the entire 7th training ground. That would be considered cheating. There was no need to deal with these 3 little ghosts for the time being. It was just that Uchiha Sasuke suddenly appeared in front of him. 0 request flowers 0. Still, Senju Chiyu was a little surprised. After all, he knew very well that Uchiha Sasuke could easily lose his courage. Because of Uchiha Ataka's words. Foolish brother, if you want to kill me, then hate me. Just live your ugly life. Try your best to escape, and try your best to live. That's why Uchiha Sasuke would choose to survive first when facing an enemy he can't defeat. Senju Chiyu has no way of saying whether this concept is good or not in the world of ninja, but it is obviously unreasonable for Uchiha Sasuke to do something as reckless as Naruto. Is there any plan? Senju Kyunyu instantly realized something. Feeling the change in teacher Kyunyu's eyes, Uchiha Sasuke became a little anxious. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. Uchiha Sasuke quickly formed seals with both hands, and then suddenly spoke. 00. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke spit out a flame from his mouth. Although it was not as big as Senju Chiyu's just now, it was also quite good. After all, with the current amount of chakra of Uchiha Sasuke, he could use the Sharingan and the Great Fireball technique at the same time. He could be called a genius among the genin. The flames instantly engulfed Senju Chiyu, but under the protection of the wood-style ninjutsu, this level of fire style could not hurt him at all. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. He took out a few shurikens from the ninja tool bag, and used the visual deviation caused by the high temperature of the flame to throw them at Senju Chiyu from the blind spot. Senju Chiyu showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he flipped his palm, and a few shurikens also appeared in his hand. Uchiha Sasuke didn't even see clearly, and the shuriken in Senju Chiyu's hand had already been thrown out. Clang! 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 Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet pupils were filled with shock. Senju Chiyu actually used shuriken to knock down all the shurikens that he shot from the blind spot. And Uchiha Sasuke could see clearly that his own shurikens were accurately pinned to the surrounding trees by the opponent's shurikens. This. Uchiha Sasuke was completely confused. If it comes to fire escape, it is understandable that Senju Chiyu, as a 5-element ninja, is better than Uchiha in playing, but why is he so good at shuriken? Black pupils, they are obviously just ordinary eyes. This kind of shuriken hidden weapon technique can only be done by the Uchiha clan. How on earth did this guy do it? Chapter 56. Is this the strength of a Jonin? There is such a big gap between him, Uchiha Sasuke, and a Jonin? It is unacceptable, but this is the fact. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, with an extremely unwilling and angry look in his eyes. There was a recliner on a high platform not far away. The man sitting on the recliner was none other than Senju Chiyu, who was very relaxed. Behind him, Mao Uxi Yan, who was wearing a Konoha green vest and had purple hair, placed the cut fruits she had just bought in front of Senju Chiyu. Senju Chiyu smelled the fragrance coming from Mao Uxi Yan's hair when she put down the fruits in her hand. He glanced at Xi Yan's beautiful face, then smiled and said, Thank you, Xian. Mao Yuxian ignored him. If it wasn't for the order of the third Hokage, she didn't want to be so close to Senju Kyunyu. Seeing Mao Yuxian's slightly angry look, Kyunju Kyunyu felt that she was even cuter. Although Yujao looks good in the standard Konoha uniform, it is not as visually impactful as the Anbu uniform. The dark-minded Xi Yan not only looks better in figure, but is also full of mystery. Why not let Xi Yan change back next time? When Mao Yu Xi Yan saw the update in Senju Kyunyu's diary, her eyebrows were raised. This bastard, what does he think of himself? And what about the ANBU uniform? Don't all ANBU ninjas wear that? That's for the convenience of moving around in the dark, not for. Mao Yu Xi Yan bit her lip and continued to complain secretly. It's not for making some uniform series. In order to prevent Senju Kyunyu from writing nonsense in his diary, Mao Yu Xi Yan said. What is the purpose of doing this kind of assessment? Uzuki Yujao said while looking at the 7th training ground in the distance. Even though the one in front of Suzuki was just a wooden clone of Senju Sinayu, Suzuki still had no way to deal with it. There is no possibility for them to pass this difficult test. Hearing the voice of Mao Yu Xi Yan, Qian Shao Qianyu picked up a piece of cut apple and ate it. This time, the assessment is under my control, and the difficulty standard is also set by me. No one has the right to interfere. Do you understand? There was a look of shock in Mao Yu Xi Yan's eyes. Senju Kyunyu's words were firm and decisive, leaving her no mercy at all. But facing the other party's attitude, Mao Yu Xi Yan was not unhappy at all, and even felt that Kyunju Kyunyu at this moment was more pleasing to the eye. Kyunju Kyunyu also found that Mao Yu Xi Yan's expression was not right. What happened? He just wanted to show off. If Xi Yan was angry, he would take the opportunity to coax her and narrow the distance between the two sides. As a result, this guy was so obedient. Is it because he is used to obeying orders as a member of the Anbu? Could it be that this is the hidden attribute of women in daily life? Damn, could Xian be M? At this moment, Mao Yuxian also had a slightly puzzled look in her eyes. M? What does it mean? She had never heard of this thing before, and she just thought it might be a code name. But from the corner of Qian Shao Qianyu's mouth that couldn't help but curl up, she could see that this didn't seem to be a very good code name. In the 7th training ground, although Uchiha Suzuki was already out of breath, his remaining chakra was not even enough to support the continuous use of the Sharingan. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. Seeing Uchiha Suzuki in front of him quickly forming a seal again, Kyunju Kyunyu stood there with a calm expression. Another great fireball? The moves released are too slow. This kind of slow hand seal is really full of flaws. Although Senju Kyunyu said this, he still gave Suzuki in front of him some slack. Although he is just a wooden clone now, it is easy to take advantage of this gap to knock down Suzuki. But in fact, Uchiha Sasuke's hand seal speed is not slow, but it is too slow in the eyes of Senju Kyunyu. After all, when he uses some low-level ninjutsu, he can already do it without hand seals. Although he can't be like the first generation of Hokage, who can perform all ninjutsu with a clap of his hands, but he is not far behind. A true strong man never needs any hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sure enough, Uchiha Suzuki once again released this sea-level ninjutsu that he had mastered and was most proficient in. A high-temperature flame spit out from his mouth, and after the flame was eliminated, it formed a fireball, which blasted towards Senju Chiyu like a meteorite. Tisk! Qian Shao Qianyu's eyes were not on the attacking fireball technique. He just glanced at the ground under his feet. Uchiha Suzuki is not a brainless person like Naruto who wastes all his chakra. He dares to come out and fight him one-on-one, so he must be prepared. Whether it is the fear that makes his hands tremble all over, or the look of wanting to give up, it is just the tactics of this kid to paralyze himself. Senju Kyunyu is very clear about all this. Soon, it is just as he expected. The ground under Senju Kyunyu's feet began to loosen, and a pair of hands stretched out from the cracks and grabbed his ankles tightly. This is not over yet. Then 4 or 5 Uzumaki Naruto drilled out directly from the soil. They grabbed Senju Kyunyu's limbs respectively, and finally hung on him like a koala. Hehe, Mr. Kyunyu, you didn't expect that, did you? Uzumaki Naruto showed a proud smile. This is our tactic. You are now completely unable to move. Senju Kyunyu's expression was still very calm. The fire escape was just a feint. Of course, he had already discovered Naruto's clone hidden underground. Earth escape ninjutsu. He remembered that Naruto didn't know it at all. It should be Uchiha Sasuke who taught him, right? Although this ninjutsu was not difficult, Naruto was still able to learn it so quickly in such a tense environment. As expected, without the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, Uzumaki Naruto was no less talented than Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand and prepared to touch the bell on Senju Kyunyu's waist. 2.6. At this moment, something like a tree thorn grew out of Senju Kyunyu's body. This move is very similar to Jiraiya's needle Jizo, but it was also deliberately controlled by Senju Kyunyu. The clone that stretched out his hand was directly chilled to the bone, and then with the continuous attacks, bang, bang, bang. All of Naruto's clones turned into phantoms and disappeared. Sasuke! Uzumaki Naruto's clone shouted at Uchiha Sasuke at the last moment of disappearance. Sasuke did not hesitate at all. He pulled hard and a sharp steel wire came out of the soil. This silver steel wire was like a python, quickly and tightly wrapped around Senju Sinayu's legs. Now even if you, Master Kyunyu, destroy all my clones, you won't be able to move a step. Chapter 57. Do it! Uchiha Sasuke tightly grasped the steel wire in his hand, firmly controlling Senju Sinayu's actions. Uzumaki Naruto then came out of the bushes where he had been hiding. Seeing his limited steps, Uchiha Sasuke said indifferently. Super idiot, what are you doing? Hurry up! After hearing Sasuke's words, Uzumaki Naruto reluctantly used the multiple shadow clone again. In an instant, more than a dozen Uzumaki Naruto rushed towards Senju Chiyu, who was trapped in front of him. His goal was not to defeat Chiyu teacher, but just to touch the bell. However, wood style, wood wall technique. Senju Sinayu said calmly, and a row of wooden pillars quickly grew around his body. These pillars bent from the ground and completely formed an arch wall to protect Senju Sinayu inside. Uzumaki Naruto, who rushed over, was stunned. What the hell is this? Teacher Kyunyu is cheating. A dozen Uzumaki Naruto stopped where they were helplessly. He didn't have any ninjutsu that could break this wooden wall. Are you going to give up like this? With Senju Chiyu's lazy voice, the wooden wall was removed and the steel wire in Sasuke's hand was also broken free. Senju Chiyu once again stood in front of Naruto and Sasuke intact. Well, what else can you do now? Chien Shao Kyunyu glanced back and forth between the two of them. Bastard! Bastard! Uzumaki Naruto seemed very angry, he was about to explode, and kept shouting. Damn it, I am going to be the Hokage, how can I fail here? Ah! More than a dozen of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones took out kunao and shot at Senju Chiyu at the same time. It seemed that they were blinded by anger. Faced with such a chaotic attack, Senju Chiyu naturally dodged them all easily. At this moment, a kunao flew very fast and flew directly to Senju Chiyu's waist. Senju Chiyu, who was originally preparing to dodge, felt something was wrong. This feeling, is this a transformation technique? Senju Kyunyu slightly sideways to avoid the flying kunao. Bang! Just when the kunao was about to fly over, a pink-haired Harano Sakura suddenly appeared in a cloud of white smoke. Sure enough, it turned into a kunao. Senju Chiyu smiled. He had expected all this to happen. so when facing Sakura, who was running towards the bell on his waist with all her strength. Sakura was very fast. After the reward from the diary system, she was even more agile than Uchiha Sasuke in a short period of time. But it was a pity that Senju Chiyo was faster. He grabbed Sakura's wrist and held her tightly. "Sorry, you can't touch this bell." Hearing what Teacher Kyunyu said and feeling the warmth of his palm, Sakura's breathing became a little rapid. "If you can't touch this bell, then which bell can you touch?" Just when Sakura was about to enter the fantasy moment, Naruto on the side screamed in despair. "Damn it, I didn't expect such a battle plan would fail. Teacher Kyunyu is too strong." "Humph." Uchiha Sasuke snorted unwillingly. His Sharingan was already closed, and the chakra in his body was not enough to support him to continue fighting. Senju Chiyo loosened his grip on Sakura's hand and slowly walked in front of the three people. "You guys, how about this? Maybe it's still too difficult to touch the bell. As long as you make the bell make a sound, you will also pass. Of course, I'm only giving you one last chance. After all, I have an appointment with someone later." Although Jian Shaokyunyu let them go again, it was clear that the three of them no longer had the ability to continue fighting. "No one wants to try again." As Senju Chiyo spoke, the three people who had been mentally prepared had different expressions on their faces, but they also accepted the fact that they had failed the test. Then, just when Senju Chiyo was about to announce it, Uzumaki Naruto stood up. Are you kidding me? I haven't reached my limit yet. Even if my body can't move, I will never give up. Becoming a Hokage is my dream, even Master Kyunyu can't stop me." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight, and even the originally blue chakra gradually intertwined with red light. "Oh!" Senju Chiyo, who was originally going to announce the result, stopped. He really wanted to know what else the protagonist of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, could do. Become Hokage and get recognition from everyone in the village. "I will never fall here." Bang! 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 As Uzumaki Naruto's heroic words fell, thousands of Uzumaki Naruto's clones appeared out of thin air in the surrounding training grounds. "How come this guy still has so much chakra?" Uchiha Sasuke seemed puzzled. Naruto's ninjutsu should consume a lot of chakra. Where did he get the chakra from? Sakura, standing aside, knew very well that the red chakra was the power of the nine-tailed demon fox in Naruto's body that Kyunyu teacher mentioned in his diary. Kyunyu saw thousands of shadow clones in front of him and said lightly, "I've already told you, Naruto, that human wave tactics won't work on me at all." Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly. "Of course I know this, I don't need teacher Kyunyu to remind me. Ninjutsu, harem technique." Bang! 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 Pale smoke covered the entire place, and thousands of shadow clones turned into top beauties without clothes at this moment. There were cute twin-tailed Lolita, cold and arrogant queen, and pure and moving girls. Thousands of beauties in front of them began to flirt and rushed towards Senju Kyunyu. Teacher Qianyu, accompanying others. Sakura Harano and Sasuke, who were watching the fight on the sidelines, were both confused. What kind of move is this? Super Idiot 243. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but curse. What on earth was he expecting? Sakura beside him was also embarrassed and angry. Naruto's ninjutsu was too astringent. But why were all these thousands of clone beauties older than him? He was even inferior to the twin-tailed Loli? Damn Naruto, are you mocking me? Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura's eyes went dark. Uzumaki. Naruto wasted chakra doing this kind of thing. It seems that he has no chance of passing the test. Ding! 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 Just when the two were in despair, the sound of a bell rang out at the 7th training ground. Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura looked at each other in disbelief. Even the thousands of beautiful clones of Uzumaki Naruto were stunned in the middle of the road. I haven't done anything yet, why is the bell ringing? Senju Kyunyu was helpless. He looked at the bell on his waist and sighed helplessly. It was tied a little too close to the middle and it actually got hit. This boy Naruto is truly the #1 ninja when it comes to accident risks. In the distance, Mao Uxi Yan, who was watching, was also very surprised. She looked at Senju Jianyu with pure and doubtful eyes, and Senju Jianyu's old face turned red. Ahem, I thought the test was almost over, so I rang the bell on purpose. Why, is that not okay? Although Mao Uxi Yan didn't say anything, her eyes were very clear. I didn't see you using your hands, so how did the bell ring? Chapter 58. Great, we succeeded. Uzumaki Naruto showed an excited smile on his face. Success, success. Uchiha Sasuke obviously did not expect this to happen. He was not sure why the bell on Chihu teacher's waist rang even though Naruto did not touch it. Could it be that Chihu teacher took the initiative to let him win? Great, well done Naruto. Haruno Sakura was also very happy. Although she was a little ashamed of Uzumaki Naruto's ninjutsu just now, as long as she thought about passing the test and being with teacher Chihu next time. Sakura said that everything would be fine. Although she just called Naruto an idiot and didn't know what was going on, as long as the result was good, wasn't it enough? Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on his hips and raised his proud head high. Did you see that, Sasuke? My plan is more effective. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets. He had already determined that this was teacher Kyunyu letting him go, so he just turned his head and snorted coldly. Humph, what an arrogant idiot. Facing Mao Uxi Yan's questioning gaze from a distance, Senju Kyunyu pretended to be calm and stood up. Ahem, since all the members of Team 7 have passed, I want to congratulate them too. After saying that, Senju Chihu disappeared in front of Ozuki Ujeo. Ujeo frowned slightly at this moment. She was really curious about what was going on. Could it be that the fluctuation of chakra affected the sound of the bell? But with Senju Chihu's control ability, such a thing would never happen. Ujeo was very confused. Congratulations, you all passed my test. With a whoosh, Senju Chihu appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto and the other two, and the wooden clone that was standing beside him slowly disappeared. Senju Chihu took the bell in his hand. To celebrate the establishment of Class 7, the teacher will treat you to some ramen. You can eat as much as you want. Wow! That's great! Teacher Chihu is so nice. When Uzumaki Naruto heard that there was free ramen, he immediately became excited. It seemed that the injuries and sufferings he had just suffered were nothing at all. Sakura and Sasuke could only smile helplessly at the optimistic Uzumaki Naruto. Let's go, destination, Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. As everyone set out for Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant, Senju Kyunyu also wrote about this assessment in his diary. A ninja is someone who endures everything and never gives up. Teamwork and cherishing your companions are certainly important, but in my opinion, the determination to stick to the end is even more important. Although the three little ghosts are much stronger than in the original world, Uchiha Sasuke can already master the Sharingan, and Uzumaki Naruto has shown the powerful talent of the Uzumaki clan. As for Haruno Sakura, she seems to have become stronger and is no longer the girl who asks for help when she has something to do and gives her help when she has nothing to do. Is it really because of my arrival that the world of Naruto has also changed like a butterfly effect? Interesting, if this is the case, being the teacher of these three people may be more or less fun. By the way, let's give them a rating for their performance this time. Uchiha Sasuke, although he has a good foundation and talent, and has mastered the Uchiha clan's unique Sharingan, his shortcomings are also very obvious. Facing an invincible enemy, he even lacks the courage to fight. However, he can adjust himself and formulate excellent tactics. Both his judgment and adaptability are good, so he can be rated as B. Uzumaki Naruto, after being freed from the interference of chakra, his talent as a member of the Uzumaki clan quickly manifested itself. Whether it was his huge chakra or his ability to quickly learn earth escape ninjutsu, it showed that this guy might really be a genius. But his shortcomings were the same. He had a reckless personality. If he had faced an enemy, he might have died long ago. But his amazing creativity and extremely tempting harem technique can barely be rated AB. Harano Sakura, contrary to my expectation, could only be the mascot of Team 7. But whether it was the successful smoke bomb in the beginning to cover the retreat of Naruto and Sasuke, or the transformation into a kunao and almost touching the bell, her performance was remarkable. But her shortcomings. She doesn't have any special ninjutsu, and still relies on the three-body technique of the ninja school, which is really a bit behind the version. Of course, considering her appearance and figure, I can still give her an A rating for the time being. I shouldn't be wrong. After Kyunju finished writing, he breathed a sigh of relief. This way, the number of words in the diary for today was complete. Seeing Kyunju's relaxed and happy face, Xiao Ying, who was following beside him, was very upset. Damn it, what is A? What do you mean I can't be wrong? Although Xiao Ying didn't show anything on her face, she was completely crazy in her heart. She wanted to take off her clothes and have a good talk with teacher Kyunju. What is A? What is A? I am obviously A+. Mao Uxi Yan, who had been following in the dark, also saw the update of Senju Kyunju. I didn't expect this guy to be a serious teacher. Uzuki Yujo's eyes also stayed on the A place. She subconsciously looked down at her, promised, bulging bare mouth. Fortunately, I am not A. At this time, Tsunade, who was still 1 day away from Konohagakure, saw the new content of the diary. She glanced at Shizun's figure and then said lightly, "A, could it be that Kyunju is implying something to you?" Jingyin blushed instantly and quickly explained. I'm not A. Lady Tsunade, I am A level." Shizun puffed out her chest, trying to look bigger, but in front of Tsunade, she was no match for him. "Learn the yin seal as soon as possible, Shizun." Tsunade looked at him disdainfully and continued to move forward. "Tsunade-sama." Shizun looked aggrieved. Chapter 59. Oh, ramen, ramen. In Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Senju Chiyu, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura have already sat in a row. In order to celebrate the establishment of Team 7, Senju Chiyu treated them to unlimited deluxe ramen. Uncle Ichiraku was naturally very happy after seeing them. After all, they were all old acquaintances. He personally made 3 bowls of deluxe ramen for them, and the bowl for Senju Chiyu was naturally made by Ayam. Ayam, wearing a white work suit, looked very pure and cute. She first looked at Naruto on the side and said, "Naruto, why are you so dirty?" Uzumaki Naruto said with a nonchalant smile while eating the ramen in his bowl. "Oh, Sister Icarus, I just passed Teacher Kyunju's test, and I am a ninja now." "Is that so? Congratulations, Naruto." Ayam smiled at Naruto, her eyes full of doting. She had watched Uzumaki Naruto grow up, and like her father, Ichiraku Ramen uncle, she felt very sorry for what happened to Naruto when he was young. Therefore, whenever she had nothing to do, she would take the initiative to invite Naruto to the store to eat ramen for free. Especially when Ayam saw what Chiyu wrote in Chiyu's diary about the true identity of Uzumaki Naruto, she felt a little angry. The son of a hero was actually treated like this by 657 people in the village. I don't know if the third Hokage is old and confused. However, due to the limitations of the diary, she couldn't tell anyone else about this. Therefore, she would secretly add a lot of ingredients to Naruto every time he came. All of this was naturally seen by Senju Chiyu, and he naturally liked Ayam more and more. Miss Icarus, who is cute and has a maternal radiance, is really the best. The noodles she cooks are also very delicious. I don't know what Uncle Otsutsuki Ichiraku is thinking. Last time I suggested that we open a bigger ramen restaurant in the commercial center of Konoha. He should understand what I mean, but why does this guy always look at me strangely recently? Did he misunderstand something? I just have sexual interest in your daughter. Even if you are an Otsutsuki, I can only accept that woman Kagaya. The straightforward content in Senju Chiyu's diary immediately made Icarus blush with shyness. She really didn't know about this matter, and her father had never mentioned it. Did her father really misunderstand something? Icarus was also very distressed. She was naturally very interested in Senju Chiyu. Not only is he handsome, but he also has real estate business in the entire ninja world. It can be said that he is richer than the entire Konoha. In addition, he has a good personality, except that he is a little bit explicit when writing in the diary, but after all, it is a diary, so you can see the more real Senju Chiyu. It's okay for a boy to be a little shy, especially when the object is yourself. Icarus couldn't help but look at Senju Chiyu, who was eating noodles. He is worthy of being the man I like. Even the way he eats noodles is so handsome. Feeling Icarus's eyes, Senju Chiyu smiled and said, "Miss Icarus, are you free tomorrow? I want to date you." Before Senju Chiyu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Uzumaki Naruto, who was eating noodles. He mumbled with noodles in his mouth. "Aren't we going to carry out a mission together tomorrow? Teacher Kyunyu." Senju Kyunyu hit Uzumaki Naruto's forehead with a fist in dissatisfaction. "Humph, shut up and eat your noodles in peace. Otherwise, you will pay the bill later." Hearing the threat from Mr. Kyunyu, Uzumaki Naruto immediately shut up and started eating noodles. Ayam, who was standing by, couldn't help laughing after seeing this. Sure enough, Mr. Kyunyu was just like her, a very good person. In the distance, Uzuki Yujo's face was not very good. As a former member of the Anbu, she naturally knew what happened in the noodle shop with the help of the Senju diary. She muttered angrily and whispered, "Asshole Kyunyu, you are eating so happily, but I haven't eaten anything yet. I was called to the number 7 training ground by Senju Kyunyu early in the morning, and I thought it was a special mission. But that guy asked me to serve him. Although it was not a bad request, but peeling apples and feeding pears with my own hands, what do you think of me, a dignified Anbu ninja? Now he is eating ramen and flirting with beautiful women, while I can only eat Bing Liang Guan here." Mao Uxian felt extremely wronged. Although her life seemed to be like this before, the Bing Liang Guan that she should have been used to felt particularly unpalatable today. "I'm full." Qian Shao Qianyu patted his stomach. He had eaten a lot of fruits this morning, so a bowl of ramen was enough. "After you finish eating, you guys should practice hard on your own, and gather at the 7th training ground at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, understand?" Senju Kyunyu stretched, stood up and walked out of the ramen restaurant. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered something, and he turned around and used the latest photo-taking function of the diary to face the side faces of Uzumaki Naruto and the other two. Not bad. Senju Kyunyu saw that Naruto in the diary was secretly trying to take the Naruto role from Sasuke's bowl. Uchiha Sasuke naturally found it easily and clamped Naruto's chopsticks tightly with chopsticks. The two were about to fight. Sakura on the side had already finished 2 bowls of deluxe ramen and challenged the 3rd bowl of deluxe ramen. Senju Kyunyu posted this photo in the diary with the text, "Team 7 is as harmonious as ever." In the Pure Land world, Uzumaki Kushina was the first to see the update of Chiyu's diary. That, is it Naruto? Uzumaki Kushina, who was originally hot-tempered, couldn't hold back her tears. "I can't believe my Naruto has grown so big. Bastard Kyunyu, why don't you post more photos of Naruto?" The same feeling as Uzumaki Kushina was also felt by the black-haired Uchiha Mikoto. Her eyes also fell on Uchiha Sasuke in the photo. Although Sasuke now has not changed much from when he was a child, Mikoto knows very well that Suzuki must have suffered a lot over the years. Seeing the picture in the photo, Mikoto smiled and said, "Great, Suzuki, you finally have a friend. All this is thanks to teacher Kyunyu. If she can be resurrected, she must repay Kyunju Kyunyu." Kyunju Kyunyu, who just walked out of Ichiraku ramen restaurant, sneezed loudly. "Strange, which beauty is thinking about me again?" He shook his head and waved to Mao Uxian, who was hiding behind the tree with a smile on his face. "It's our sweet world again." Mao Uxian blushed slightly, and couldn't help but secretly said in her heart. Chapter 60. Is this your home, Xian? At night, I followed Mao Uxian to a residential house on the edge of Konoha. Mao Uxian frowned slightly. She did not agree to let Qian Shao Qianyu follow her home. But this bastard actually said to her in an imperative tone. "Xian, this is a mission." Mao Uxian had no choice, even though she knew that this was just a part of Senju Kyunyu's awkwardness. Pushing the door open, Mao Uxian's residence did not feel like a girl's room as imagined. Instead, it was very ordinary, with tables, chairs and benches neatly arranged, and the room was also quite clean. Xian's wife's home is really easy to see at a glance. It is clean and tidy, which is very similar to her usual style of doing things. But I used to think that her personality was always cold, but I didn't expect that she was actually cold on the outside but a bit of a M-type on the inside. I don't know if Xian's room has prepared daily necessities such as candles, ropes, and small whips. The girls have Senju Kyunyu and this Mao Uxian made such rapid progress? Not only did they bring him home, but they also played with him so much. Originally, Mao Uxian had almost no reputation in the ninja world, but now she is really famous. With one move, she severely controlled Senju Kyunyu. This woman is not simple. Mao Uxian naturally also saw the new content of Kyunyu's diary, but she had been working in the Anbu for many years and didn't understand things like candles, ropes, and small whips. How could these things be daily necessities? I have seen the Anbu use them when interrogating prisoners. But she is not a prisoner. Mao Uxian felt very strange, but when she thought of Senju Kyunyu, she was relieved. This guy's words and deeds are always different from ordinary people. "Okay, you've seen my room, can you go back now?" Mao Uxian looked at Qian Shao Qianyu coldly, her tone was very indifferent. Regarding the other party's order to leave, Qian Shao Qianyu pretended not to hear it. He showed his white teeth and smiled. "Don't be anxious, Xian. Didn't I say that I would cook for you myself today?" Mao Uxian thought about it and wondered why she didn't remember this incident. "Have you forgotten that this afternoon when we went to see the cherry blossoms by the Konoha River, I asked you if you could cook, and you said no? So doesn't that mean I have to cook from now on?" Mao Uxian remembered this incident. She was originally an orphan. When she grew up, she directly joined the Anbu. She usually completed confidential tasks in secret. Isn't it normal that she can't cook? And what does it mean that you have to do it in the future? Mao Uxian blinked her very beautiful eyelashes, a little confused. Senju Kyunyu didn't treat him as an outsider at all. He groped for the refrigerator and was dumbfounded after opening the refrigerator. Instant noodles, instant noodles, instant noodles, instant noodles, instant noodles. Instant noodles, there is some milk. If he hadn't smelled the faint fragrance of Mao Uxian coming from the room, Senju Kyunyu would have thought that he had opened Naruto's refrigerator. "Is this what you usually eat?" What's wrong?" Senju Kyunyu seemed speechless. "Can you grow so well by eating instant noodles? Although it is covered by the Konoha vest, I guess Yujao is at least at the sea level, right? Compared to this, Sakura is too bad." Sure enough, this thing depends on talent. Sakura, who was about to go to bed, was instantly furious. At this moment, Sakura received a message from Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka Ino, teacher Kyunyo can actually cook. Yamanaka Ino, it's a pity that I'm not the first person to eat Kyunyo's cooking. I really envy teacher Zion. Yamanaka Ino, what are you doing, Sakura? Why aren't you talking? Don't think you're great just because you're in the same team with teacher Kyunyo. Sooner or later, teacher Kyunyo will be conquered by my charm. Harano Sakura. Harano Sakura Ino, are my breasts really that small? Yamanaka Ino, isn't this what everyone agrees on? Just accept your fate, Sakura. Harano Sakura, damn it, at Hinata, what should I do? Hinata Hyuga, well, maybe eating more will help. Harano Sakura is depressed. Eating more will help? The problem is that she has not eaten enough recently. She eats desperately at almost every meal and is about to vomit. Even her figure is getting plump, but her breasts are still not moving at all. Is there no other way? Sakura can't sleep. In Uzuki Yujao's room. Summoning. Chien Shaokyunyu opened the scroll he carried with him, and a lot of meat and fresh vegetables came out of it. He smiled at the surprised Mao Uxi Yan and said, "0 request flowers. Fortunately, I have made preparations. You can enjoy yourself soon." Summoning, is this how it's used? As a member of the Anbu, Mao Uxi Yan naturally carried this kind of space scroll with her. However, it contained some large ninja tools. Because it was inconvenient to carry, they were usually placed in the scroll and could be taken out for battle when necessary. But, this guy Chien Yu actually put fruits and vegetables in the space scroll? This is too outrageous. Are you going to use these things to smash the enemy to death? Before Mao Uxi Yan could start to complain, Chien Yu said to himself, "Xian, you may not know that I am not only good at cooking, but also good at making love. And I am good at doing things I love doing." Mao Uxi Yan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Although she knew that Chien Yu was teasing her, she had no evidence. However, Chien Yu did not hesitate and started to use Mao Uxi Yan's kitchen to cook. Before coming to this world, Chien Yu was very good at cooking the dishes of his own country. He was good at everything from Sichuan, Shandong, Huainan, Guangdong, Zhejiang, Fujian, Hunan, and Anhui. After getting this world, it was mainly because the ingredients were not easy to buy, and secondly, he wanted to try the taste of Xiao Rizi here, so he hardly did anything himself. Seeing Chien Yu's amazing knife skills, Mao Uxi Yan had to believe it. This guy can't say anything else, but he seems to be really good at cooking. Lighting the fire, heating the oil, and putting it in the pot, all in one go. Especially Mao Uxi Yan has hardly seen Chien Yu's cooking skills. After all, she relies on Bing Liang pills to fill her stomach most of the time. Even when she returned home, she would just eat some instant noodles. So when Chien Yu's first home-cooked dish, fish-flavored pork shreds, was served, Mao Uxi Yan's mouth was watering just by smelling the flavor. As the old saying goes, to control a woman, you must first control her control her stomach. Uzuki Yujao. As Chien Yu continued to work, other dishes soon came out of the pot one after another, such as mapo tofu, braised spare ribs, kung pao chicken. These classic hometown dishes exuded an extremely tempting taste.